Chapter 1, Prologue. It was a warm summer night in the Land of Fire's hidden ninja village of Konohagakure or Hidden Leaf Village. Within the village many people were out and about, many civilians either on their way home or headed out for dinner with their families, masked ninja jumping about the village at high speeds looking for anything out of the ordinary, other ninja checking in after missions on their way to report their missions to their Hokage, and even a few children on their way back to their homes or one of the many full orphanages. Full since the attack on the village by the mightiest of all Biju, able to conjure tsunamis with the flick of a tail, destroy mountains with a single roar and reshape the very landscape with no effort, the Kyuubi no Kitsune not 9 years ago. The Kyuubi had been sealed into a child after a brief but exceedingly destructive rampage by the one hailed as the greatest Kage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze the Yondaime Hokage, on that fateful night, and now said child sat alone on a swing in one of Konoha's many parks. He had been alone all day, watching on as all of the other children played with each other, not daring to get close and have the other children call him hurtful things like so many had done before them. While there was a law in place to stop parents telling their children about the beast sealed into the young child, it didn't work as it should have. The laws simply prohibited the people who knew about the beast being sealed into the young child from revealing that to the young children. It didn't stop the older generation slandering the child, calling him a bad influence or troublemaker, which in truth young Naruto Uzumaki was a troublemaker, but solely for the attention it granted him. No one showed him any attention, so he pulled pranks and caused trouble so people would pay attention to him. Naruto sat on the swing lamenting his own loneliness. He was an orphan who had been kicked out of the orphanage in which he had resided when he was 4, and now lived alone in an abandoned apartment complex. Abandoned after he had been given an apartment in the complex, no one wanting to live in the same building as the devil spawn. Naruto was usually a bright and happy boy who managed to bring a smile to his friends' faces when they saw his unique mop of spiky blood red and blonde hair, the brightness of his hair matched only by his endless blue eyes, the right being a pure ocean blue, the left being a green-blue color. "Naruto Uzumaki, you are to come with us," spoke a voice, making Naruto look up to see about 10 people all around him. All of them wore full-body black bodysuits with blank white masks with only the kanji for root on the forehead. All of them had weapons in hands, several had katana, a couple had tanto, and the rest simply wielded kunai. Naruto, upon seeing so many people similar to those who saved him from attacks by groups of villages, made him freeze. However, the masked people took his lack of movement as non-compliance and had been ordered in the event of non-compliance to eliminate Naruto, so that's what they planned to do. Several of the masked nin flashed through hand signs. Katan Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire-style fireball jutsu, called 4 of the masked ninja, launching 4 medium-sized orange flaming fireballs from 4 different directions at Naruto. "No, please, I don't want to die," screamed Naruto, throwing his hands up and out to the side while closing his eyes in an effort to save himself from the inevitable. However, after a moment of nothing, Naruto looked up and opened his eyes to see a surprising sight. The 4 orange fireballs were now gone, and instead a ring of light blue fire around him, not getting any closer to him. "What did you do?" questioned one of the masked figures harshly, making the young blonde jump in shock. "Nothing, I swear," screamed Naruto, closing his eyes again, pushing his hands out. When Naruto heard several screams, he opened his eyes and looked up, shocked to see several of the masked ninja had burn marks on their chests and were now laying on the ground, not moving. Just as Naruto looked up, a katana blade was descending upon him, once more putting his hands up in an effort to defend himself as he closed his eyes and looked away. However, this time a distinctive sound of metal striking metal was heard, and Naruto looked up to see 2 men in front of him, one blonde, the other a red-haired man. The red-haired held a blade in his right hand in a backhanded grip, blocking the katana from slicing into Naruto. "I would appreciate you not attacking this boy," declared the blonde before he snapped his fingers and 2 balls of fire formed above his hands. "Don't worry, Naruto, we're here to help," said the red-haired man, turning to Naruto with a smile, making Naruto relax. "You might want to close your eyes, Naruto, this is going to get messy," declared the older blonde, looking back at Naruto, who quickly nodded and closed his eyes. Sounds were heard: explosions, screaming, and blades slicing through flesh. Naruto opened his eyes as a hand landed on his shoulder, and he looked up into the smiling faces of both of his saviors. "It's okay now, Naruto, sleep," spoke the red-haired man, and like that Naruto felt sleepy. Letting his eyes drop, Naruto fell asleep. "Lord Gremory," spoke the blonde, looking to the red-head with a nod. "Lord Phoenix," spoke the red-head, nodding to the blonde before Lord Gremory picked up Naruto, and a circle formed beneath each man's feet, and quickly the circles rose from the ground, engulfing both men, who disappeared as the circles fully engulfed them. However, unbeknownst to all involved, a pair of charcoal black eyes were watching the entire event with interest. So that's Minato-sama's kid, interesting," muttered the owner of said eyes before vanished in a swirl of leaves. #unknown location #. Naruto groaned as his eyes fluttered open only to be assaulted with light, making him close them once more almost instantly. Opening his eyes again, slowly letting them adjust to the light, Naruto noticed that he was not in his home nor in the hospital. In fact, he seemed to be in a stone room with a light hanging above him, in a bed from the feel of it, one of the most comfortable beds he'd ever slept in. Naruto sat up in a fright when he noticed he was not alone in the room. Pushing himself back against the wall, Naruto's eyes darted to the four girls looking at him in curiosity. One girl had waist-length bright red hair and bright blue eyes. The other three girls all had black hair. The first next to the red-haired girl had ankle-length black hair tied up into a long ponytail and violet eyes. The second girl on Naruto's other side had short black hair and violet eyes hidden away behind purple-rimmed glasses, and the final girl next to the short black-haired girl had long black hair and a pair of heterochromic eyes hidden away behind a pair of teal-rimmed glasses. The girl's left eye was violet, and the right was a light brown color. Who are you? Where am I? What do you want with me? Questioned Naruto, looking somewhat fearfully at the four girls who looked at him confused. Isn't it polite to introduce yourself before asking for the names of others? Questioned the short-haired bespectacled girl looking at Naruto. Sorry, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, stuttered a nervous Naruto. Hi Naruto, I'm Rias Gremory. This is my queen Akino Himejima. This is my friend Sona Citri and her queen Tsubaki Shinra, spoke the red-haired girl, first introducing herself, then the long black-haired girl beside her, then the short black-haired girl opposite her, and then the final long black-haired girl beside Sona. Queens? Questioned Naruto, confused looking at the four. You know queens, evil pieces? Questioned Sona as if it were the most obvious thing under the sun. Naruto still looked confused, however he was saved from the girls' questioning when a new presence made itself known. Slow down girls, Naruto-kun most likely won't know anything about evil pieces, spoke an older red-haired man walking into the room. Naruto looked up at the man and realized it was one of the two men who had saved him. Thank you for helping me, sir, spoke Naruto, bowing to the man as he walked into the room. No problem, Naruto, said the red-haired man, waving off Naruto's thanks. What do you mean he most likely wouldn't know about evil pieces? Tusan, you said he's a devil, spoke Rias, looking to the red-haired man. Well, Rias, Naruto here grew up in the elemental nations, not the most popular place for any devils, angels, or fallen angels. That coupled with his devil blood has been suppressed and his parents were spoke the red-haired man, interrupted by Naruto. You knew my parents? Screamed Naruto, making everyone look at him shocked. You mean you don't? Questioned the red-haired man, looking at Naruto unbelieving until the blonde violently shook his head. And no, I never met them, spoke Naruto, sadly shaking his head looking down. Well, unfortunately, Naruto-kun, you probably won't meet them, they're both dead, sorry, spoke Naruto's red-haired savior. Well, can you tell me about them? Questioned Naruto in a tone that made the hearts of everyone in the room shatter. Their names were Minato Phoenix and Kushina Gremory, or as the humans of your world knew them, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, spoke Ria's father. Minato Phoenix, Kushina Gremory, Minato Phoenix, Kushina Gremory, spoke Naruto in his mind, letting the names become parentally implanted in his mind. Wait, what do you mean humans of my world? Questioned Naruto, looking at the red-haired man. Naruto-kun, myself, these four girls and even you yourself are not human, we are devils, declared Ria's father. Before Naruto could say anything about how crazy that sounded, Rias's father flared out a pair of bat-like wings, then the four girls did the same, and to Naruto's surprise so did he. However, his wings were different from everyone else's. Halfway along the wing his changed to blue flaming wings of a similar shape. How come my wings are different? Asked Naruto, looking at his own wings, all other questions about devils leaving his mind. Well, Naruto-kun, you are a hybrid of the Gremory and Phoenix clans. Phoenix wings are pure fire unlike those of other devils, so the mixture of the blood made your wings the way they are, said Rias's father, making all four of the young female devils' eyes go wide. Naruto just nodded, that sounded reasonable. This boy has no idea he is the child of two of the most respected and ancient clans in the underworld, thought Sona, looking over at Naruto, seeing his placid reaction. This is cool and all, but I kind of want to go home, said Naruto, making Ria's father turn serious. Naruto, I have been talking with Lord Phoenix and we have decided that despite how much you may want to, we can't let you go back, at least until we are satisfied you can defend yourself, said the man. You're going to train me as a ninja? Questioned Naruto excitedly. No Naruto, we are going to train you to harness your devil blood and train you in devil magic, said the red-haired man. Okay, awesome, when do we start? Questioned Naruto, excited. Tomorrow, however, to begin with, Naruto, my wife, Venelana, will be teaching you some history of the devils and the other factions in the worlds, said Lord Gremory. Oh okay, said Naruto, somewhat deflated but still with a grin. For now feel free to wander around and get familiar with the castle grounds. I'll have a maid accompany you to help you, said Ria's father before stepping out into the hallway. Once you're settled in Naruto-kun, come find us, we can play together, spoke Ria standing up, the other 3 girls following her lead. Oh okay, muttered Naruto nervously as the 4 girls nodded before leaving the room. Naruto sat alone in the room nervously for a few moments before the red-haired man returned a moment later with a woman with long silver hair, 2 braids at the front which were tipped with blue bows, the majority of what remained flowing down her back however once more ended in 2 braids. The woman had a pair of silver eyes and was dressed in a blue and white maid outfit with a white maid headband over her head. Naruto-kun, this is Graphia, she will accompany you for today, said the red-haired man. It's a pleasure to meet you, Naruto-sama, declared the woman, bowing her head to the blonde who looked at her nervously. Alright, let's get moving, Graphia, said Naruto nervously, getting up, climbing out of the bed in which he sat. While you are here, Naruto-kun, this will be your room, said the red-haired man, getting a nod from Naruto as he left the room. Watch him carefully, Graphia, ordered Lord Gremory, getting a nod from the maid as she quickly followed a rather nervous Naruto. Next day. Naruto was quietly walking down the halls of Gremory Castle. He was headed towards the library, one of the many rooms Graphia had made sure to show him to the previous day. Walking a few paces in front of Naruto was Ria's mother, Venelana Gremory. As Lord Gremory had said the previous day, Venelana had called on Naruto after he had eaten his breakfast to begin teaching him. Arriving in the library, Naruto followed Venelana towards what appeared to be the middle of the library, where a table and a chalkboard were situated. Sit, Naruto, said Venelana, pointing to the table. Naruto sat at the table and looked to Venelana nervously. Venelana sat opposite him with a soft smile on her face, setting his nerves at ease. So Naruto-kun, let's begin. Tell me, what do you know about devils? Questioned Venelana. She had been told by her husband that the boy would not likely know anything, but she wished to know for sure. She was starting from scratch. Nothing, Venelana-sama, said Naruto respectfully but still clearly nervous. Venelana nodded to Naruto, however she was curious why he seemed so scared. The boy looked sad that he knew nothing of his species. It's okay, Naruto-kun, it's understandable, devils are secret from most people, said Venelana with a soft smile. Naruto let a small smile grace his features as he looked up at the woman. Alright, Naruto-kun, we'll start with recent history of devils. Begun Venelana. Several hours later. Naruto walked away from the library with a book under his arm. Venelana had covered the basics of the 3 great factions, the angels, the fallen angels and finally the devils, before going over the major battles of the last great war, and then finally the origin and purpose of the evil pieces. I wonder if I can get a set of evil pieces, muttered Naruto looking at the book in his hands. He was supposed to read the first chapter of the book. He was scared what Venelana would say to him tomorrow when he told her he didn't do it because he couldn't read, but that was for tomorrow. Until then he had other things to do. He just hoped she didn't get really angry at him. Hey Naruto-kun, came the voice of Rias from inside a room as Naruto walked past it. Hey Rias, what can I do for you? Asked Naruto from his position frozen in the doorway. Do you want to watch some anime with me? Asked Rias nervously. She didn't want Naruto to think she was strange for watching anime. What's anime? Questioned Naruto, making Rias perk up. Of course, he doesn't know what anime is. Maybe I can get him to watch with me, thought Rias. She wanted a friend who watched the same stuff as her. She wanted to have someone to talk to. Akino didn't like many anime, nor did Sona or Tsubaki, and those were the only devils her own age she liked. It's really cool, come here, sit, watch with me, said Rias with a smile, patting the seat next to her. Naruto hesitantly nodded and moved over to the seat and sat down very stiffly. He wasn't used to people wanting to do things with him. Hell, he wasn't used to people talking to him, full stop. Rias lay her head on Naruto's shoulder, making him stiffen. You okay, Naruto-kun? Asked Rias, lifting her head up and looking at him. He just nodded and she lay her head back down on his shoulder as the two watched. Naruto was for the first little while not paying any attention to the show in favor of making sure Rias didn't turn around and hurt him while his guard was lowered. But after about 20 minutes he had relaxed a bit, enough that he could watch the TV but was still ready to bolt at a moment's notice. Hours later. Naruto and Rias sat in front of the TV having eaten their dinner and returned to watch more anime. The young blonde devil had found himself really liking the show. Naruto looked at Rias to ask her something only to see her asleep on his shoulder. Gently moving her from his shoulder, he stood up, catching head before it hit the couch. Naruto looked at the red-haired girl. Deciding he couldn't leave her there, he picked her up bridal style and headed towards where her room was. He only knew as he was sleeping in the room next to hers. She snuggled closer to him as he walked. He was kind of thankful and at the same time not thankful that no maids were in the halls. As he walked he would have been embraced about having Rias asleep in his arms, but the maids could have taken her to bed while he went to his own. Walking into Rias's room, Naruto walked over to her bed and pulled her quilt back before placing her down onto her bed. Going to stand back up, Naruto found Rias to be holding him rather tightly by his shirt. Naruto sighed and tried to pry her hands off him. No, stay warm," muttered Rias in her sleep. Naruto again tried to pry her hands off him but with no luck. Naruto looked at the girl, panicked. Nervously he climbed into the bed next to Rias before pulling the quilt over the both of them. Naruto lay there terrified as Rias slept soundly next to him. Chapter 2, Underworld Eye. Rias awoke from her slumber like any other day, naked and in her bed. However, thinking back to the previous evening, she couldn't remember how she got to her bed. The last thing she could remember was watching anime with Naruto. Her mental search was interrupted when she felt the bed move a bit. Looking next to her she saw Naruto, screamed Rias, waking up said boy. Naruto upon awaking leaped out of her bed and onto the floor in a panic. Looking around he saw a naked Rias sitting on her bed looking at him. He then remembered what happened and dropped to his knees. "I'm sorry Rias, you fell asleep on me and I brought you back here but you wouldn't let me go. Please don't hurt me," begged Naruto on his knees. Bowing to the girl, she looked at him shocked. She was about to tell him it was fine when the door was just short of ripped off its hinges and in ran her brother. "Rias, what's going on? I heard you scream," questioned the red-haired man before he spotted Naruto on the floor. "Is he why you screamed?" questioned the red-haired Satan. "Rias, what's going on?" asked Lord Gremory running into the room, followed quickly by Venilana, who quickly spotted Naruto on the floor. "Naruto? What's going on here?" questioned Venilana. "He startled me. I fell asleep on him last night and he brought me back here but I wouldn't let go so he slept with me. I woke up and was startled by him being in my bed," said Rias looking over to the now shaking boy. Venilana walked over to him making him shake more. "Please don't hurt me," whimpered Naruto, not looking up at the woman whose face was one of shock as was everyone else including Grafia who had just stepped into the room. "Naruto-kun," said Venilana. Naruto didn't move an inch, he just cowered away from the woman. "Naruto-kun, look at me," said Venilana in a calm tone. Again Naruto moved not an inch. "Naruto," said the woman in a sweet and calm tone, making him just peek up at her only to see her smiling. "Naruto-kun, it's okay, it was a misunderstanding," said Venilana, rubbing circles in the boy's back. However, as she did her eyes went wide before narrowing slightly. "Why don't you come with me, Naruto-kun? We can get started on today's lesson," said Venilana with a soft smile to the blonde, who looked at her shocked and still a little scared before he nodded ever so slightly and stood up slowly and followed the woman out of the room. Rias watched Naruto leave with a raised eyebrow. He confused her a bit, which she didn't like. "You really need to stop stripping in you sleep, Amato, especially if you're going to start sleeping with Naruto-kun," said Surzex looking at Rias with a smirk. "Nii-sama," screamed Rias, blushing up a storm as her father, brother and sister-in-law chuckled before walking out of the room, leaving Rias, who sighed. "Naruto-kun," thought the girl looking down at the ground where he had been not moments before. #with Naruto and Venilana #. The two devils soon walked into the library, Venilana having asked a maid to bring Naruto's breakfast to the library while she got him started on the lesson. As the two walked to their table, Venilana put her hand on Naruto's shoulder just before he sat down, making the nervous Naruto turn to her. "Why yes?" questioned Naruto looking at the woman. "Naruto, show me your back," spoke Venilana calmly. Naruto looked terrified as he took a step back from the woman. For Venilana that was all she needed to know. Her fears were true but she still wanted to see it with her own eyes. "Please, sweetie?" asked Venilana sweetly, looking at Naruto in a caring way. Naruto looked at her still scared but nodded a bit before turning around. The red-haired blonde devil reached for his shirt, fearful tears forming in his eyes as he began to pull his shirt up, his hands beginning to tremble as he did. Once his shirt was clear of his back, Venilana was torn between teleporting to Konoha and leveling the place and hugging her trembling godson, well, devil son as the case may be. Almost all of Naruto's skin was stained with a scar, burn or lightning scar, but the one that made her blood absolutely boil was the large devil spawn carved into his lightly tanned skin, and not only was Naruto scarred, but the boy was dangerously underweight even for a devil. "You poor child, I'm so sorry, Naruto," spoke Venilana sweetly as she reached forwards and pulled the young devil into an familial embrace. Naruto was shocked by the sudden contact, like with Rias the night before, froze. However, this time it only lasted a second before he fell apart and started crying. "Zeoticus needs to know about this, Ruby and Rilvine too," thought Venilana, as she shed a tear for Naruto, who stood there crying for several minutes, and during that time he relaxed more and more into Venilana's embrace. As Naruto's crying slowed to the occasional choked sob, Venilana gently wiped what remained of the boy's tears from his eyes. Okay sweetie, you can put your shirt back on, I think your breakfast will be here shortly, said Venelana, sensing the maid coming closer to the library. Naruto put his shirt back on just as a maid stepped into the room carrying a relatively large platter. Thank you, stuttered Naruto as the maid placed the food in front of the hungry child before bowing and leaving the room. You stay here and eat, Naruto. I just remembered there is something I need to do before we get started today. If you finish eating before I get back, just go on with the reading, okay? Questioned Venelana, looking at Naruto, getting a nod from the blonde as he dug into his breakfast. Venelana took that as her cue to leave. Stepping out into the hall, the purple-eyed devil let her rage flood her system, causing a great pressure to form around her, cracking the floor and walls around her as the air began to spark with the red and black aura of her birth clan's power of destruction. Are you alright, milady? Questioned one of the maids, nervously looking at the raging Venelana. No, was Venelana's curt reply before she moved off. Watch over Naruto, ordered the woman. The maid just nodded, moving quickly to make sure the new young master was okay. Venelana tried to suppress some of her rage enough to not crack the floor when she took a step, but was failing miserably, destroying the floor with each and every step. Kaa-san, called the voice of her son Surzex, temporarily snapping the woman from her rage haze. Venelana turned to see Surzex, with Grafia standing beside him, both looking shocked and somewhat scared. Yes, Surzex, spoke Venelana, taking a deep breath before speaking, to calm down a bit. Why are you so angry, if I may ask, Kaa-san, spoke Grafia, looking at the woman concerned. You two probably should know too, come with me, spoke the woman before walking away, confusing the red-haired Satan and his wife, who nonetheless followed as Venelana made her way to her husband's office. Zeoticus, spoke Venelana, stepping into her husband's office. Yes, dear, questioned the red-haired man, looking up from his paperwork to see his lovely wife angrier than he had ever seen her, his son and daughter-in-law behind his raging wife, both looking confused. What's the matter, Venelana? Questioned Zeoticus, looking at his wife concerned. It's easier to show you, but Ruby and Rilvine need to see this too, declared the woman, making Zeoticus' eyes to widen. There was only one reason both of them would need to see something that made his wife this pissed. Grafia, would you be so kind as to go and call Lord and Lady Phoenix, tell them it's about Naruto, said Zeoticus, making Surzex and Grafia's eyes go wide in realization before the silver-haired maid quickly walked out of the room. What specifically about Naruto? Questioned Zeoticus, looking at his wife. I can't even bring myself to say it, but you will need to try and keep your anger in check. He's terrified as it is, and trust me, after seeing this you will want to wipe that fucking village from the face of the elemental nations, declared Venelana, making both her husband and her son narrow their eyes. The three devils waited in silence for several minutes, Venelana trying to calm herself but once more failing miserably. Zeoticus, mentally preparing himself for whatever it was his wife declared that he needed to see, and Surzex was scared of both what he might see on Naruto and his mother's rage. He had never seen her this angry. Grafia returned several minutes later and stood beside Surzex, and even she, the strongest queen in the underworld, the silver-haired queen of annihilation, was scared of the rage rolling off Venelana. I'm surprised the Phoenix can't feel the rage from there, thought Grafia to herself as she tried not to aggravate the woman. Several moments later a fiery circle formed in the center of the room on the floor before rising up, creating a roaring fire within the room, which when subsided revealed two blondes, one man, the one who along with Zeoticus had saved Naruto, and next to him stood a blonde woman. She had long sunny blonde hair tied into a long ponytail, cerulean blue eyes and a heart-shaped face. Both newcomers flinched when they felt the rage within the room, the woman turning to Venelana in shock. What's happened? Questioned Lady Phoenix, looking at Venelana. It's easier to show you, but you have to try and stay calm. Naruto is very skittish and 6 raging adults is not likely to help, declared Venelana, looking to the two Phoenix, getting a confused nod from each of them. All right, come with me, said Venelana, motioning for everyone to follow as she walked out of the room. The 5 other devils looked at each other before Grafia and Lady Phoenix moved to follow Venelana, followed shortly by the males. Quickly moving to the library, Venelana managing to form a facade of calmness as they walked. The 6 devils walked in to find Naruto sitting at the table within, opposite the maid Venelana had asked to watch over him. And with that Lucifer was cast out of heaven, spoke the maid to Naruto, who had yet to notice the return of Venelana. That's part of the chapter 1 asked you to read last night, Naruto. Why is Hitomi reading it to you now? Questioned Venelana, making Naruto jump as he turned to the woman with a fearful look, which turned to a look of pure terror upon noticing she was not alone. I didn't read it last night, muttered Naruto, making Venelana look at him with a corked brow. And why is that? Questioned Venelana calmly. She would wait for his explanation before getting angry at him. Muttered Naruto nervously. I didn't catch that, spoke Venelana. I said, declared Naruto once more, again not at an audible volume. One more time, said Venelana. I said, I can't read, whimpered Naruto looking down, not daring to look into Venelana's certainly disappointed eyes. Oh Naruto, sweetie, why didn't you say, asked Venelana stepping forwards, pulling the child gently into a hug. I sniff, thought why you'd sniff, be mad at me, spoke Naruto, tears forming in his eyes. The other devils just looked on, angry at Konoha for obviously treating Naruto horribly, however it was only going to get worse in a moment. It's okay Naruto, I'll teach you how to read. You should have said, it's okay to talk to me about things like that. I promise I won't get mad at you, spoke Venelana sweetly. Naruto just nodded, tears threatening to fall from his eyes. Alright, now Naruto, I know you don't want to, but I need you to show us your back. Okay, spoke Venelana. Naruto once more looked up at her, frightened. I promise it will be okay, said Venelana in a calming tone, making the young blonde calm down slightly and nod. Venelana let Naruto go and he turned around and reached for the bottom of his t-shirt. Venelana turned away, not wanting to see his back again. Turning to the other 6 devils including the maid, she saw them standing there shocked as Naruto lifted his shirt, revealing his malnourished and scared form. Naruto began to tremble as he felt the rage roll off the males of the group. The women were also enraged but managed to hold it back. Venelana, seeing Naruto trembling, glared. Zeoticus, Rilvine, Surzek, stop it, you're scaring him, snapped Venelana, making all 3 men flinch at her tone and her glare. Naruto by this time had removed his shirt and was standing with his back to the other devils, his right hand holding onto his left elbow. Oh Naruto, spoke Lady Phoenix, kneeling down and pulling the boy into a hug. I'm so sorry, sweetie. If I'd known you were alive I would have taken you out of that Satan-forsaken village years ago, declared the woman. Naruto once again was frozen by the hug the woman had pulled him into and then again by her words. What do you mean, if you'd known I was alive? Questioned Naruto, looking at the blonde woman who was smiling warmly at him. I would never have left my dear nephew in such a horrible place. We tried to find you after your parents died but we couldn't find you, spoke the woman, but one word and one word alone caught in Naruto's mind. And nephew? Questioned Naruto, turning and looking at the woman, shocked, not even daring to hope. That's right Naruchan, I'm your aunt, said the woman with a smile. Oh Oba-san, whimpered Naruto, hugging his aunt. The 6 adult devils temporarily forgot the boy's form and just smiled happily at the family moment. Naruto just stood there hugging his aunt, tears falling from his eyes. Lady Phoenix just let her nephew hug her and cry on her shoulder. I'm going to burn that fucking village to the ground, snarled Rilvine after a moment. No don't, spoke Naruto, pulling away from his aunt, looking at Rilvine, who looked back at his nephew shocked. How can you defend them after everything they've done to you? Questioned Rilvine, looking at Naruto unbelieving. I'm not defending the whole village, just some of the people from the village who helped me. I don't want them to die, said Naruto. Alright, tell us and we'll leave them alive, declared Zeoticus, making Naruto look at him before shaking his head. No, like he said, the village did this to me. If anything is going to happen, I want to be the one to do it, declared Naruto, pointing to Rilvine when the blonde said he, not knowing the man's name. It might take years for you to get that strong Naruto, spoke Surzek. Well, I better get started then, said Naruto, narrowing his eyes. The comment got Venelana, Ruby, Rilvine and Zeoticus to smirk. He looks like Minato, and acts like him sometimes, but that was defiantly some Kushina shining through, thought Venelana, smiling at Naruto, her thought summing up the thoughts of all 4 of the older devils. Alright then, we best get you up to speed, declared Venelana, making Naruto look to her from within Ruby's arms and nod to her. Ruby let go of her nephew, who quickly put his shirt back on. Come Rilvine, I think we have some things to discuss, spoke Zeoticus, moving towards the door, the elder Phoenix nodding before leaving. I think I've kept Rias waiting long enough, spoke Surzek, leaving the room, Graphia following as she was training Akino. This left Ruby, Venelana, Naruto and the maid left in the room. You can go now Hitomi, spoke Venelana, getting a nod from the maid as she left the room, leaving Naruto with his aunt and devil mother. Okay, to start today, given I now know you can't read, I will use a memory spell that will temporarily give you a photographic memory, said Venelana. Naruto tilted his head to the side. Photographic memory? Questioned Naruto, not knowing what the phrase meant. It means you only need to see things for a few seconds before you remember it, said Ruby, making Naruto look to the woman before nodding. Okay, do it, spoke Naruto, getting a nod from Venelana, whose left hand became cloaked in a black and white miasma. Placing her hand against his forehead, his head glowed for a second as he closed his eyes. A moment passed before Naruto opened his eyes, and to neither female devil's surprise, Naruto's irises were no longer blue and instead were silver, indicating the spell was in effect. Okay Naruto, are you ready to begin? Because the only breaks you get today are toilet breaks, declared Venelana, getting a determined nod from Naruto. #with Rias #. The red-haired Gremory heiress was outside in one of the castle's training grounds. She was with Aquino and the two of them were waiting for Surzex and Graphia respectively. However, Rias was not thinking about what she was going to be learning. No, her mind was currently occupied by Naruto. After his rather terrified reaction earlier, Rias had been wondering about him. Every time I see him he ends up scared, thought Rias to herself, thinking over all of her interactions with him. He was scared of all four of us when he woke up. Last night he seemed tense when we were watching anime, and earlier he was so terrified when I woke him up, thought Rias to herself. Her thoughts interrupted by Aquino snapping her fingers in front of Rias' face. Rias? Questioned Aquino, looking at her king. Sorry Aquino, what is it? Questioned the red-haired girl. You spaced out on me, what's up? Questioned Aquino. It's Naruto, spoke Rias, confused. What about him? Questioned Aquino. Just he seems... I don't know. Does he seem jumpy to you? Questioned Rias, looking at her queen. What do you mean? Questioned the young queen. Well, he seemed so terrified when he woke up the other day. I mean, did you see what he did when he saw us? Then last night I was watching anime with him and I leaned against him and he froze. I asked him what was wrong. He told me it was nothing. Earlier today he startled me when I woke up. I fell asleep on him last night and he took me back to my room, but I wouldn't let go, so he slept with me, and when I saw him in my bed I screamed and he leapt out of bed and was apologizing before I even asked what was going on, said Rias, making Aquino quirk a brow. The black-haired queen thinking back over the interactions she had had with Naruto. However, before Aquino could do any serious thinking she was interrupted when Surzex and Graphia walked up to the two of them. Sorry we're late, you two, apologized Surzex. Nisama, spoke Rias, making the red-haired devil look to his sister. Is something wrong with Naruto-kun? Asked Rias. Surzex and Graphia shared a quick glance. What makes you think that? Questioned Surzex calmly, hiding his surprise. Well, he just seemed so jumpy around me. He was terrified when he woke up and saw Aquino, Sona, Tsubaki and me, and last night when I was watching anime with me he froze when I leaned on him, and then there's what happened this morning, said Rias. It's nothing to worry about, Rias, he's just nervous, this is all new to him after all, spoke Surzex. Rias nodded to that. It made sense, but it didn't seem like everything, but she let it go for now. #A week later. Naruto once more sat in the library in front of Venolana. In the past week the boy had learned many things, ranging from devil history to basics about all of the heavenly pantheons. Much to Venolana and Ruby's confusion, Naruto had picked up reading much faster than either of them had expected, even with the photographic memory leading them to believe he did know how to read, but the information was locked away behind a mental block. However, neither woman was willing to test whether it was a self-imposed memory block or not. Okay, we're done for now, Naruto. Why don't you run along? I'm sure Zeoticus is waiting for you, spoke Venolana with a smile. Naruto nodded excitedly. Today he would begin learning magic. The blonde redhead jumped out of his seat and rushed out of the room. He is so much like both of them, it's not funny, muttered Venolana with a smile, looking at where Naruto used to be, remembering her two friends. Naruto wandered quickly through the halls. He had a book under his arm that he would drop back in his room before heading off to see Zeoticus. Good morning, Naruto-san, spoke a voice from behind Naruto, making him jump. Turning around, Naruto saw Sona there with Tsubaki, Rias and Aquino. Hey, spoke Naruto nervously. The blonde had become somewhat more comfortable around Rias and Aquino because they had been around constantly, but he still wasn't used to Sona and Tsubaki. How are you today? Questioned Sona with a smile. I am good, Sona-san. Look, I gotta go, spoke Naruto before quickly running off. Rias looked to Aquino, who looked at the running form of Naruto and back to Rias, shrugging. What's that about? Questioned Sona, looking at Rias. What? Questioned Rias. You two look like you're confused by something, declared Sona. Well, Naruto has been confusing me. He seems so terrified for no reason. I mean, you saw how he acted when he woke up and saw us. Yeah, spoke Rias, getting a nod from Sona. Well, the other day he and I were watching anime. I leant on him and he froze. He said it was nothing, but I'm not sure. Even worse than that, later that night I fell asleep and he took me back to my room, but I wouldn't let go, so he stayed with me, and the next morning when I woke up seeing him in my bed startled me, which woke him up. And he was already apologizing desperately before I could even ask for his explanation, and he seemed so terrified of what would happen, spoke Rias, confused. We did ask Surzex-sama about it, and he told us that he was just nervous, but that doesn't seem like the whole story, declared Aquino. You said he froze when you leant on him, spoke Sona with a quirked brow, getting a nod from Rias. Have you seen him freeze like that with anyone else? Questioned Sona. Rias thought for a moment before nodding. Yeah, he froze when Nisama put his hand on Naruto's shoulder the other day, spoke Rias, confused. And he's jumpy like that around everyone, not just us, right? Questioned Sona, getting a nod from Rias. Although he has been getting better around Kaa-chan, but that might be because he spends so much time with her, spoke Rias, getting a nod from Sona. Are you thinking he isn't used to physical contact, Sona? Suggested Tsubaki, looking at her king confused. Well, that's what it sounds like, although. Spoke Sona. Although? Although what? Questioned Rias. It could be even worse than that. He is jumpy around everyone. He doesn't know social norms from what he said about not knowing it's polite to introduce himself before asking for someone else's name, and he clearly doesn't know his parents by his reaction when your father mentioned them. Maybe, spoke Sona with a sad and somewhat disturbed look. Maybe what? Questioned Rias, her mind not willing to even entertain the possibility of what Sona was suggesting. You aren't suggesting he's been abused, are you, Sona? Questioned Akino with wide eyes. Well, he is jumpy around everyone, from what I've seen, terrified of people who have only shown him kindness, spoke Sona, not wanting to believe what she was suggesting. No one would do something like that to Naruto. He's too nice, declared Rias. Think about it, Rias, it does make sense, unfortunately, spoke Akino, looking to her king, who looked at the other three, who seemed to accept that as the theory. Rias then turned back to where she saw Naruto running off moments before. Naruto-kun, thought Rias sadly. #with Naruto #. The blonde red-haired devil himself was walking into Zioticus' office, practically bouncing on the balls of his feet. Excited, are we, Naruto-kun? Questioned the red-haired man, looking up from his paperwork at the young blonde redhead, who vigorously nodded. Alright, well, we'll head outside and begin, declared Zioticus, getting a nod from Naruto, who turned around and just short of sprinted out of the door. Zioticus smirked, rolling his eyes and shaking his head. The Gremory clan head stood from his desk before a ring formed under his feet and rose up, engulfing him as he teleported outside. Naruto meanwhile was running through the halls of the castle, ducking, weaving and diving out of the way of maids and anyone else. Luckily he managed to get to the entrance hall with no difficulties. Walking outside, Naruto found Zioticus waiting for him. You took your sweet time, Naruto-kun, said Lord Gremory, who was leaning on the wall next to the large doors. How did you get out here before me? Asked Naruto, looking around for some explanation. Magic, spoke the red-haired man, mysteriously waving his hands around. Come on, Naruto-kun, we should get started, declared the man, getting a nod from the blonde before the two devils walked along the path leading to the castle gardens. Walking into the gardens, the two devils moved to the rear of the area so any magic to get out of hand wouldn't destroy anything important. Alright, Naruto-kun, to start you need to learn to harness your magic. The best way to begin that process is for you to try and form your wings, so I want you to think of the strongest image you can think of while concentrating here, and here, said Lord Gremory, touching Naruto's back on his shoulder blades one after the other, indicating where Naruto had to be concentrating on. Naruto nodded before closing his eyes while racking his brain for an image to use. There were so many scenes that flashed through his mind, but most of them were less than pleasant. It took a few moments for Naruto to come up with an image. It was from when he was 5, after being attacked by a mob. Naruto had found himself on the verge of unconsciousness, and appearing between him and the mob was a silver-haired ANBU agent, his left hand cloaked in lightning, and the alley was filled with the sounds of thousands of birds chirping, and next to him stood a purple-haired woman with a dozen snakes slithering out of her trenchcoat sleeves, and like that the image ended, Naruto concentrated on his shoulder blades with the image of the ANBU agent, left hand cloaked in lightning, and the lady with snakes. However, before he could get started, that image shattered and another appeared in its place, a memory Naruto couldn't place from where or when, but it defiantly was his memory. This second memory was himself at about 7-ish with a young girl, whose name he couldn't place, beside him, and a man, whose name also slipped his mind, standing in front of the two of them. The girl had light blue, neck-length hair. She also had a strand of hair that was slightly raised but went downwards on the top of her head. She had yellow eyes and a white hairband. The man had black hair, with golden bangs and a black goatee. His eyes were violet in color, but they showed nothing but rage, not at Naruto or the girl beside him, no, for a creature standing over the two of them, a bipedal wolf creature which, Naruto immediately knew was a werewolf. The man wore a purple trench coat which was stained with blood from the bisected werewolf. Bisected by the weapon in the man's hands, it was a blade of pure golden light which felt dangerous to the young Naruto. You're okay now, Naruto, Yuki, spoke the man, offering Naruto and the girl a hand. Naruto, whose eyes were stained with tears, accepted the man's hand. It took several moments of concentration on the memory, but Naruto felt a pair of wings flare out from his back. Naruto opened his eyes, and to his happiness the wings had formed like the first time he had seen his wings, black and bat-like until halfway along before turning light blue and flaming. Well done, Naruto, very well done. Not many devils get it on their first try, said Zioticus, making Naruto blush at the praise and smile, sheepishly breaking his concentration, making his wings vanish. Now I want you to continue to practice that until you can do it without thinking about that image and takes no time for your wings to appear, said Lord Gremory, getting a nod from Naruto, who then proceeded to try again, his wings appearing marginally faster than before. Good, keep on going Naruto, spoke the red-haired man with a smile. Chapter 3, Underworld 2. Alright Naruto, we're done for the day, spoke Venolana looking at Naruto, who nodded and stood up grabbing a book as he stood. It had been about a month since Naruto had arrived in the underworld. He had slowly but surely grown used to most of the devils within Gremory and Phoenix castles, as well as Sona and Tsubaki. Also during the month Naruto had managed to get his magical control to a decent level so he could summon his wings on command and had begun to learn basic pyrokinesis. Naruto walked out of the library, quickly moving down the halls. Naruto headed towards his room to drop off the book he had magical training with his uncle to get to. Hey Naruto, spoke a voice snapping the blonde from his thoughts. Oh hey Rias, what's up? Questioned Naruto, turning to face the girl. Beside her stood Akino, Sona and Tsubaki. We were just going to the hot springs, wanna come with us? Questioned Rias. Sorry, I'm training with Uncle Rilvine shortly, but thanks anyway, spoke Naruto. In truth he didn't want to go with them, not because he didn't like them or anything but because he didn't want them to see his scars. It was bad enough when Venolana had found out about them and made him show Zeoticus, Ruby, Rilvine, Surzex and Graphia. Oh, okay, we'll see you later then, spoke Rias somewhat sadly as Naruto nodded before walking away from her. Naruto made it to his room without incident, and after putting his book on his bed he concentrated his magic on the area around his feet, and with a flare of his magic a light blue magical ring formed beneath his feet which quickly rose up engulfing the young blonde red-haired devil in flames, and like that he was gone. #Phoenix Castle Naruto appeared outside the stereotypical castle of his father's family. Waiting outside of the large stone building was Naruto's uncle Rilvine. Naruto, you're on time again, good, spoke Rilvine upon spotting his young nephew. Well, I'm learning about my magic, I'm still excited about it is all, said Naruto nervously looking at the ground. If only my youngest son had your enthusiasm, muttered Rilvine looking skywards. He just needs a good kick in the pants, then he'll want to get stronger, Uncle Rilvine, declared Naruto confidently. I hope you're right Naruto, spoke Rilvine with a smile. Anyway, let's get started for today, spoke Rilvine, leading Naruto to what they had been using as a training ground since Naruto started his pyrokinesis training. Alright Naruto, I want to see how far along you've come in the last month, declared Rilvine, getting a nod from Naruto, who flared his wings out in an instant, getting a nod from Rilvine before Naruto put his hands out to the sides far enough that they were under the blue flames of his wings, running his hands through the flames. A ball of flames, roughly twice the size of a tennis ball, formed in each hand. Naruto brought his hands out in front of him where he willed the flames to form a long line of flame connecting the two balls of flames. Naruto then formed the flames into the shape of a sword within his hands before he threw the flame weapon towards Rilvine, who didn't so much as flinch as his nephew guided his light blue flames out and around Rilvine. Naruto drew his flames back to him before gathering all of the flame in one hand above his head. The blonde red-haired devil flared more magic into the ball of fire, making it increase in size until it was the size of a small house. Okay Naruto, that's good, said Rilvine, getting a nod from the blonde, who let his control slip and the flames vanish into air. Alright Naruto, now the next portion of your training is learning to make fire from nothing, declared Rilvine. His comment got an interested look from Naruto. To make fire from nothing you must understand the fundamental principle of fire, and that is what is fire. Fire is energy created when atoms move at a fast pace, which creates heat and then fire, declared Rilvine, holding his hand out, palm facing upwards. Naruto watched closely as the air seemed to blur for a second before bursting into flames and a small ball of fire formed in the palm of Rilvine's hand. Naruto's eyes went wide. Alright now Naruto, you try. Now this is a high-level skill, so don't be disappointed if it doesn't come to you all that quickly, declared Rilvine, making Naruto nod. It helps to have a target, so try and light that tree on fire, spoke Rilvine, pointing to a random tree towards the edge of the castle yard. You're not just using me to get rid of a tree Auntie Ruby won't let you get rid of, are you Uncle Rilvine? Questioned Naruto, looking at his uncle with a raised eyebrow. No, what makes you think that? Asked Rilvine. I heard you complaining about too much bush or something like that the other day, spoke Naruto innocently. Rilvine's face went red. Secretly thanking the Satans, Naruto was so young and innocent. No Naruto, that was something else, muttered Rilvine, not looking the 9-year-old in the eyes. Oh okay, said Naruto, turning toward the tree and getting started. Several hours later. Alright Naruto, that's enough for today, spoke Rilvine, drawing the young red-haired blonde's attention to him only for Naruto to see not only his uncle but his aunt, Venolana, and Zeoticus. Naruto nodded and stopped trying to light the tree on fire and walked over to the older devils with a confused look on his face. "Naru-chan," spoke Ruby, making the young Phoenix Gremory look to her. "With the information provided by Rilvine and Zeoticus on your magical training and the speed at which you have been picking up what myself and Venelana have been teaching you, we all believe that you should be given your evil pieces," spoke the blonde woman, making Naruto's eyes go wide. "Ah, really? I get my evil pieces?" questioned Naruto. "You are a high-class devil and you have a reasonable understanding of your own magic and a great theoretical knowledge, however the decision is at this point entirely up to you. Do you yourself believe you can form a peerage? Be their leader? Help them with their own training? And all other responsibilities that come with owning a peerage," declared Venelana, making Naruto look to her for a moment with a thoughtful look before nodding confidently. "Okay, well in that case Ruby and I will take you to Lilith to have you registered as a king," spoke Venelana, holding her hand out to Naruto, who stepped over to the woman, taking her hand as Ruby grabbed Naruto's other hand, and a magical ring formed beneath the three of them before raising up and engulfing them in a flash. "Do you really think he's ready?" questioned Zeoticus, turning to Rilvine. "No, but as your wife said, it is entirely Naruto's decision. There is still much for him to learn, but who knows, with a peerage behind him it may push him even greater than before," declared Rilvine, getting a thoughtful nod from Zeoticus. #with Naruto, Venelana and Ruby #. The trio of devils appeared from the teleportation circle on the outskirts of the devil's underworld capital of Lilith. Naruto looked down the streets nervously. While he may have become comfortable with the devils of both the Gremory and Phoenix castles, Naruto was still terrified around most people. "It's okay, we're both here, we won't let anything happen to you," spoke Ruby, squeezing Naruto's hand reassuringly, Venelana doing the same. This calmed Naruto somewhat, but he was still on guard as the three walked the streets of Lilith, Naruto looking left to right, never looking in the same place for more than 2 seconds. Both Venelana and Ruby cursed Konoha for making such a young child so skittish. They both would have teleported to Konoha and leveled it, but they respected Naruto's wish to be the one to take action himself enough to simply let the matter lay for the time being. The three devils walked into what looked like a large park, Naruto still looking everywhere, making sure nothing could take him by surprise. Moving through the gardens, the three devils soon came upon a large stone pillar within the center of a clearing where 4 pathways converged under the stone pillar. "Naru-chan, sweetie, we're here," declared Ruby, making Naruto look up at her, then over to the stone pillar before looking back at Ruby with a confused look. "You touch that pillar which registers you as a king and then your pieces will form," said Venelana, drawing Naruto's attention to her. The young blonde redhead raised an eyebrow but stepped forwards anyway. Stepping up to the pillar, Naruto just sent one last glance back to Venelana and Ruby before putting his right hand, palm flat on the stone pillar. "Registration pending. Species, 90% pure blood devil, 10% Yukai, Kitsune. Ranking, high class devil. Clan, Phoenix, Gremory. Age, 9. Previous registration attempts, not applicable. Family, Minato Phoenix, father, Kushina Gremory, mother. Registration approved. Please hold your left hand out flat, palm upwards." Naruto Gremory Phoenix, spoke a deep voice from within Naruto's mind. Naruto flinched, completely forgetting what it said about species before following instructions, and held his left hand out, palm upwards and flat. To Naruto's great shock, a cloud of red energy formed atop his open palm. The cloud dissipated with leaving 15 blood-red chess pieces in the blonde's hand. Naruto let a grin spread across his face as he looked down at the pieces in his hand, only to raise an eyebrow as he saw 6 pieces glowing. "Wow, aren't you lucky, Naruto-kun, not 1 but 6 mutation pieces," said Venelana, looking at the pieces in Naruto's hand. On the outside she was relatively calm, but on the inside she was shocked to her core. It was rare for devils to get 1 mutation piece, it was almost unheard of for a single devil to get more than 2, and was almost inconceivable for a devil to get more than 5 right off the bat. Had Venelana and Ruby not seen it with their own eyes, they would have never believed Naruto had 6 mutation pieces, let alone some the rarest piece to have a mutation piece, the queen, a knight and a bishop. The other 3 were slightly more believable given they were the same class pawns. "You told me that mutation pieces are rare, right?" questioned Naruto, looking up at Venelana, the information he had learned and the facts in front of him contradicting. "I did. You are incredibly lucky, Naruto-kun, those pieces are really powerful," said Venelana. Naruto just looked down at the pieces with an intrigued expression before he pocketed the chess pieces. "All right, sweetie, time to go," spoke Venelana, looking at Naruto, who nodded. "I'll see you soon, Naru-chan," declared Ruby, kneeling down to Naruto and hugging him. The young devil hugged his aunt back before she stood back and vanished in a teleportation circle. Naruto, who was waving to his aunt as she left, continued to wave for a moment before he and Venelana were too engulfed by a teleportation circle and they vanished. #Gremory Castle #. Naruto and Venelana appeared outside the castle doors to see several people there. Standing there was Zeoticus, Surzex, Graphia and two devils Naruto didn't recognize on who looked to be as old as Venelana and Zeoticus and the other looked to be about his age. Misla, Sarorg? What are you two doing here? Questioned Venelana walking up to her sister-in-law and nephew. Venelana, you said if I needed a place to stay your doors were always open. I'm sorry about showing up unannounced, spoke the older of the two unknown devils. No, it's fine, come in, tell me what happened, spoke Venelana wrapping her arm around the obviously distressed woman as the two walked inside. Sarorg, this is Naruto. Naruto, this is Sarorg. Surzex and Ria's cousin. Why don't you two go and play? I think Rias, Akino, Sona and Tsubaki are in the rear gardens if you want to play with them, said Zeoticus introducing the two 9-year-olds before he quickly followed his wife and sister-in-law. You two play nice, okay? Ordered Surzex, making both young devils look at him nervously and nod. Sorry Graphia and I have things to do, spoke the red-haired man with an apologetic look as he and his wife walked away leaving the two nervous children alone out the front of the castle. Hi, I'm Naruto, spoke the blonde nervously holding his hand out to Sarorg. My name is Sarorg, declared an equally nervous Sarorg shaking Naruto's hand. Should we go find Rias? Questioned Naruto. He got a nod from Sarorg who seemed to calm down at the mention of his cousin. The two young boys quickly walked away from the front of the castle headed towards the back of the castle. So are you one of Rias' evil pieces Naruto-san? Questioned Sarorg trying to make conversation. No, why would you think that? Asked Naruto confused. I haven't seen you here before. Rias already has her queen what's not to say she didn't find someone else to make a part of her peerage, spoke Sarorg. No, as of an hour ago I'm actually a K-king. I was born in the elemental nations. I am a pure-blooded devil. But my parents lived in the elemental nations but they died, and I was found about a month ago by Zeoticus and Uncle Rilvine, said Naruto making Sarorg nod before the two fell into a silence as they walked. It was only minutes later that the two young boys made it to the entrance of the rear gardens. Sarorg looked around for Rias but didn't see her and was about to leave when Naruto walked straight past him and in a seemingly random direction. Sarorg, seeing no better option, followed Naruto. As the two moved through the gardens, giggling and talking was heard. Naruto and Sarorg followed the sound of the giggles. Oh Naruto, hello, said Sona, as Naruto walked into the clearing she, Rias, Akino and Tsubaki were in. Sarorg? What are you doing here? Asked Rias turning to see her cousin beside her friend. Kaa-chan told me we were visiting you for a while, spoke Sarorg with a smile. Oh okay, do you and Naruto want to join us? We're playing Truth or Dare, questioned Rias. Sure, spoke Sarorg sitting down between Rias and Tsubaki. Naruto-kun, questioned Rias looking to the blonde redhead. Okay, but you have to tell me how to play. I haven't played before, declared Naruto. The four female devils narrowed their eyes ever so slightly. That only adds to Sona's theory, thought Rias sadly. Okay, well, Truth or Dare is really simple. The bottle in the middle gets spun around and whoever it points to, or the closest one to where it's pointing, gets to pick someone and they have to answer a truth or dare question, but they get to pick whether it's a truth or a dare question, said Sona making Naruto nod to her as he sat between her and Akino opposite Rias. The bottle within the circle of devils was spun, slowing to a stop, pointing at Sona. #10 minutes later. Rias once more spun the bottle. Having finished her turn, the bottle spun for a moment before slowing down until it finally came to a stop on Naruto, who looked shocked it landed on him but then began scratching his chin before he came up with an idea. Sona, truth or dare? Questioned Naruto looking at her with a raised eyebrow. Truth, said Sona taking a moment to think before answering. What's your dream for the future? Asked Naruto. He hadn't been playing like everyone else, he was more using this as a chance to learn about them and get closer to them. My dream for the future? Questioned Sona looking at Naruto somewhat nervously. Naruto just nodded to her. I want to open a raiding game school open to all devils, not just high-class devils, said Sona anxiously, not looking at Naruto while rubbing her arm nervously. That's a great dream, I'm sure you'll do it, said Naruto, making Sona's head snap towards Naruto with a look of shock on her face. The others in the circle looked towards Naruto with intrigued looks too. What? Asked Naruto nervously. You actually believe that I can do it? Questioned Sona. Well, sure. Why wouldn't you be able to do it? Asked Naruto confused. The majority of devils believe that low-class devils should learn about anything to do with devils, said Sona looking down. Well then we'll change those views, said Naruto with a smile. Wait, you're going to help me? Questioned Sona looking at Naruto surprised. Yeah, why wouldn't I help my friend? We are friends, aren't we, Sona? Questioned Naruto sounding unsure of the latter fact. Of course we are Naruto-kun, said Sona with a smile to the young blonde, making him smile back at her. Alright, next spin, declared Naruto, spinning the bottle in the middle of the group. The bottle spun and spun before landing on Serorg, who rubbed his chin. Alright, Naruto, truth or dare, questioned Serorg. Truth, declared Naruto, thinking on it for a moment. Okay. What's it like growing up in the elemental nations, asked Serorg, making everyone's eyes go wide. Naruto's eyes went wide before quickly returning to normal. Rias, Sona, Akino and Tsubaki's eyes went wide before glancing at Naruto, concern and intrigue. Well, it's different from growing up here, but at the same time it's similar. People are taught from a young age to use chakra, which can do really cool things like make fireballs, bolts of lightning, spears of earth, dragons of water and tornadoes. People are also taught to use weapons from about the same age, like swords, and kunai and stuff, said Naruto, forcing a smile as he said it, rubbing his back as he talked about weapons, which all four of the girls picked up on. His back? Why is, oh no, they couldn't, not Naruto-kun, thought Rias to herself, spotting Naruto's gesture. Why is he rubbing his back like the, oh Naruto-kun, what have they done to you, questioned Sona, she too sharing a similar thought to that of Rias. Why is Naruto-kun rubbing his, no that can't be why, thought Akino, having a similar thought to Sona and Rias. No, they wouldn't. Please tell me they wouldn't, thought Tsubaki to herself, seeing Naruto rubbing his back. Oh, that sounds pretty cool, said Serorg somewhat excitedly. Before he then leant forwards and spun the bottle. Once the bottle stopped, this time it was pointing to Rias, who looked up in thought for a moment before turning to Serorg. Serorg, truth or dare, asked Rias, a smile on her face. Let's be different, dare, declared Serorg with a grin. Okay, I dare you to go and insult Graphia's cooking, said Rias with a smirk. Serorg's skin paled as he heard the dare. No way, declared Serorg, looking away from the group. What's the matter, Serorg, you chicken, asked Naruto, trying to rile the young devil up. Yes, actually, have you seen that made angry? It's not nice, and there is no way to make dash, began Serorg, only to be interrupted by Naruto imitating chicken sounds. Naruto, shut up, ordered Serorg, trying to shut the blonde up, only for him to keep going. I said shut up, Naruto, repeated Serorg, only for Naruto once more ignore him. Shut up, yelled Serorg, slamming his fist into Naruto's gut. Serorg, yelled Rias, looking at the doubled over Naruto, who was wincing in pain. It's, fine, I deserve that, groaned Naruto. Let's do something else now, suggested Rias. Like what, Rias? asked Sona, looking to the girl. Hot springs, suggested Rias with a shrug of the shoulders. That sounds nice, declared Sona, shrugging. Yeah, let's go, stated Akino, standing up. I agree, said Tsubaki, pushing herself to her feet. Sounds like an idea, spoke Serorg. You guys go on without me, I have, stuff to do, said Naruto nervously with a smile, backing up, drawing a raised eyebrow from Serorg and downtrodden looks from the four girls. Come on, Naruto-kun, it'll be fun, said Rias, hugging Naruto's arm. Please, Naruto-kun, asked Akino, looking at Naruto with a pout. We just want to hang out more, please, Naruto-kun, said Sona, tilting her head to the side, holding her hands together in front of her stomach. Please, Naruto-san, spoke Tsubaki, looking at him sadly. Come on, buddy, you can't honestly say no to these faces, can ya? asked Serorg, throwing an arm over Naruto's shoulder. Naruto sighed and nodded. Alright, let's go, said Naruto, defeated by his friends, following their lead as they walked towards the hot springs. #hot springs. Several minutes later. Naruto walked with Serorg into the male change rooms. He had several options. He could wait until Serorg had gone before and then leave, but he would get an even bigger guilt trip from Rias, Sona, Akino and Tsubaki if he did, so that option was out. He could change as quickly as possible and be the first in and last out of the water, or he could wait until everyone else had got into the water and hope the steam would cover his scars. The second option is the dash, thought Naruto to himself, only to be interrupted. You coming, Naruto? asked Serorg, who had already apparently changed and was headed in. Yeah, I'll be in a moment, declared Naruto, inwardly cursing at his slow speed. Naruto quickly stripped down and changed, wrapping a towel around his waist before walking out into the actual hot springs, only to see all 5 of the other devils already there, and minimal steam. Once more Naruto inwardly cursed his luck. Walking along the side of the hot springs, Naruto heard several sharp intakes of breath behind him. Naruto-kun, why you're back, stuttered Sona, seeing the blonde scared back. Now do you guys see why I didn't want to do this? questioned Naruto, looking away from the 5 devils, holding his left upper arm with his right hand. I'm sorry, I can't do this, said Naruto, turning back around and briskly walking back to the change rooms. The 5 young devils were too shocked to follow after Naruto as he left. Several hours later. Naruto, sitting at the table eating his dinner, could feel 5 sets of eyes upon him. he didn't need to look up to tell Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki and Serorg were all looking at him. He had been avoiding them all afternoon since they had left the hot springs. Naruto stood up having finished his food and left the room. The 5 young devils watched him leave with varying degrees of concern. "What's the matter you 5? Questioned Venolana looking at the young devils confused. "Kaa-san, have you seen Naruto-kuin's back?" questioned Rias distraught. "Oh, you've seen it then," said Venolana flatly, wincing as her hand covered her face. What's wrong with his back?" questioned Misla looking to Venolana concerned for her friend's son. She, like Venolana and Ruby, had been Kushina's friend when she was alive, so much so that Kushina had considered naming Misla Naruto's devil mother, but after seeing her family situation Kushina had decided on Venolana. Not that Misla held it against Kushina. Had their positions been reversed she would have done the same. "Almost every inch of his skin is scared, or burnt, and someone carved the words devil spawn into his back," declared Xioticus, making Misla look to him. "And no, please tell me you're joking," spoke Misla, dreading the answer. "Dio, you think I would joke about that kind of thing?" snarled Xioticus, shocking everyone in the room, none of them excluding Venolana having seen the red-haired Gremory clan head so mad. "Sorry, I shouldn't have snapped," muttered Xioticus looking away from everyone. Rias quickly finished her food before leaving the room looking for Naruto. Sona followed Rias' lead after finishing her own dinner. The black-haired king, after leaving the dining room, ran to catch up to her friend. "Any ideas where he could be?" questioned Sona as she fell into step beside Rias. "I'm not sure, the lounge room maybe," muttered Rias, trying to think of the places she had seen Naruto. The only places she could think of were the lounge room, the library, his bedroom, and outside the castle. The 2 young devils walked through the halls of the castle towards the lounge room. "Sona, Rias, wait up," came the voice of Akino from behind them. The 2 kings stopped and turned to see both of their queens quickly jogging up to them. Once the 2 queens caught up, the 4 girls continued on their path, and true to Rias' guess, they found Naruto in the lounge watching anime. "Naruto-kun," spoke Rias softly, making the blonde turn to her before looking down. "Why yeah Rias, what's up?" asked Naruto, not meeting the redhead's gaze. "How did you get those scars on your back?" questioned Rias. "I don't want to talk about it, Rias," spoke Naruto nervously. "Please Naruto-kun. Did it happen in your village? Did they hurt you?" questioned Sona desperately. "I really don't want to talk about it, please," begged Naruto. "But Naruto began Rias. "No, please drop it," spoke Naruto, interrupting Rias. "Sorry, I just remembered I have reading to do, see you later," spoke Naruto, getting up and walking away. Before any of the girls could say anything, Naruto had left the room. All 4 girls looked towards where Naruto had been sadly. "Naruto-kun," muttered Rias looking down. #several days later. Venolana sighed as she looked at Naruto as he diligently read the material she had asked of him. "I wish you would stop avoiding Rias and her friends, Naru-chan," muttered Venolana, not really intending for him to hear. "I would, Venolana Oba, but they won't stop asking about my scars and I don't want to talk about them, I just want to forget them," spoke Naruto, sadly looking up from his book, getting another sigh as well as a sad nod from Venolana. "Okay, Naru-chan, you can pack up for now, we are finished for the day, but once you're finished Xioticus asked to see you in his office once you were done," spoke Venolana. Naruto nodded as he began packing away the books he had open in front of him. Leaving 3 on the table, he put the rest back on the shelves. Walking back to the table, Naruto took the 3 books and left the library. Walking down the hall, Naruto was thankful that Rias and Akino were spending the day with Sona and Tsubaki, so he didn't need to be on the lookout for them, and Serorg and his mother were out as well, so Naruto could freely walk about the castle without being pestered about his scars. Naruto, deciding to see what Xioticus wanted, headed to the red-haired man's office first. Naruto made it to the man's office in about 5 minutes, however walking into the office Naruto found that Xioticus was not alone. "Rubio Basin, Rilvinajasan?" questioned Naruto, stepping into the office to see his uncle and aunt as well as both Venolana and Xioticus. "Good afternoon, Naruto," spoke Xioticus, drawing the young blonde's attention to him. "We called you here because we have a way to remove your scars," spoke Xioticus, making Naruto go wide-eyed. "What?" questioned Naruto, not believing what he had heard. "We can heal your scars, Naru-chan," spoke Ruby happily, looking to Naruto, who looked to his aunt shocked. "How?" questioned Naruto, not even daring to hope that they could. "With this," declared Rilvine, pulling a vial out of his pocket before presenting it to Naruto, who looked at the object with a raised eyebrow before taking it from Rilvine. "Magical, clear liquid, Phoenix tears?" questioned Naruto, swirling the bottle to see the liquid, trying to guess what it was. "Well done, Naruto, yes, they're Phoenix tears and they should heal your back," said Ruby. Naruto nodded, looking down at the vial. "It's up to you if you want to use them, Naruto," spoke Xioticus, getting a nod from Naruto before he quickly uncorked the fancy vial. Tipping his head back, Naruto downed the liquid in one gulp and he felt a surge of magical power flow from the liquid towards his back, where he felt the skin of his back torn apart before being stitching itself back together like it was nothing. The sensations of his skin breaking down and reconstructing made Naruto wince despite his high pain tolerance built up from when those scars were inflicted upon him. After several minutes the feeling went away and Naruto's face loosened back into a smile as he quickly pulled his shirt off. However, with his back to the four adults, they looked at him confused. Upon seeing their looks, the Gremory Phoenix hybrid looked around for something reflective to see his back. "Why didn't it heal them all?" questioned Zeoticus, looking to Rilvine. "I have no idea, they have to be perfect tears, otherwise it wouldn't have worked, full stop," muttered Rilvine, looking at his nephew's back in anger. By this time Naruto had found a mirror to look at his back and tears began to form in his eyes. "Naru-chan, it's okay, we'll dash," began Venilana, looking at Naruto sadly. "Thank you," spoke Naruto, interrupting Venilana and making all four devils look to him. "This is more than I could have ever hoped could have been healed, and you four went so far for me, thank you," spoke Naruto, looking at his still somewhat scared back. The devil spawn scar was still present, along with maybe half a dozen lightning scars and then another half a dozen regular scars, and even those scars appeared shallower. "That's alright, Naru-chan, going so far for someone is what family does," spoke Ruby with a smile. Naruto looked at her slightly shocked before smiling and nodding. "Ruby Obasan, Rilvinagisan, see, could I stay with you for a while?" asked Naruto. Chapter 4, Underworld 3. "Naruto-sama, your breakfast," called a voice. Naruto shot upright in shock, only to be met with the sight of his large bed and a nervous maid in the doorway who looked shocked and scared at his sudden movement. Right, thanks," muttered Naruto as the maid quickly walked into his room, placing a tray next to him before moving back to the door. "Will that be all?" asked the maid gingerly. Naruto nodded as he began to eat his breakfast. This was his first morning in Phoenix Castle, Rilvine and Ruby having agreed to have him stay with them. Naruto ate in silence, hoping he wouldn't have to deal with his cousins, or at least Razor. He had inherited the arrogance of the Phoenix to the fullest. Ruvel, Rasnus were okay, but that was because they had outgrown the classic arrogance of the Phoenix, and Ravel so far hadn't inherited it. The Phoenix arrogance being the reason Naruto had been staying with the Gremory, so as not to develop it. "Naru-chan, sweetie, are you decent?" questioned Ruby from the other side of the door. "Yeah, Ruby Oba," called Naruto before the door was opened and the woman herself walked in with several maids behind her. "I know you like the outfit you have from Konoha so much so that you asked someone to go and get the identical sets for you, but I thought it might be nice for you to have some variety in outfit choice," spoke Ruby with a smile. "Ruby Oba, I don't like the stuff I have from Konoha. I was just scared of asking for clothes when I was brought here, and it's just not really been a priority while I've been learning what I need to," muttered Naruto, not looking at his aunt. Ruby moved over to Naruto, sitting on the side of his bed before putting her arm around him. "That's okay, honey, everyone forgets things when they're interested in something else. These maids are here to measure you up for whatever clothes you would like for everyday use, some fine clothes for meetings with other nobility, and possibly some training gear unless you want to use your everyday stuff for training, in which case it will be made of stronger materials," spoke Ruby. "That sound okay, and I'd rather not have a set of clothes dedicated to training, so everyday stuff for that," declared Naruto, getting a nod from Ruby and the maids before Ruby stood up, letting Naruto do the same as the maids began to measure him. "Any ideas on what type of outfit you'd like, Naruto? We did bring sample styles if you don't, but," said Ruby, trailing off as her point was made. "I would like camouflage pattern and somewhat baggy pants, I know that," spoke Naruto. Ruby adopted a thoughtful look before nodding. "Okay, I can see that, I won't say no. Anything else?" asked Ruby. "A zip-up hottie I think would be cool," said Naruto, once more getting a thoughtful look from Ruby, who shrugged and nodded. "Do you have a color or colors in mind, Naruto-sama?" questioned one of the maids, measuring Naruto's chest. "Black and silver," declared Naruto with no hesitation, getting a nod from the maids. "And for a shirt?" questioned Ruby. "A black t-shirt maybe," muttered Naruto. Getting a nod from Ruby, who was about to speak when Naruto spoke again. "Wait, a black sleeveless shirt with silver and black striped arm-length fingerless gloves," declared Naruto, making Ruby tilt her head, trying to picture her nephew in the outfit he described. Before shrugging, it seemed reasonable, so she nodded to the maids, who noted down what he wanted. "And make everything fireproof," ordered Ruby, getting a nod from the maids as they made their final notes before leaving the room as Naruto sat back down on his bed. "Okay, sweetie, Venilana gave me an overview of what she had been teaching you, but I'd like to know from you, so I'm going to ask you some questions and you answer as best you can, okay?" questioned Ruby, getting a nod from Naruto. "So let's start with the dimensional makeup of our world. What do you know?" asked Ruby. "Well, there's 3 or 4 dimensional levels depending on how technical you want to get," spoke Naruto. "As technical as you can," declared Ruby, making Naruto once more nod. Alright, well, first there is what is considered the overworld, with two-dimensional planes simultaneously. One is the elemental nations, and the other is the human world. These two are considered the overworlds. However, there is a third-dimensional plane on the overworld's level. However, it is notoriously difficult to get to and is known to the shinobi of the elemental nations as the summoning realm. Then there's the underworlds, which consist of this dimensional plane just called the underworld, or by Christians, hell, and then the other dimensional plane on this level is the demon realm. Above the overworlds, another dimensional level which houses the many heavenly pantheons like those of the biblical gods, the Shinto gods, the Nordic gods, the Hindu gods, and many more. This dimensional level is simply called heaven. Finally, between the overworlds and the underworlds there is what many consider a fourth dimensional level, but some don't consider it a separate thing as it is linked to one of the heavenly pantheon, and this is known by many names: purgatory, limbo, the crossroads of death, and many more, declared Naruto. Alright, that's a reasonable knowledge. What about the creatures of those dimensional planes? This one you can be less specific. I don't want to be here a week, declared Ruby. Well, there's the angels, Valkyries, they're holy beings of two heavenly pantheons. Then there's the humans, which usually fall into 6 categories, first being oblivious, the humans of the human world who know nothing of the mystical world. The other side to that are humans who know about the mystical world and may even interact with various beings of the mystical world but are not part of the mystical. Then there's the exorcists, pseudo-holy beings wielding holy weapons to kill any devils or demons. There's also the heroes. They follow the fallen angels, however they generally only fight demons, not devils. Along with them there are magicians who can use magic, learning from many different sources. They hold no loyalty to any other beings unless they make a contract. Last of the humans are the shinobi and kunoichi. They are like the normal humans, just with access to chakra, making them more dangerous. The beings of limbo or purgatory are grim reapers, technically holy beings as they are born from Hades, the god of the dead. Last of all there's the devils and the demons, the unholy beings, but that doesn't make us naturally evil, just amoral, spoke Naruto. Is that all? Questioned Ruby, looking at Naruto curiously. Well, that's all I know, muttered Naruto, looking down. It's okay, Naruchan, like I said, I'm just trying to get a grasp of what you know, said Ruby with a smile, pulling Naruto into a hug. Naruto just nodded. So I think we'll start with some more of the creatures, spoke Ruby, getting a nod from Naruto. Why don't you change and meet me in the library, suggested Ruby. Naruto nodded once more before Ruby stood and left the young blonde redhead. Several hours later. Naruto sat in the library. In front of him was a pile of books with one open before him on a page about vampires. Alright, Naruchan, we're done for now, declared Ruby. Already? Questioned Naruto, looking up from the book he was reading. What's the matter? Asked Ruby. I was getting really interested in this, said Naruto, motioning to the book. Well, you can keep reading, nothing's stopping you, spoke Ruby with a smile. But I'm supposed to have magical training with Uncle Rilvine after this, whined Naruto. And you'd rather read than train? I thought you loved training. That's what Rilvine told me, said a confused Ruby. Well, no, I do love training, but I'm really interested in this and don't want to stop just yet, declared Naruto. Lucky for you, Rilvine has some other things to take care of today anyway, so he asked me to teach you today, but if you want to keep reading I'm happy to let you do that, spoke Ruby with a smile. Just a bit longer, declared Naruto as he turned back to his book and resumed reading without a care in the world. The hours flew by as Naruto continued to read about the mystical creatures of the world, the succubi, incubi, yukai, dragons, wyverns, chimera, sirens, werewolves, nymphs, fairies, and so many more, and without the young devil even noticing the whole day had passed in the blink of an eye. Naruchan, called Ruby's voice from the doorway. Yeah, Oba-chan? Questioned Naruto, turning to her. Dinner's ready, declared Ruby. Dinner? What time is it? Asked Naruto, looking around for a clock. It's 7:30. Naruto, you've been reading all day, spoke Ruby. Naruto blinked in surprise, before his stomach grumbled, and Naruto blushed in embarrassment before putting a bookmark in his book and closing it. The maids can put the books away, come and eat, ordered Ruby, getting a nod from the young red-haired blonde who picked up his book and quickly walked out of the room. It didn't take long for Naruto and Ruby to arrive at the dining room, where they found Rilvine sitting at the head of a large table. Next to him on one side was a youngish-looking spiky-haired blonde-haired blue-eyed man. He wore a white suit with golden detailing and an extravagant gold and red cloak over the top. This was Rilvine, and Ruby's oldest son. Next to Ruvel sat another blonde-haired blue-eyed man, his medium-length blonde hair pulled back into a spiky ponytail. He wore a simple black suit with purple detailing. This was Rasnus, Ruby and Rilvine's second son. Opposite Rasnus was yet another blonde-haired blue-eyed young man. He wore a deep red suit and an arrogant smirk. This was Razor, Rilvine and Ruby's youngest son. Next to Razor sat the only female already at the table. She had long blonde hair tied into twintails with large almost drill-like curls with red ribbons keeping them in place. She had dark blue eyes and wore an extravagant pink dress. She was Ravel, Ruby, and Rilvine's only daughter. "Why is he here?" questioned Razor snidely upon spotting Naruto following Ruby. "Razor, don't be rude. Naruto is your cousin and he is staying with us for a while," declared Ruby. Razor just scoffed and turned back to his food. Ruby walked to her seat next to her husband, opposite her oldest son and next to her youngest. Naruto moved nervously to his seat next to Rasnus and opposite Ravel. The older blonde ruffled Naruto's hair as he sat down with a smile, making Naruto smile back at his cousin. "So you do anything interesting today, Naruto?" asked Rasnus as he began eating. "Not really, I just read," declared Naruto. "All day?" asked Rilvine with a raised eyebrow, looking to Naruto. "Yeah, I was reading and lost track of time," said Naruto. "What were you reading about?" questioned Ruvel. "Some of the different creatures of the mystical world," spoke Naruto. "Ah yes, I can see how one could lose days reading about the different beings," declared Ruvel. "What's your favorite that you read about?" "Mine's fairies," declared Ravel excitedly, looking at her cousin. "There were so many I read about. My favorite aside from devils, shinobi and kunoichi, I think. It would probably have to be, vampires maybe," said Naruto, not really sure. "Vampire? Interesting. What makes you say that, Naruto?" asked Rilvine, looking at his nephew curious. "Well, the blood magic seems cool to me. Being able to use their own blood to attack, it just seems cool," spoke Naruto. Razor, unknown to Naruto, rolled his eyes at the young devil's comment. Rilvine, who saw his youngest son's action, just sighed disappointedly at his behavior. Several days later. Naruto, clad in his new outfit, once more sat in the library within Phoenix Castle. It was currently mid-afternoon, and Naruto had finished his magical training with Rilvine and thus had chosen to return to the library and read more on the various creatures of the mystical world. "You're reading again? Geez, you're such a nerd," came the snide voice of Razor from behind Naruto, who turned to see him before nervously the young hybrid devil turned back to his book. "Hey, look at me when I'm talking to you," growled Razor. Naruto once more continued to read, hoping the man would simply leave him alone. "Punk," snarled Razor, grabbing Naruto by the back of the collar and pulling him out of his seat. "When I'm talking to you, you better answer," growled Razor, glaring at Naruto. "Razor," yelled a voice from behind him. The older blonde turned to see Ruvel standing in the doorway. "Act your age, not your shoe size," declared the older of the two brothers. Razor narrowed his eyes before letting go of Naruto, who fell on his ass looking up at the two brothers fearfully. "I was just trying to teach the punk his place, bro," spoke Razor, walking up to his older brother. "If you're going to treat your own flesh and blood like that, then you're no brother of mine," declared Ruvel. "He ain't my flesh and blood, he's just the kid of some Gremory whore and a random member of our clan," declared Razor. Ruvel glared at his brother and was about to punch him in the gut, only to be beaten to the punch by Naruto, who came flying from behind Razor in a spin and slammed his foot into the side of Razor's head, slamming him into the door. "You can talk shit about me all you want, but never talk shit about my parents," yelled Naruto, glaring at the down Phoenix. "You little punk," growled Razor, pushing himself to his feet. "Razor, leave," ordered Ruvel. "What?" screamed Razor, looking at his older brother. "You deserve that, leave," said Ruvel in an eerily calm tone. Razor rolled his eyes before walking out of the room and down the hall. "As much as I shouldn't be saying anything because I was going to slug him too, but try not to let Razor wind you up," said Ruvel, turning to Naruto, who tilted his head confused. "Why were you going to slug him?" questioned Naruto. "He may not remember them, but I remember your parents. Kushino-Basin and Minato Ajisan were two of the nicest people I've ever met. It's unfair that I got to spend so much time with them yet you had so little," spoke Ruvel, looking away from his cousin with a faraway look in his eye. "Come on, I'm sure you could use some time to blow off a little steam from Razor's taunts, and I could too," declared Ruvel, holding his hand out to Naruto. "Could you tell me about them, my parents I mean?" asked Naruto as he took Ruvel's hand and the two headed outside. "Sure, what would you like to know?" questioned Ruvel with a smile. "Anything, I don't really know much about them," replied Naruto. "Well, they both grew up here until after the Great War, when a lot of devils lost their lives, and both of them, not being in relationships at the time, were engaged to be married by their clan heads as a way to keep the pure-blooded devils alive, as this was after the evil pieces system had been implemented, and to bring the Gremory and the Phoenix clans closer. But from what I was told, neither of them wanted to be engaged to someone they had never met before, and both fled the underworld for the elemental nations, as most devils try to stay clear of them, and from what I was told, they both took the form of young children to blend in and better hide from the devils that may be looking for them," spoke Ruvel. "If that's the case, how come they ended up together?" asked Naruto, confused. Well, that's where things get a little trickier. The story I was told was that while in the elemental nations they actually ended up in the same village, Kushino Basin having been in an allied village but was given to Konoha for some reason, and Minato Ajisan having gone straight to Konoha, and as they grew up together the two of them actually fell in love, not once realizing the other was a devil. Until the night Minato Ajisan asked Kushino Basin to marry him, that is, because after she said yes they both revealed to each other that they were devils, to each other's shock I'm sure, said Ruvel with a laugh, Naruto laughing too as the two devils walked outside. They came back to the underworld for their wedding, as Minato Ajisan was a wanted man and any family he had would be in danger, so it wasn't public in the elemental nations. It was here though, but both of them had made so many friends in the elemental nations and didn't want to just disappear on them, so they went back. They did however plan to move back here when you were born. I did ask them about that and they said that they didn't want you growing up in such a violent environment, spoke Ruvel. With a smile to Naruto, who wore his own smile, a sad smile but a smile nonetheless. Come on Naruto, catch me if you can, spoke Ruvel with a smile as his red flaming bird-like wings flared out from his back and he took to the air, Naruto blinking before what Ruvel said clicked in his mind. Hey, wait up, called Naruto, running after Ruvel before his own half-solid half-flaming light blue wings flared out and he took to the air, flying after his cousin. Come and get me, said Ruvel, poking his tongue out as Naruto flew at him. Naruto formed a ball of fire from his wing and threw it at Ruvel. The older blonde tried to take control of Naruto's blue fire, only to his shock not to be able to. What the? I can't control his fire, thought Ruvel to himself as he quickly hid his shock and spun around the fireball and turned back to face Naruto. You missed, called Ruvel in a teasing manner. Naruto narrowed his eyes and formed two fireballs from the fires of his wings, which he threw at Ruvel, who simply moved around them. Can I have a go? Asked Ruvel, his own fireball forming in his hand. The second Naruto saw Ruvel's fireball formed, he flew up as fast as he could, just in time for Ruvel to throw his fireball at the young hybrid devil. Naruto, who had his back to his cousin, spun as the fireball drew closer and closer, spun around at the last minute and stopped the fireball. Ruvel raised an eyebrow as the red fireball hung in the air just in front of Naruto for a moment before, at the very center of the fireball, a pinprick of Naruto's light blue flames formed. With a look of extreme concentration on his face, Naruto pushed the fireball with his pyrokinesis. The fire moved back about an inch and the blue in it turned from a pinprick to a dot of light blue, and then like a barrier broke. The fireball rocketed back at Ruvel, roaring Naruto's light blue. Ruvel once more had to move out of the way as his own fireball came flying back at him at twice the speed of any of the fireballs before. Not wanting to tempt fate, the man flew around the fireball before flying off in a random direction. Come and get me Naruto, called the elder Phoenix as he flew away from his cousin. You asked for it, yelled Naruto as he gave chase. About an hour later. Naruto and Ruvel were both still flying around the grounds of the Phoenix Castle, however Ruvel stopped and simply hung in the air in front of Naruto. I believe you have guests, Naruto, said Ruvel, looking at the blonde, who sighed. Yeah, I know, muttered the red-haired blonde, looking away from Ruvel. You seem perturbed by them being here, spoke Ruvel. Per what? Questioned Naruto. Nervous, annoyed, declared Ruvel with a shrug. Well, they were constantly asking me about something I don't really want to talk about before I came to stay here, and I know they're going to ask about it again, said Naruto. You never know, they might just want to talk to you. You haven't contacted any of your friends for over a week, declared Ruvel with a shrug. Naruto sighed. Maybe, but I doubt it, but I'll go see them. See you later, Ruvel, spoke Naruto with a wave. Yeah, see you later, Naruto, spoke Ruvel, returning the wave. I should talk to Kaa-san about his fire, muttered Ruvel as he flew back towards the castle to find his mother. Landing just outside the door, Ruvel pushed the doors open and walked through the halls looking for his mother. The oldest son of the Phoenix clan head didn't bother to ask the maids, instead opting to stretch out his senses and search for her energy signature. It took about 5 minutes before he found her energy signature, and after finding Ruby's energy he made a beeline for her. Walking to the back of the castle and outside to a patio where he found his mother with 3 other women, all 4 of them laughing and smiling, each with a glass of wine in their hands. Kaa-chan, spoke Ruvel, drawing all 4 women's attention to him. Ruvel, what is it? Asked Ruby, looking to the blonde. It's about Naruto, said Ruvel, drawing the attention of Venelana, Misla, Ruby, and to a lesser extent the 4th woman, who had long black hair left hanging loose to flow down her back and violet eyes. This was Celtioma Citri, or Lady Citri, Sona's mother, and much like Venelana, Misla and Ruby, she too had been friends with Kushina when she was still alive. What about him? Asked Ruby. Nothing bad, just his fire is blue and I couldn't take control of it when I tried to, and I don't even think he was controlling it at the time, declared Ruvel. Well, he is a phoenix and a Gremory, and the Gremory blood is mutagenic, his powers probably mutated. I'm fairly sure that's what your grandfather was hoping for when he signed Minato up to marry Kushina, said Ruby with a shrug. We should test his flames to make sure he isn't a danger to anyone he works with, not that I think Naruto would be, but just to be safe, suggested Venolana, getting a nod from the other three women. After we finish this glass, at least it would be a shame to let such a fine wine go to waste, spoke Celtioma with a smile, getting another nod from the woman at the small table. Hashtag with Naruto moments before hashtag. Naruto flew away from Ruvel. He could feel Rias, Sona, Serorg, Akino and Tsubaki waiting nearby for him. Floating down to the ground, Naruto landed 5 feet in front of them with his back to them. Naruto-kun, spoke Rias softly from behind him. Naruto sighed and turned to face his friends, who looked either ashamed or apologetic or a combination of both. Naruto-kun, we're all sorry about constantly asking about your scars. We'll stop it, just please stop avoiding us, pleaded Sona, stepping forwards. What? Questioned Naruto, looking at Sona. Naruto-kun, we're sorry, we'll stop asking about your scars, just stop avoiding us please, begged Rias, stepping towards Naruto. Thank you, muttered Naruto, quietly looking down. The 5 other devils all raised an eyebrow. For what, Naruto-kun? Asked Akino, confused, only for the blonde to look up at the 5 of them with tears in his eye. Why are you crying, Naruto? Asked Tsubaki, scared that they had all offended him. Sorry, I've just never had friends like you guys before, spoke Naruto, wiping away his tears, before smiling back at the 5 young devils. So are we all good, buddy? Asked Serorg, stepping up and throwing his arm around Naruto's neck. Naruto smiled and nodded. Yeah, we're all good, declared Naruto with a grin. Does that mean you're coming back home? Asked Rias excitedly, only for Naruto to shake his head. Not right away, I want to stay here for at least a few more days, said Naruto, getting a reluctant nod from Rias. So while we're here, do you want to play a game, Naruto? Asked Sona with a smile, getting a nod from Naruto. Hashtag half an hour later. Hashtag. Naruto watched from a tree as his friends all ran around looking for him. They were all playing hide and seek. Naruto was hiding in a tree and none of his friends thought to look up. Naruto-kun, where are you? We give up, called Rias, looking around for Naruto. The young blonde smirked to himself as he watched her walk underneath him, silently dropping from the tree. Naruto snuck up behind Rias. Boo, spoke Naruto, grabbing Rias' shoulders. Ahhhhhhhhhhhhh, squealed Rias, jumping up out of Naruto's grip, spinning around as she flared her wings out and gathered her magic in her hands. Ha 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 ha, you should have seen your face, laughed Naruto as Rias realized it was him. However, Naruto stopped laughing when the red and black magic of Rias' power of destruction. You asshole, you scared me half to death, growled Rias as she flung her other ball of black and red magic at Naruto, who jumped out of the way and ran back towards the others as Rias continually gathered magic and flung it at Naruto, who jumped out of the way of the attacks. Once back with the group of devils, Naruto quickly hid behind Akino. Akino, move, growled Rias upon seeing her target behind her queen. You fufu, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, my king is ordering me to move, said Akino with a smile. Don't let her attack me please, I'll do anything, spoke Naruto, cowering behind the girl. Anything, you fufu, you should be careful what you say, Naruto-kun, spoke the girl with a grin to the blonde. Unfortunately, Akino-chan, you'll have to torment Naruto some other time, we have other things to do, came the voice of Venolana from nearby. Other things, Venolana-obasan? Questioned Naruto, looking at the woman. Yes, Naru-chan, it's about time we find out if your blue fire is purely an aesthetic change or if there is special properties to your flames, said Ruby, making Naruto look to her confused. All fire magic is either red, orange, or blue. Yours, however, is blue. Gremories, while inherently having more control of their magic, is their most commonly known trait. Gremory blood is also mutagenic, so we are going to test if your blue fire is just a color change or something more, declared Venolana. How so? Asked Naruto. Well, with fire magic there are 5 main things to test, the first being if a stronger pyromancer can take control of your fire, then your control of another person's fire, after that you have if it works as a shield of other energy-based attacks, how the fire reacts to water and the heat of the fire, although for now the heat isn't important, spoke Ruby, getting a nod from Naruto. Can we help? Asked Sona, looking at the 4 elder devils curiously. Well, if you want to help you can help with testing the fire as a shield and how it behaves with water, said Ruby. I'll help with the water, declared Sona, getting a nod from Ruby. I'll help with the testing the fire's defense, declared Rias, also getting a nod from Ruby. But to start its control, so just back up a bit would you, spoke Ruby, getting a nod from the 5 young devils who stood back. Alright, Naru-chan, I want out to make a fireball the size of a basketball, said Ruby. Okay, Ruby-obasan, said Naruto before increasing the size of the fireball to the requested size. Okay Naruto-kun, I'm about to try and take control of the fire. I want you to try and resist if you feel your control slipping, declared Ruby, getting a nod from Naruto. The pure Phoenix then tried to manipulate Naruto's fireball, but to her surprise she couldn't. She had in her prime been the best pyromancer in the underworld by a clear margin. If she couldn't take control, no one could. She tried again to manipulate his fire, but again no success. Okay Naruto-kun, you can stop now. I can't manipulate the fireball, declared Ruby, making Naruto grin. Don't smile yet Naruto-kun, there's still a lot more to do, said Ruby. What next? Asked Naruto. Okay, next we want to see if you taking control of another's fire turns it into your blue fire, said Ruby, making a serpent of fire for Naruto to take control of. Naruto concentrated for a moment on the fire before he felt his control over it become solid. Ruby watched on as the flame serpent turned light blue and followed Naruto's manipulation. Once more she tried to take control of the fire, however despite it being her fire, Naruto's control over the fire was absolute. Okay Naruchan, you can stop, said Ruby, making Naruto nod. Rias, you're up, declared Venelana, getting a nod from her daughter, who stood up and walked over to opposite Naruto. Now, in case Naruto's fire is all offense and no defense, Naruto, create a wall of flames next to you. Rias, aim you power of destruction at the fire wall, spoke Ruby, getting a nod from the two young devils. Naruto stood there and created a small ball of fire before manipulating it into a large wall of flames that floated next to the young Phoenix Gremory. Ready whenever you are, Rias-chan, declared Naruto, holding the wall of flames at the ready. Rias nodded and began focusing her own magical power around her hands. A red magic circle formed in front of her, and out of it shot a serpent-like flow of a red and black aura that flew right at the flames. However, the magic traveled straight through the flames, leaving a hole in the wall the shape of the wall. The female Phoenix nodded at the results, almost expecting as much. Okay, so the fire has no defensive capabilities. Thank you, Rias-chan, said Ruby. Rias curtsied before walking back over to the rest of the devils. Next up, water, said Ruby before looking over to the group of devils. Sona-chan, your turn, said Venelana, getting a nod from the Citri heiress, who stood up and walked over opposite Naruto. Okay, you two just aim at each other, but try to keep it calm as you are aiming at each other, said Ruby. The two young devils nodded, blue magic circles forming in front of each of them. Sona's a dark blue, light blue for Naruto, and in the blink of an eye a water dragon shot forwards out of Sona's magic circle, while out of Naruto shot a stream of fire. No one was expecting anything to happen, but as soon as the two magics hit each other and in the blink of an eye the flames engulfed the water dragon and shot back at Sona, hitting and burning her. Sona-chan, screamed everyone as Naruto ran forwards and was beside Sona before anyone else. Ruby held up her arm, stopping everyone from approaching them. As soon as Naruto appeared in front of Sona, she backed up a bit. Sona-chan, I'm so sorry. Here, let me help you, said Naruto, reaching forwards. Sona flinched away, but Naruto reached forwards, his hands becoming cloaked in his flames as he touched her skin. However, instead of burning the skin of the purple-eyed girl, the burns from the previous attack began to heal, shocking everyone including Naruto. Chapter 5, Underworld 4. Naruto stood in the Gremory Castle grounds alone with Akino. It had been a week since Rias, Sona, Sarorg, Akino and Tsubaki had apologized to Naruto, and a few days since the blonde had returned to Gremory Castle. Naruto was alone with Akino for two reasons. One was Rias was with her father on some important business which only required the Gremory heiress, and the second was Naruto was asking Akino for advice. I'm not sure I have anything you haven't already heard, Naruto-kun, spoke Akino, looking at the blonde apologetically. Well, anything, even if I have already heard it, could be helpful, Akino-chan, spoke Naruto with a shrug. Alright, but again, lightning is my main element, not fire, but I'll help if I can, spoke the girl, getting a nod from Naruto. Okay, first of all, Naruto-kun dash, spoke the girl, interrupted when Naruto was pushed away from her and a group of 10 beings surrounded her. Akino-sama, enough is enough, your father wants you to come home, declared one of the beings. You can tell him he can drop dead, he has no right to call me his daughter, growled Akino, glaring at the fallen angel before her. Akino-chan? You're a fallen angel? Questioned Naruto, drawing the girl's attention to him. Akino looked at him horrified. In her rage she had forgotten the blonde was there. Yes, spoke Akino, looking away as tears begun to form in her eyes. Stay back, runt, this doesn't concern you, declared the leader of the group. Get the fuck away from my friend, snarled Naruto, throwing his hand towards the fallen angels, and in the blink of an eye one of the creatures was engulfed in a light blue flame, while Naruto himself was engulfed in a red bubbly substance. Crap, you Kai, called one of the fallen angels before all of them turned to him, creating a wall between him and Akino. And Naruto? Questioned the girl herself upon seeing Naruto caked in a red glow. Before any of the fallen angels could do anything, Naruto blurred forwards, his wings flaring out as he went and his hands exploding in blue fire. Jumping over the fallen angel wall, Naruto kicked one in the head, forcing them back as he landed in front of Akino, who looked into the now blood-red eyes of Naruto scared. "Are you okay, Akino?" asked Naruto, looking at her worried. Akino nodded lightly at her formerly heterochromic friend. "Naruto, look out," called Akino, pushing Naruto to the side as a glowing yellow spear sailed through the air where Naruto had just been. Naruto's head slowly turned back towards the fallen angels, glaring at them. Naruto fully turned to the fallen angels, glaring at them before he bolted forwards, and before the closest fallen angel could do anything, Naruto swiped his flaming clawed hand across the man's throat, leaving 5 identical slash marks to spurt out blood. "This is my fight, I can't let Naruto-kun fight it for me," declared Akino to herself as she let her own wings flare out and she flew backwards into the air, her hand sparking. Naruto meanwhile had moved towards the second fallen angel and jumped into the air, attempting to swipe at him, only for the man to bring up a spear of light to block Naruto's clawed hand. "You'll pay for this, brat," growled the man. However, Naruto glared before willing some of the fire from both of his wings to shoot forwards and around Naruto's hand and the man's light spear before hitting the fallen angel and engulfing the man in blue flames. As the semi-holy creature begun to scream, Naruto brought his free hand up, slicing into the man's neck, making blood spurt from the open wounds as the fallen angel fell to the ground dead. Before Naruto could move on to his next target, the blonde heard a loud thunder crack behind him. Spinning around, Naruto found a female fallen angel behind him, sparking as if hit by lightning, smirking as he spotted the airborne Akino. Naruto's hand swung around him, slamming into the sparking woman's face, his fingers digging into her skin and trough her skull. As she screamed in pain, Naruto ended her life by ripping a huge chunk of her face out of her body, leaving her to fall to the ground and blood to pour out of the missing chunk of face. Naruto turned around to the remaining 6 fallen angels, all looking somewhat more on guard. The Phoenix Gremory dropped low to the ground as a single tail formed in the bubbly substance around Naruto before he once more lunged forwards towards the fallen angels. Leaping over one, Naruto grabbed onto their wings as he fell, pulling the being backwards, making him fall down while also wrapping his legs around the fallen angel's neck. As the two hit the ground, Naruto pulled his legs back when a sickening crunch sound was heard and the fallen angel above Naruto went limp. However, as Naruto pushed the limp body off of him, a light spear flew forwards and pierced Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto!" screamed Akino, looking to her friend horrified. "Fucking bitch!" growled Naruto as he ripped the light spear out of his shoulder before it dissolved. Akino snarled and sent a torrent of lightning at the fallen angel that threw the spear, electrocuting him, making fallen angel spasm before dropping to the ground smoking. Naruto jumped to his feet before running forwards. As he drew close to his next target, he jumped into a spin as his fire flared around him, forming a flaming cyclone that slammed into the fallen angel, knocking her back into a stumble. Naruto landed just in front of the stumbling woman before he dived forwards, his claw-like hands cloaked in flames as he slammed his hand into the left side of the fallen angel's chest. The blonde redhead then clenched his hand around the fallen angel's heart and wrenched it out of the woman's chest, still squirting blood as the woman dropped to the ground in an ever-growing pool of her own blood. Naruto suddenly heard a thunderclap behind him. Turning, he saw a light spear dissolving on the ground with a fallen angel not far behind it. Naruto was about to charge at the man, however Akino dropped from the sky, landing in a kneeling position on the man's shoulders. "Akino-sama?" questioned the man, only for her to smile a sickly sweet smile at him before squeezing his head between her thighs and violently twisting her hips to the side, and once more a sickening crunch sound was heard as the fallen angel's neck was snapped. With that done, Akino flew back into the air as Naruto turned to the 2 remaining fallen angels, whom both had light spears in hand. "You are so dead, brat," growled the only remaining female fallen angel before she ran forwards at Naruto. The blonde red-haired devil himself broke into a run and ran towards the woman, his form still cloaked in the red glow of Yukai. As Naruto drew close to the female fallen angel, the other remaining fallen angel jumped over them both, flaring his wings out and hanging in the air in such a position that Akino couldn't attack him without the risk of hitting Naruto. Naruto jumped up, flames in his hands, roaring as he descended upon the woman below him. However, she brought up her light spear, blocking his attack. The woman quickly pushed Naruto back a bit before jumping and kicking him in the chest, sending the young blonde backwards. Akino saw what was about to happen and flew forwards, trying to stop it, but she was too slow, as the male fallen angel's spear pierced Naruto's back, going through the blonde skin before coming out of Naruto's chest. "Naruto!" screamed Akino upon seeing the blonde skewered by the light spear. Her blood boiling, Akino's hands arced with white lightning glaring at the 2 remaining fallen angels. The ebony-haired woman threw her hands forwards, the holy lightning arcing from her hands into the male fallen angel's form, making the man who previously wore a smirk fall to the ground in a spasm. The man's eyes bulged before exploding from the lightning as Akino flew towards him, landing next to his downed form. "This is for Naruto-kun," snarled the girl, slamming her foot into the man's skull before the other fallen angel could do anything to save him. Akino turned to the last remaining fallen angel only to see a ball of red and black magic fly towards the woman, engulfing the creature before simply erasing her from existence. Akino watched as the woman vanished with satisfaction before running over to the downed Naruto. Naruto-kun, called Akino, holding the boy's head in her lap as she cried. Don't cry Akino-chan, spoke Naruto weakly, reaching up putting his hand on her cheek before his hand went limp. Naruto, screamed Akino. #unknown location #. Naruto groaned as he woke up to darkness above him with walls to the side. Sitting up, Naruto saw he was in what appeared to be a cross between a sewer and a boiler room. Water on the floor with two pipes running along the wall, one being what looked to be about a foot in diameter and was a deep shade of blue, the other looked to be about 3 times as large and was a deep blood red. "Where am I?" asked Naruto, sitting up looking around. The blonde saw 3 pathways, one to his left, one to his right and one straight ahead of him. Pushing himself to his feet, Naruto stood up looking around him. "Left, middle or right?" questioned Naruto to himself, looking at the 3 pathways. Shrugging, Naruto walked down the center pathway. Naruto followed the path for what seemed to be hours with no difference in the paths around him. Just as Naruto was about to give up and turn around, he came to a huge room, half of which was bared off, the bars ascending into the darkness above him. At what Naruto assumed was the center of the bars was a large box that Naruto could only assume was the lock to the cage given. Covering the entire piece was a large sheet of paper with the kanji for seal on it. "Hello," called Naruto quietly into the darkness of the cage. Only to get no response. "Hello," called Naruto a little louder. Only once more to get no response. "Hello," called Naruto once more. "Naru-chan," came a feminine voice from behind the bars, making Naruto jump as he looked into the darkness. "How do you know my name?" questioned Naruto, squinting at the darkness, trying to make out any shapes within the darkness. "Well, it would be silly for a mother not to know her son's name now, wouldn't it?" questioned the womanly voice as out of the shadows stepped a woman. A woman Naruto was familiar with, but only through photos. She had knee-length long red hair and pure ocean blue eyes. "Hello Sochi," spoke Kushina with a smile, only for a blonde and red blur to shoot through the bars and crash into her chest, knocking her down. "Kaa-chan," wailed Naruto, hugging the woman crying against her chest. "It's okay Naru-chan, Kaa-chan's here," muttered Kushina, wrapping her arms around her crying son and rubbing his back as he cried. "How? Everyone thought you were dead?" questioned Naruto, looking up at his mother. "That's where things get a little complicated. Tell me Sochi, what do you know of the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha?" asked Kushina, looking down at Naruto. "I was told that the Kyuubi just suddenly appeared on the day I was born and ran rampart in Konoha until Tusen came in and teleported the Kyuubi away and sacrificed himself to kill it," said Naruto. "Well, that is partially right. The Kyuubi did attack on the day you were born running rampart in Konoha, and your father did teleport it away and sacrifice himself, but not to kill it. The Kyuubi had been sealed in me. However, when a female Jinchuriki, holder of a biju, gives birth, the seal is weakened. While the seal was in this weakened state, a masked man attacked me, you, and your father. Taking you hostage, he separated your father and me and ripped the Kyuubi out of the seal. Using his Sharingan, forced the beast to attack Konoha. Your father teleported the Kyuubi away to reseal it. I begged him to seal it back in me, but we both knew he couldn't do that, so we had to seal it in a new host you. However, in that seal Minato also sealed part of his and my own souls. What neither he nor myself had realized was that my soul and the Kyuubi had begun to merge. From the years that it had spent sealed within me, my soul latched onto the Kyuubi and we fully merged and have spent the last 9 years fighting for control over the Yukai, mind and body of the Kyuubi," explained Kushina. "And you won?" questioned Naruto. "Yes, I am now the Kyuubi. I have all of the power, Yukai, and memories of the Kyuubi, but I am the dominant mind," said Kushina with a smile. "I'm just glad you're alive, Kaa-chan," said Naruto with a teary smile as he hugged his mother. "Don't worry Sochi, I'll never leave you again," declared Kushina, hugging Naruto tightly. "So tell me about yourself Naru-chan, I want to know all about my baby boy," said Kushina with a smile towards her son. #Gremory Castle Laying on his bed unconscious was Naruto. He had been unconscious since the fallen angel attack, and since the attack Akino had not left his side, refusing to leave until she knew he was okay. Rias, Sona, Tsubaki and Serorg had been coming and going every couple of hours, checking on both Akino and Naruto. Sona and Tsubaki having been staying with the Gremory until they both knew Naruto was okay. Naruto's eyes fluttered open to see the ceiling of his room in Gremory Castle. He felt something holding his hand tightly and heard some sniffling from next to him. Looking towards the source of the sound, he found Akino with her head down holding his hand tightly. "Naruto-kun," whimpered the woman as tears fell down her face. Naruto squeezed her hand, making her look up just as Naruto brought his hand up to her face, gently wiping away her tears with his finger. "Don't cry Akino-chan," said Naruto with a smile. The ebony-haired girl's eyes went wide. Naruto kun, screamed the girl lunging forwards, wrapping her arms around his neck, hugging him tightly. Thank Lucifer-sama you're okay, spoke Akino as she hugged him. I'm fine Akeno-chan, I'm fine. What about you, are you okay? Asked Naruto, gently pushing the girl back to an arm's length away so he could make sure she was fine. Naruto studied his friend. Her hair was messy and grimy, her face was pale and she had bags under her eyes. I'm fine, I was just so worried about you, muttered the girl, hugging Naruto closely again. The blonde redhead wrapped his arms around her. I'm fine Akino-chan, I swear, said Naruto, smiling as he hugged the crying girl. Naruto-kun, spoke Rias from the door as she ran in, having heard Akino scream, before Rias ran into the room and hugged Naruto, who managed to stay upright despite Rias tackling him. I'm fine Rias, spoke Naruto, wrapping one arm around the girl who began to cry. You scared us all Naruto, you were stabbed through the chest by a light spear, declared Rias, pulling back from the hug to look at the blonde. Naruto-kun, came another voice from the doorway before an ebony blur came flying through the air, hitting Naruto, pushing him, Akino and Rias down. I'm fine Sona, spoke Naruto, rubbing her back. She's just happy to see you up Naruto, you have been unconscious for a week now, spoke Tsubaki from the doorway. A week? Questioned Naruto, unbelieving. Yes Naruto, a week. You were essentially poisoned by the light spears. To be honest, I'm surprised you're awake this quickly, spoke a voice from the doorway. Naruto sat up, bringing Akino, Rias and Sona up with him, looking towards the door to see Zyuticus standing there. Kaa-chan flushed the holy magic from my system, said Naruto, causing everyone else in the room to frown. Your mother, Naruto Kushina, is dead, said Zyuticus, looking at Naruto sadly. No, she's alive, just in a different form. She's now a yukai. She had a yukai sealed in her for years and the two of them started to merge. But on the night I was born, that yukai was extracted from her before attacking Konoha, but my Tusan sealed the yukai, along with fragments of his soul and Kaa-chan's soul, into me. With my Kaa-chan soul fragment and the yukai she had partially merged with sealed in me, her soul latched onto the yukai and she and it fought for the body of the yukai and she won, declared Naruto, making the other beings in the room look at him skeptically. You were hit with holy magic Naruto. Holy magic has been said to cause hallucinations in devils in small quantities, said Zyuticus, looking at Naruto skeptically. Naruto looked down disappointedly. Naruto-chan, honey, tell Zyuticus Baka the first time he used a sword he nearly cut his own hand off, came the voice of Kushina in Naruto's mind. Zyuticus Ages and Kaa-chan told me the first time you used a sword you nearly cut your own hand off, spoke Naruto, making Zyuticus' eyes go wide. Damn it Kushina, of everything you could have said it had to be that, questioned Zyuticus, making all of the young devils laugh. So it is Kushina-sama then, asked Sona, looking to Zyuticus, getting a nod from the man. Anyway Naruto, I came by to apologize for those fallen angels even getting that far. We are currently trying to work out who sent them, but you and Akino should be safe, spoke Zyuticus, looking to Naruto, who nodded. Several hours later. Naruto was walking around the castle grounds, having been left alone by his friends to sleep after they were sure he was okay. Naruto had woken up and decided to go for a walk and was currently walking outside, wandering through the castle grounds. Hey Naruto-kun, come here, there's someone I want you to meet, called Rias, waving to Naruto. The blonde devil walked over to his friend. Naruto saw a girl with white hair and gold eyes looking nervous next to Rias. Naruto-kun, this is Kaneko-chan, she is my rook, said Rias, holding Kaneko's shoulders as she introduced the girl to Naruto. Hey Kaneko-chan, nice to meet you, said Naruto with a smile. The white-haired girl looked up at him and let a small smile grace her features before in an instant the smile was gone. You smell like a fox, said Kaneko, looking up at Naruto. I have a kitsune sealed in me, that's probably why, said Naruto. Hey wait, how can you smell a fox on me, asked Naruto, looking down at the girl. She's a Nakomata, said Rias. Wait, wasn't there something about dash, began Naruto, only for Rias to cover his mouth. She's the younger sister of the one that went crazy and attacked her master, and don't talk about it in front of her, whispered Rias to Naruto, who quickly nodded. Several days later. Naruto sat with Sona, Tsubaki, Rias, Akino, Kaneko and Serorg. The group of them were simply outside enjoying the sunlight and fresh air, all of them having finished their various activities anywhere from half an hour to 2 hours ago. Naruto-sama, Rias-sama, Sona-sama, Tsubaki-san, Akino-san, Lord Gremory wished to speak with you five, said Grafia, walking up to the group of young devils. The five mentioned devils turned to look at the woman before standing up. Let's go see what he wants, said Naruto, shrugging as he looked to his four friends, who nodded. We'll be back soon, declared Rias, turning to the two remaining young devils. No rush Rias-sama, spoke Kaneko with a small smile as stretched before laying back on the ground. The five young devils followed Grafia, who led them to Zyuticus' office. Walking into the office they found Zyuticus, Rilvine and "Father, why are you here?" asked Sona, confused, looking at the last man in the room. "I came here with an idea for these two regarding the 5 of you," said Sona's father, getting raised eyebrows from the young devils. "There has been a number of Rouge Devils gathering in London the last couple of weeks, and as such we are sending you 5 to investigate. Grafia will be accompanying you. However, she has already been instructed that if you end up getting into a fight with these Rouge Devils, that she is not to interfere unless it appears that one of you is going to die," declared Xioticus. "But father, what about Kaneko? Shouldn't she be accompanying us as well? She is part of my peerage as well," questioned Rias. "Normally that would be the case, but she has little to no training of any form and would be more a hinder than a help," said Xioticus, getting a reluctant nod from the Gremory heiress. "When do we leave?" asked Naruto. "As soon as you 5 are ready," said Rilvine, getting a nod from the 5 children. "You scared us all, Naruto. You were stabbed through the chest by a light spear," declared Rias, pulling back from the hug to look at the blonde. "Naruto-kun," came another voice from the doorway before an ebony blur came flying through the air, hitting Naruto, pushing him, Akino and Rias down. "I'm fine, Sona," spoke Naruto, rubbing her back. "She's just happy to see you up, Naruto. You have been unconscious for a week now," spoke Tsubaki from the doorway. "A week?" questioned Naruto, unbelieving. "Yes, Naruto, a week. You were essentially poisoned by the light spears. To be honest, I'm surprised you're awake this quickly," spoke a voice from the doorway. Naruto sat up, bringing Akino, Rias, and Sona up with him, looking towards the door to see Xioticus standing there. "Kaa-chan flushed the holy magic from my system," said Naruto, causing everyone else in the room to frown. "Your mother, Naruto Kushina, is dead," said Xioticus, looking at Naruto sadly. "No, she's alive, just in a different form. She's now a yukai. She had a yukai sealed in her for years, and the two of them started to merge. But on the night I was born, that yukai was extracted from her before attacking Konoha, but my Tusan sealed the yukai, along with fragments of his soul and Kaa-chan's soul, into me. With my Kaa-chan soul fragment and the yukai she had partially merged with sealed in me, her soul latched onto the yukai and she and it fought for the body of the yukai and she won," declared Naruto, making the other beings in the room look at him skeptically. "You were hit with holy magic, Naruto. Holy magic has been said to cause hallucinations in devils in small quantities," said Xioticus, looking at Naruto skeptically. Naruto looked down disappointedly. "Naruchan, honey, tell Xioticus Baka the first time he used a sword he nearly cut his own hand off," came the voice of Kushina in Naruto's mind. "Xioticus Ages and Kaa-chan told me the first time you used a sword you nearly cut your own hand off," spoke Naruto, making Xioticus' eyes go wide. "Damn it, Kushina, of everything you could have said it had to be that," questioned Xioticus, making all of the young devils laugh. "So it is Kushina-sama then?" asked Sona, looking to Xioticus, getting a nod from the man. "Anyway, Naruto, I came by to apologize for those fallen angels even getting that far. We are currently trying to work out who sent them, but you and Akino should be safe," spoke Xioticus, looking to Naruto, who nodded. Several hours later. Naruto was walking around the castle grounds, having been left alone by his friends to sleep after they were sure he was okay. Naruto had woken up and decided to go for a walk and was currently walking outside, wandering through the castle grounds. "Hey Naruto-kun, come here, there's someone I want you to meet," called Rias, waving to Naruto. The blonde devil walked over to his friend. Naruto saw a girl with white hair and gold eyes looking nervous next to Rias. "Naruto-kun, this is Kaneko-chan, she is my rook," said Rias, holding Kaneko's shoulders as she introduced the girl to Naruto. "Hey Kaneko-chan, nice to meet you," said Naruto with a smile. The white-haired girl looked up at him and let a small smile grace her features before in an instant the smile was gone. "You smell like a fox," said Kaneko, looking up at Naruto. "I have a kitsune sealed in me, that's probably why," said Naruto. "Hey wait, how can you smell a fox on me?" asked Naruto, looking down at the girl. "She's a Nikomata," said Rias. "Wait, wasn't there something about Dash?" began Naruto, only for Rias to cover his mouth. "She's the younger sister of the one that went crazy and attacked her master, and don't talk about it in front of her," whispered Rias to Naruto, who quickly nodded. Several days later. Naruto sat with Sona, Tsubaki, Rias, Akino, Kaneko and Serord. The group of them were simply outside enjoying the sunlight and fresh air, all of them having finished their various activities anywhere from half an hour to 2 hours ago. "Naruto-sama, Rias-sama, Sona-sama, Tsubaki-san, Akino-san, Lord Gremory wished to speak with you 5, said Grafia, walking up to the group of young devils. The 5 mentioned devils turned to look at the woman before standing up. "Let's go see what he wants," said Naruto, shrugging as he looked to his 4 friends, who nodded. "We'll be back soon," declared Rias, turning to the 2 remaining young devils. "No rush, Rias-sama," spoke Kaneko with a small smile as stretched before laying back on the ground. The 5 young devils followed Grafia, who led them to Xioticus' office. Walking into the office they found Xioticus, Rilvine and "Father, why are you here?" asked Sona, confused, looking at the last man in the room. I came here with an idea for these two regarding the 5 of you, said Sona's father, getting raised eyebrows from the young devils. There has been a number of Rouge Devils gathering in London the last couple of weeks, and as such we are sending you 5 to investigate. Grafia will be accompanying you, however she has already been instructed that if you end up getting into a fight with these Rouge Devils that she is not to interfere unless it appears that one of you is going to die, declared Zeoticus. But father, what about Kaneko? Shouldn't she be accompanying us as well? She is part of my peerage as well, questioned Rias. Normally that would be the case, but she has little to no training of any form and would be more a hinder than a help, said Zeoticus, getting a reluctant nod from the Gremory heiress. When do we leave? Asked Naruto. As soon as you 5 are ready, said Rilvine, getting a nod from the 5 children. About an hour later. The 5 young devils once more stood in Zeoticus' office, all 5 of them having spent the last hour packing what they needed for a week in the overworld should it come to that. Are you 5 set? Asked Grafia, looking at the 5 young devils she was watching over for however long the mission turned out to be, getting a nod from each of them. All right, well here we go, said Grafia, creating a teleportation circle beneath the 6 of them. Unknown location. The 6 devils materialized in what appeared to be an abandoned warehouse. Looking around, the young devils noticed Grafia had vanished, likely just after they materialized to let them do what was asked of them while she watched over them. So what's the plan? Asked Naruto, looking to his friends. He had no experience in anything like this. Well, first of all we need to locate the Rouge Devils, said Rias, rubbing her chin. That should be rather easy given devils have a rather unique energy signature compared to the rest of the humans in this city, said Sona, adjusting her glasses. Got them, muttered Naruto, making the girls look back at him. What? Asked Naruto, noticing their stares. That was quick, said Sona, raising an eyebrow. Well, like you said, devils give off a different energy signature. Come on, I'll lead the way, said Naruto, walking over to an exit to the building before stealthily looking out of the building, once more confusing the 4 girls. What are you doing, Naruto-san? Questioned Tsubaki, looking at the blonde. Checking to make sure the coast is clear so we can fly out of here. Don't need humans knowing about us now, do we? Questioned Naruto, getting a nod from the 4 girls. All clear, come on, said Naruto, flaring his wings out as he took off out of the building, the 4 girls following quickly after him. Are you sure you can sense the stray devils, Naruto-kun? I can't sense anything, declared Rias with a confused look. Yeah, me neither, declared Sona, looking towards her friend. Yes, I'm sure, said Naruto as he led the 4 girls towards where he could sense multiple different energies. The 4 girls followed him. It took a few moments, but Sona and Rias were soon able to sense the stray devils, confusing the 2 clan heiresses. I wonder why he could sense them from so much further away, questioned Sona, looking at Naruto as she followed him. The 5 devils landed on the outskirts of the city near yet another abandoned building. So what now, Naruto-kun? Questioned Akino, looking to the leader of 5 of them. Wait here a second and suppress your power as best you can. I'm going to see if I can get a look at what we're up against, said Naruto. Before jumping up onto the roof of the building, he crept over to a glass section of the roof, taking careful consideration to not allow a shadow to be cast from his form. Naruto looked through the glass at the devils. They all looked basically humanoid. But then again, this was while they were unaware they were being watched. There were 3 of them there, 1 woman, 2 men. The woman had long dark hair, and from what Naruto could see she had red eyes. She also had a pair of bat-like wings, similar but at the same time different from the devil's own wings. He recognized the wings but couldn't remember where from. But then it hit him. That's right, they're succubus wings, muttered Naruto, information on succubi flashing into his mind as he looked down through the glass. Apparently there were 2 stray devils and a succubus. The 2 men didn't look like much, both skinny, both had dark brown hair, one had blue eyes while the other had green eyes. Naruto quickly and silently moved back down to his friends. What did you find, Naruto-san? Asked Tsubaki, looking at the blonde. I could see a pair of stray devils and a succubus, said the blonde, looking at his 4 friends. All right, here's the PL dash, began Sona, interrupted by screaming coming from inside the building. Quickly moving to the entrance, Naruto and his friends, who could no longer sense the stray devils inside but another presence replaced them, Naruto held his hand up to stop the others from getting past him. Taking the lead as the 5 of them quickly slipped inside and hid stealthily in the doorway to the warehouse's main area. Whoever is there, you can come out, your boss is dead, came a disembodied voice from within the room. Naru-chan, that presence, it's a female vampire, a Draculina I think, came the voice of Kushina from within Naruto's mind. We will come out, but you are mistaken, they were not our boss, we were here to eliminate them, much like yourself, Draculina, said Naruto, stressing the last word, making all other occupants of the room, including the hidden Grafia and the woman herself, go wide-eyed. How did you know? Questioned the distinctly feminine voice. My mother has met your kind before, said Naruto simply as he and his party stepped out of the doorway and into the room. My, aren't you 5 a little young to be out on your own? Questioned the voice sarcastically. We have shown ourselves, would you at least do us the same courtesy? Questioned Naruto. The shadows gathered around a stack of boxes as a woman with platinum blonde hair cut into a flare cut. She had blood-red eyes and a military-style uniform in the same color as her eyes. It can't be, muttered Kushina within Naruto's mind. What Kaa-chan? Asked Naruto. She looks like someone my bishop told me about, a vampire his own servant for a time named Sarah's Victoria. He spoke very highly of her, declared Kushina. Sarah's Victoria? Questioned Naruto looking at the woman, who glared back at him. How do you know my name? Snarled the woman. As I have said, my mother has met your kind before, and she says your previous master spoke highly of you, said Naruto once more, making the woman narrow her eyes at him. Whatever you are planning, I swear I will stop you, declared Sarah's, glaring at the 5 young devils. As I said, we have no affiliation with those 3, we were here to eliminate them, same as you, spoke Naruto. I doubt that you give off the same aura as those 3, declared Sarah's. And you've never been on a different side to someone of your own species? Questioned Naruto almost instantly. That's not the point, there have been hundreds of you creatures here in the last few weeks, replied Sarah's. You don't know what we are, do you? Questioned Naruto looking at the woman. You're monsters who attack innocents, that's all I need to know, declared the blonde vampire. And you're not vampire? Questioned Naruto, narrowing his eyes at the woman. Well, stop trying to mess with my mind, growled Sarah's, her blood-red eyes glowing as she glared at Naruto. I swear on my father's grave I am not trying to mess with your mind. If you do not believe me, began Naruto, pulling the neckline of his shirt aside. Then I invite you to drink my blood and see for yourself, finished the blonde redhead. Naruto, what are you doing? Questioned Rias, looking confused at the blonde. She has no knowledge of devils. She may serve as a powerful ally should we explain to her who we are and who they were, and this is the quickest way, declared Naruto. I will see for myself, but if this is a trick, you 6 will not clear the building, said Sarah, shocking all of the devils to varying degrees. Sarah walked over to Naruto, and sunk her fangs into his flesh, making blood spill out before she licked up the scarlet liquid. Stepping back from Naruto, Sarah stood still for a moment before she screamed, clutching her head and dropping to her knees. Sarah's, said Naruto, rushing quickly to the woman's side. She looked up at him, tears running down her face. She shifted into a kneeling position in front of Naruto. Naruto-sama, please allow me to serve you as either a member of your peerage or simply a guardian, said the woman, looking down at the ground, making everyone look at her confused. I have seen your memories, I have seen who you are the type of person I would pledge my loyalty to, declared the Draculina, kneeling to the young devil who was still shocked. Naruto, take her up on her offer. She is a pure Draculina, one of the last of the Dracal bloodline, the most powerful vampire bloodline. She had the capacity to be one of the strongest devils in the underworld, said Kushina's voice from within Naruto's mind, snapping Naruto out of his pseudo-trance. Stand, Sarah's, ordered Naruto, making the blonde vampire look to the man who she was asking to be her master before following his order and standing at her full height, almost double that of Naruto. I accept your offer, Sarah's, and I will convert you to my peerage should I be able, if not I will train until I can, declared Naruto, getting a nod from the woman. It appears that we are done a lot sooner than we expected, spoke Graphia, appearing beside all of the devils and vampire. If you are all done, then we can head back to the underworld, said Graphia, looking to everyone, getting nods from the young devils but a shake of the head from Sarah's. I have a few personal belongings that are not with me, I'll go get them and be back in about 20 minutes, spoke Sarah's before she vanished into the shadows. Chapter 6, Underworld v. Naruto, back in the underworld, stood in his room facing a chessboard that was set up with white and red pieces. Standing behind him looking at him curiously was Sarah's. The two had returned along with the other 5 devils not 10 minutes prior, only to find Zeoticus, Rilvine and Lord Citri had all been drinking, so Naruto, Rias, Akino, Sona and Tsubaki had decided to leave, telling the men what had occurred until the next morning. Naruto closed his eyes, trying to get a grasp on the level of Sarah's power and comparing it to the power within his pieces. She was already incredibly powerful, so he knew he would have to use a mutation piece, and even then he might have to use multiple pieces. What are you doing, Naruto-sama? Asked Sarah's, looking at Naruto curiously. Trying to work out what piece or pieces I can use to convert you. Your power is extraordinary. I don't think even all of my pawns, including my 3 mutation pieces, would be able to convert you, declared Naruto, opening his eyes, turning to the blonde vampire. Sarah's herself looked rather surprised by his statement, however was even more so when Naruto picked up a piece from his board. Catch, called Naruto, tossing the blood-red slightly glowing chess piece to Sarah's, who snatched the piece out of the air. As soon as the piece touched her skin it began to glow brighter. "Are you sure you wish to use your mutation queen on me?" questioned Sarah's, already knowing about the piece from Naruto's memories. "Yes," answered the red-haired blonde simply. "Lay down so we can begin," instructed Naruto, stepping aside to allow Sarah's to lay on his bed, doing as ordered. Sarah's lay on Naruto's bed before passing the queen back to Naruto as he climbed onto the bed next to her. Naruto put the chess piece on the blonde woman's chest just above her rather large breasts before standing up. "I commendeth thee as Naruto Azure Phoenix. Mine command, Sarah's Victoria, is to serve and protect me. I seal this contract. Be reborn," declared Naruto, both he and Sarah's watching in mild curiosity as the blood-red queen piece sunk into Sarah's chest. Once it was fully inside her body, she herself glowed briefly before she returned to normal. Sitting up, Sarah's blinked a couple of times. "I feel so much more powerful," declared the woman, looking down at her hands as she clenched and unclenched her fingers. "Perks of a queen, I would say," suggested Naruto. "Speaking of perks, given I am now a member of your peerage, I should have gained some of your innate abilities." "Yes?" questioned Sarah's. "Well, probably my pyrokinesis and possibly my blue flames," spoke Naruto, only to watch as Sarah's flicked her left hand out, palm upwards, and a ball of blue fire formed about an inch off of her hand. "I guess that answers that then," said Naruto, looking at the blue flames as Sarah's waved the fireball around, watching as the flames followed her hand. "I'll leave you to get acquainted with your new powers then, Sarah's," spoke Naruto, getting a nod from the woman who quickly left the room. Naruto looked around his room before shrugging and walking out of the room himself. Walking through the halls looking for something to do, Naruto saw Kaneko walking by herself. "Kaneko-chan?" asked Naruto, confusedly seeing the young woman. "Oh, hello, Naruto-san," spoke the girl, turning to see Naruto. "I would have thought you would have been with Rias," said Naruto, looking at the young Nakomata, confused. "I was, but I felt like going for a walk through the gardens," declared the golden-eyed girl. "Care for some company?" asked Naruto, getting a shrug from the young girl as she turned back around and walked away, Naruto falling into step beside her. The two walked in silence through the halls towards the front of the castle. Walking straight out, the two headed towards the gardens. Gremory Castle had a large garden area with plants from all over the world in different sections of the garden, sectioned off by their optimal growing climate and then runes used to match that climate. The west entrance where Naruto and Kaneko entered was a largely tropical area which reminded Naruto of the Land of Fire as he walked through it, the climates being very similar. As the two walked, neither noticed that they were being watched from the skies above them. The two young devils walked through the gardens and ended up in a gazebo in the center, taking a seat within. "Are you okay, Nico-chan? You seem like you have something on your mind?" asked Naruto, looking at the girl who was looking down. Letting out a sigh, she turned to face him. "I'm so confused, my sister. Everyone is saying she went insane with power and attacked her master. I'm not sure. She was always so nice to me. I don't want to believe she would go insane and attack her master. I just want to see my sister again," spoke Kaneko, beginning to cry. Naruto reached out and pulled the girl into a hug, shocking her, but as she felt him holding her in a comforting embrace, her floodgates broke and tears began to fall down her face like a pair of waterfalls. Naruto hugged the girl, letting her cry on his shoulder. He would have offered words of comfort, but he didn't know what to say, so he settled for letting her cry. Kaneko didn't know how long she had been crying, nor did she care to know, but after what felt like hours, her crying slowed to the occasional choked sobs. "Better now?" asked Naruto, looking down at the white-haired girl who looked up at him with her puffy and bloodshot eyes. Nodded as he wiped the last remnants of her tears from her eyes. "Don't bottle that stuff up, Nico-chan. Talk with Rias, or if you would prefer you can talk to me. Just don't bottle it up," said Naruto, getting a nod from the girl as she smiled weakly at him. Kaneko shuffled herself around and lay her head on Naruto's legs. Naruto quirked a brow before shrugging and gently ran his hand through the short white locks of Kaneko's hair as she lay on him, her eyes drifting shut. However, before she could fall asleep, Naruto suddenly picked her up and jumped out of the gazebo. Kaneko, shocked by his action, was about to ask what was going on, only for the answer to be abundantly clear as Kaneko looked back at the wooden structure that now had a hole in the roof over where the two had just been sitting. Naruto was protectively holding Kaneko as he looked up, looking for the source of the attack. The blonde redhead's eyes locked onto a form floating up in the sky on a pair of devil-like wings. However, instead of coming out of the creature's back, they originated at the creature's hips. The creature looked vaguely like a devil but gave off a different aura than a devil, still an unholy one but not that of a devil. The creature appeared to be male, and had light purplish blue skin, short wildly spiky ebony black hair, pinkish purple irises with ebony black sclera, and extending from his forehead were a pair of cream yellow horns curving upwards. The man wore a black turtleneck jacket covering his torso and extending down to his wrists, leaving his hands with claw-like fingernails open for all to see. For pants the creature wore a pair of black suit pants extending down to pair of fine shoes out of the top of his pants, a simple tail that ended with what looked like an arrowhead. Finally hanging lazily around his neck was a white pointed scarf at each end of which were 2 designs. The first of these designs were at the tip of the scarf 3 black tear-drop shapes, the one in the middle with the tail facing the point at the end of the scarf, while the other 2 had the points to the side slightly curved upwards looking vaguely like a skull. The second design was a black skull with 2 wings flaring out from the top curving back towards each other and a purple star in the middle. Naruto glared up at the creature who floated in the air above the 2 young devils. In the left hand of the creature was a blade. The hilt of the blade looked like 2 strands of something twisted around a core. The pommel appeared to be a spike with 4 skull shapes. The guard looked like a piranha-like creature, the blade coming out of the mouth with a pair of wings coming out of the top and bottom of the creature forming the guard. "Who are you? Why are you here?" snarled Naruto, looking up at the creature still protectively holding Kaneko in his arms. "I'm here to put an end to the Nakomata before they kill more devils," declared the creature floating in the air. "Over my dead body," growled Naruto, standing up, putting himself between Kaneko and the creature. "That can be quite easily arranged," declared the purple-skinned creature, moving into what appeared to be a flighting stance. Naruto put his hands out to the side as he glared at the creature. In an explosion of movement, Naruto took a step forwards as flames flared to life in his hands and his wings flared out behind him, and he rocketed up into the air, throwing a fireball at the creature, who used his blade to slice through the fire, rendering it harmless. However, Naruto, using his rocketing momentum, spun sideways, his leg slamming into the creature's sword arm, pushing it down as Naruto continued on his spin and slammed his fist into the creature's head, throwing him down. Quickly shaking his head, the pink-eyed man glared up at Naruto before quickly throwing himself backwards to avoid another strike from Naruto before slicing at Naruto with his blade. The blonde phoenix Gremory spun around, just avoiding the slice, only to be hit in the face courtesy of a fist pushing the blonde redhead backwards. Naruto let his wings dissipate, quickly dropping downwards out of the path of some purple lightning originating from the sword-wielding creature who flew at Naruto, swinging his sword down on the blonde, who could do nothing but put his hand up to block the strike. The devil hissed in pain as the blade sliced through his skin down to the bone, which thankfully stopped the sword, shocking the wielder of said blade, giving Naruto enough time to slam his knee into the creature's stomach, making him double over in pain, giving Naruto the opportunity to slam his other knee into the creature's face as a crunch sound was heard, throwing his head back as Naruto let go of the blade and spun around before rocketing his foot forwards and slamming the bottom of his foot into the other creature's gut, sending him rocketing backwards. Naruto once more hissed in pain as the open wound on his hand burst into flame before sealing the open wound perfectly, before the blonde turned to look back towards the sword-wielding creature who floated in midair about 20 feet from him. "What is your name?" asked the creature with what appeared to smile on his face. "Naruto Gremory Phoenix," declared Naruto, narrowing his eyes at the creature. "Alastor," declared the now-named Alastor, still on the receiving end of Naruto's glare. Naruto, not caring for the pleasantries, flew forwards, his right hand out to the side as if holding a blade. As Naruto drew close to Alastor, he brought his right hand back as if going for an overhead strike. However, as he brought his hand down, his arm became engulfed in a green glow that extended from his elbow out a good 2 feet from his arm, and in an instant Naruto's hand burst through the green glow, revealing his hand encased in a clean silvery gauntlet. However, that wasn't the most surprising thing. The more shocking thing was the 3-foot-long single-edged pure silver curved blade. However, just in front of the hilt was a circular hole in the blade about half a foot wide, which was quickly filled with a green glowing disc. The blade Naruto now held clashed with that of Alastor, both of whom looked shocked at the blade appearing in Naruto's hand. Naruto, while pushing down on Alastor's blade, was examining his own, pushing back from Alastor. Naruto floated in the air looking at the blade. After a moment, something akin to a bolt of lightning shot through Naruto's head and he screamed, clutching his head, his wings vanishing and the blonde falling to the ground. "Naruto!" screamed Kaneko, running forwards, catching the blonde as he fell. Alastor looked on with something akin to concern along with confusion as his opponent fell to the ground, being caught by the Nakomata just before he hit. Naruto's sword and gauntlet both vanished as Naruto fell. As Naruto was caught by the golden-eyed cat woman, his screams only grew louder as memories flooded his mind, tears rolling down his face both from the pain of his head and the sadness of the memories flooding his mind, the sword, his friends, teachers, even a man akin to a father to him, and the first time he ever felt at home, within the hero village in the elemental nations. After 5 minutes, Naruto's screams and tears began to die down, still clutching his head. I killed them," muttered Naruto, looking at the ground. "Who, Naruto-kun?" asked Kaneko, looking at Naruto shocked. Naruto glanced at Kaneko before looking away ashamed. Getting back to his feet, Naruto glanced back to Alastor, who remained where he was previously. "Naruto-kun," called Rias as she ran over to him, and Kaneko with Akino, Sona, Tsubaki, Surzex, Graphia, Xioticus, Venelana, Rilvine, Lord Citri and Saras not far behind her. Well timed to make my exit, muttered Alastor, turning to leave only for Naruto's head to snap towards him, and in another blur of motion Naruto shot to his feet, his wings once more flaring out as he shot into the air, throwing his right hand out to the side, his gauntlet and blade once more appearing as he shot forwards, and before Alastor could block it Naruto stabbed his blade into the man. "No you don't, you demon bastard," snarled Naruto as his blade pierced Alastor's chest, Naruto and the sword-wielding creature falling to the ground. Slamming into the ground, Naruto's blade and gauntlet once more disappeared as he stood up and turned back to face his friends. Stepping out of the slight crater, Naruto walked over to his friends, no one noticing Alastor's body glowing slightly. Naruto stood before the group of devils, not looking at any of them, instead looking away from them all with a look akin to shame on his face. "Sochi, it wasn't your fault," said Kushina from inside Naruto's mind, knowing what he was ashamed of. "Are you okay, you two?" asked Surzex, looking at Kaneko and Naruto. "Yeah, thanks to Naruto," spoke Kaneko, getting a nod from Surzex, who looked to Naruto, who still refused to meet any of the devil's eyes. "Naruto?" questioned Venelana, everyone looking to the blonde who still looked away from them. "What's wrong, Naruto?" asked Rilvine, concerned. Naruto shook his head before looking at the group of concerned devils. "Nothing, don't worry," said Naruto with a smile. However, even the 5 young devils could tell the smile was fake. "Naruto," spoke Venelana, making Naruto sigh. "I remember, I killed them, my friends, my teachers, entire families, sons, daughters, mothers, fathers," declared Naruto, making everyone go wide-eyed. "It wasn't your fault, Naruto-sama," declared Saras, making everyone turn to her, looking at her master with a determined look. "But began Naruto. "No buts, you were defending Yuki and unconsciously used it," declared Saras, making everyone look at her confused except Naruto, who looked down ashamed. "How do you know what he's talking about?" asked Rias, looking at Saras. "I've seen all of his memories, I know everything he's ever been through. There is only one event that fits his description," spoke Saras. "What is it?" asked Tsubaki, looking at Saras for an explanation on whatever this it was. "Banishing Shift, an attack that banishes anything hit by it to the 0 dimension, erasing it from existence," declared Naruto, looking at the group of devils, making all of them look to him as he looked at the ground. Kaneko walked over to Naruto, wrapping her arms around him, making him look at her in surprise. "Thanks, Nico-chan," spoke Naruto with a small smile ruffling Kaneko's hair. Everyone smiled at the interaction between the two before Naruto stepped out of the girl's embrace before walking over to the downed form of Alastor, only to see him gone, only his blade still there. Naruto looked around in a panic. "What is it, Naruto?" asked Akino. "He's gone," spoke Naruto, still looking around for the demon. "He can't have, we would have seen him," declared Kaneko, looking to Naruto. "He's gone, only his sword is here," spoke Naruto, kicking the blade to try and determine if it was a trap. "Who was he and why was he attacking you two anyway?" asked Xioticus, looking at Naruto and Kaneko. "He said his name was Alastor and he said he was here to kill Kaneko," said Naruto, glaring down at the blade. "What?" screamed Rias, looking at her Rook, who just nodded her head as Naruto leant down and picked up the sword. However, when Naruto stood up, the sword glowed a golden glow before an orb of golden energy formed from the sword and floated to the ground, where it formed into a humanoid form, and after a second the golden glow dissipated, revealing Alastor, growled Naruto, raising the demon's own blade ready to strike. "Wait," screamed Alastor, holding his hands up in defense. "You have 5 seconds to explain why I shouldn't kill you," declared Naruto, glaring at the demon. "I'm sorry, I was only doing as ordered. I bear no ill will towards the Nakomata. That blade you hold is me. I am a sentient blade. You defeated me in combat and as such I am now loyal to you and only you, Naruto-sama," spoke the creature, kneeling to Naruto, his head down. "Kaneko, he came after you. It's your decision what I do with him," spoke Naruto, walking over to the young Nakomata. "He said he's loyal to you, so long as he stays a blade I don't care," said Kaneko, looking at Naruto, who glanced back at the bowing demon, who nodded and his humanoid form vanished. "Naruto-sama, being the holder of my blade grants you the ability to use the purple lightning I used in our fight," came the voice of Alastor within Naruto's mind. "I don't know how to use lightning magic though," replied Naruto. "Then I will teach you," declared Alastor. "Naruto-kun," called Akino, making the blonde look to her, indicating he was listening. "Since when do you know how to use or even have a sword?" asked the ebony-haired girl, making everyone bar Saras look to her and then back at Naruto. "I was briefly trained as a hero when I was young. I guess they couldn't sense my devil blood, they could just sense my strong magic power. They took me from Konoha with the Hokage's permission and trained me for a year. I learned quickly, however I was banished after the year of training because of banishing shift. We were all under attack by an ambitious member of the village who had attempted to take Brynhildr, a cursed semi-sentient sword. However, the sword took him over and he attacked us. The children were told to flee while the adults tried to subdue him. However, he killed enough of the adults to break through their protective line and he attacked me and my friend Yuki. That's when I used my banishing shift. I killed hundreds that day, but during that time I touched Brynhildr and it was bound to me," declared Naruto, wincing as he spoke about the attack and banishing shift. "How come you didn't tell us this sooner?" asked Sona, looking at Naruto shocked. "I forgot about all of it. I would have told you if I remembered," said Naruto. Several hours later. Naruto sat on his bed reading a book. The day had long since ended and it was now the dead of night. Quickly putting the bookmark in his page, Naruto stood up, stretching as he stood. "Evening, Naruto-sama," spoke Sarah's, entering his room. "Evening, Sarah's," replied Naruto, turning to face the woman. "Venalana-sama asked me to tell you it's time for bed," instructed Sarah's, getting a nod from Naruto. "I'll leave you to change," spoke Sarah's, turning to leave. "Wait, you asked to see my scars. Now is as good a time as any," declared Naruto, making Sarah's turn back to face him. "Are you sure, Naruto-sama? I don't want you to force yourself," said Sarah's. "No, you deserve to see them for yourself," spoke Naruto, turning away from Sarah's, who looked on as Naruto took a deep breath before lifting his shirt. Sarah's knelt down behind a now shirtless Naruto before she reached out and gently touched one of the many scars on Naruto's back, making him jump slightly at her gentle touch, but let her do as she wanted. Sarah's ran her hand along the scars, tracing the skin with her undead fingers. After running her hand along the devil spawn scar, Sarah stood up and pulled Naruto into a hug which the young devil was not expecting, making him let out an undignified squeak before he settled into the woman's embrace. After a few moments, Sarah stood and walked to the door. "I thank you for showing me your scars, Naruto," spoke Sarah's before she stepped through the door, leaving Naruto alone in his room to change. About a week later. Citri Castle. Naruto stood in the gardens of Citri Castle with Sarah's, Sona and Tsubaki. Rias and her peerage had been assigned a mission in the overworld the day before. Sona had asked Naruto if he wanted to have a sleepover, which he had said yes to, with Sarah's going with him, and the blonde had brought Alastor with him, not wanting to leave the sentient sword in Gremory Castle, which was a good idea given the three youths had decided to have some spars. Naruto stood opposite Tsubaki with Sona's older sister Serafal and Celtioma standing off to the side, with Lady Citri being the judge. "Begin," called Celtioma, jumping back. Tsubaki put her hands in front of her as a magical circle formed before she reached into the circle, pulling out a pole which was quickly revealed to be a naginata. Naruto threw his hand out to the side, quickly summoning Brynhildr, while his other hand just as quickly pulled Alastor from the sheath on Naruto's back, just in time for Naruto to cross his blades over his head, blocking a downward strike from Tsubaki. Naruto attempted to sweep her legs out from under her, but Tsubaki saw through his attack and jumped backwards over his leg, and it harmlessly passed under her as she disengaged from the blade lock. Naruto flared out his bat-like half-flaming wings and took off backwards into the air. Tsubaki flared out her own bat-like wings and took off after him, lunging forwards. Tsubaki flew under Naruto as he came to a complete stop in the air. Once more the two were only 10 feet apart, however now they were about 100 feet up in the air. Naruto smirked as Tsubaki turned back to him, only to watch as Brynhildr burst into light blue flames and Alastor began to lightly spark with purple sparks. Naruto jabbed his cursed flaming blade forward, sending out a ball of fire that flew at Tsubaki, who quickly spun around, avoiding the ball of flame before ending up facing Naruto once more. Before Naruto could attack once more, Tsubaki shot forward, swinging her weapon out wide. Naruto simply spun Alastor into a reverse grip before bringing the blade up to block the attack, before he swung Brynhildr upwards at the bespectacled ebony-haired devil, who quickly moved back Naruto's attack, only just singeing her clothes as she flew backwards. Naruto swung his flaming blade in a wide arc, sending a flaming wave towards Tsubaki, who quickly flew upwards to avoid the attack, only for Naruto to jab Alastor forwards, making purple lightning arc off the blade towards Tsubaki, who was barely able to spin out of the way of the lightning in time. However, before she could even counter-attack, another wave of fire courtesy of Naruto blade was flying at her. Scowling, Tsubaki let one hand fall from her weapon before she essentially drew a mirror in the air, a mystical mirror forming courtesy of the girl's sacred gear, the mirror absorbing Naruto's fire wave before the mirror shattered and the wave flew back towards Naruto at twice the speed, giving the blonde little time to react. Banishing shift, called Naruto, swinging Brynhildr upwards, creating a green slash in the air that sucked in the flaming wave, making it dissipate into nothing, the green slash dissipating after it absorbed the flames. Both Tsubaki and Naruto were shocked by the blonde's move. Naruto, snapping out of his shock, first used Tsubaki's distracted state to his advantage, rushed forwards, bringing Brynhildr downwards at Tsubaki, who upon seeing Naruto quickly brought the pole of her weapon up to block the downward strike from Naruto. However, using his height of attack to his advantage, Naruto brought his foot forward, slamming it into her stomach, pushing the girl back. Before she could right herself, Naruto swung Brynhildr in an arc, sending out a wave of fire at Tsubaki once more, who scowled slightly again as she created another mirror which captured the wave of flame and sent it back at Naruto, who dodged out of the way and lunged at Tsubaki before she could stop him, the tip of his blade stopping just short of her throat. "I give," declared Tsubaki, getting a nod from Naruto, who sheathed a laster and dismissed Brynhildr as the two floated to the ground. The two landed on the ground Tsubaki and were both quickly complimented on the spar. "Tsubaki-chan, can I have a word?" asked Naruto, drawing everyone's attention. Tsubaki herself was confused but agreed anyway before walking over to him. "Sarah's, would you mind staying here? I wish to talk with Tsubaki-chan alone," said Naruto, getting a nod from his queen as he and Tsubaki turned and walked away. "What's up, Naruto?" asked Tsubaki, looking at Naruto confused. The blonde said nothing for a moment. However, when he was sure the two of them were far enough the others couldn't hear him, he spoke. "I know this may not be my place, but you still hold some resentment towards your sacred gear, don't you?" suggested Naruto, making Tsubaki's eyes widen before they narrowed. "I know this may not be my place, but you still hold some resentment towards your sacred gear, don't you?" suggested Naruto, making Tsubaki's eyes widen before they narrowed. "You're right, it's not your place," said Tsubaki in an angry tone. Naruto nodded. "But you're the only one who's noticed, and it is something I want to get off my chest if you'll listen," said Tsubaki, looking down sadly. "I wouldn't have said anything if I wasn't willing. You're my friend, Tsubaki-chan," said Naruto with a smile, sitting down. Tsubaki sat down next to him. "I have told you I was born to two members of the Shinra clan, right?" questioned Tsubaki, getting a nod from Naruto. "And you know they are a clan of loyal god worshippers that purify evil spirits, right?" questioned Tsubaki, once more getting a nod from Naruto, who was listening intently. "I was born with an abnormality in the clan's abilities to purify spirits. I could summon those evil spirits from my mirrors. While not labeled a heretic by my clan, I knew that's what they all thought of me," said Tsubaki, tears forming her eyes. Naruto shook his head before pulling the girl into a hug. They forced me into isolation, living alone, not even with my parents, who didn't even seem to care what my clan was doing to me. Not once did they ever come to see me after that, not once did they call me their daughter. They didn't even look at me as if I was human anymore," said Tsubaki as tears began to flow down her face like waterfalls. "If only I hadn't been born with this cursed ability. If I hadn't, then my parents would still care for me, as much as I care about Sona, Rias, Akino, and the rest of you. I miss my family, just want a parent's love. Is that so much to ask?" questioned Tsubaki angrily. No, Tsubaki-chan, it's not too much to ask. Everyone should know parental love," said Naruto, holding Tsubaki tighter. "I know you never met your parents until recently, Naruto-kun. I know I may seem spoke Tsubaki, only for Naruto to put a finger against her lips, silencing her. "No, you're not being insensitive. I was by asking." "It's okay," said Naruto with a smile before he took his finger away. "And if I may offer my own input as someone who has been in a similar situation, family, the bond that links people together, your true family is not one of blood, but of respect and joy in each other's life, and if your parents didn't care after you discovered your abilities, then they were not your family. The ones that respect and care for you no matter what are your family, those like Sona, Rias, Akino, Lord and Lady Citri, Leviathan-sama, me, Lord Gremory, Venelana-sama. Tsubaki, you have so many people that care for you. Don't be blinded by the past and be unable to see the future," said Naruto with a teary smile, looking down at Tsubaki, who looked at him, tears staining her eyes with a shocked look on her face, before she smiled and looked down. "You know just the thing to say, don't you, Naruto-kun?" questioned Tsubaki, wiping away her tears before looking up at the blonde with a smile. "I try. I don't like seeing my friends sad," declared Naruto with a smile. The two devils sat there still embracing each other for a few moments of silence. "Feeling better, Tsubaki-chan?" asked Naruto, looking down at the girl, who looked up at him and nodded. "Yeah, thanks to you, Naruto-kun," said Tsubaki with a soft smile. "No problems," said Naruto with a grin. "We should probably move. The others will probably be wondering what's going on," said Naruto, standing up, getting a nod from Tsubaki as he gently pulled her to her feet. Chapter 7, Underworld 6. Naruto and Tsubaki returned to the other three devils just as Seraphol was speaking. "Sarah's is stronger than you, Naruto and Tsubaki put together," declared Seraphol, looking at Sona, who looked shocked. "Yes, not only is she a Draculina, she is a mutation queen of a phoenix, making her normal vampire weakness to fire null and void," declared Naruto, making Sona turn to him and a shocked Tsubaki. "So what do you say, Sarah's you against me? It'll be fun." "Please?" questioned Seraphol in a childish tone, looking at Sarah's, who glanced to her master, who shrugged. "Up to you," declared Naruto. Sarah's looked back to Seraphol with a smirk. "Sure," declared the blonde vampiric queen with a smirk. "Well then, I think we should all stand back for this," declared Celtioma, her wings flaring out as she took off into the air towards the castle, quickly followed by Sona, Naruto and Tsubaki, leaving only Seraphol and Ceres in the immediate area. The two devils stood opposite each other staring the other down. As if an unforeseen signal went off, the two female devils launched into a flurry of movement, both charging at each other, Seraphol swinging her staff at Ceres, who dropped low, sliding through Seraphol's legs, trying to trip the woman only for her to jump over Ceres. Ceres, as Seraphol hung in midair, hooked her hand into the ground, using her momentum to turn back around towards the Leviathan and kick off the ground, rocketing at the back of the woman. Seraphol saw the attack coming but unfortunately was just too slow to avoid it, her wings flaring out just as Ceres slammed her foot into the violet-eyed woman's back, launching her 200 feet forwards as Seraphol coughed up a glob of blood. Seraphol came to a stop midair and spun to glare at Ceres, who was flying on her half-bat-like half-flaming wings at the black-haired woman. Seraphol threw her hand out and a blue magical ring formed, and in the blink of an eye a dragon made from water shot out of the blue ring towards Ceres. Ceres smirked and willed part of the fire from her wings forward to intercept the dragon, and much like Naruto's blue flame, Ceres' flames engulfed Seraphol's water dragon, shooting forwards. However, Seraphol didn't get hit with the flames. Ceres watched as the flames cleared only to reveal nothing in front of her. Quickly expanding her senses, Ceres attempted to find Seraphol only for a foot to connect with her spine, launching the vampire forwards into the ground with a loud crunch. A large crater was formed as Ceres slammed into the ground. However, the Draculina couldn't be kept down, as almost instantly she pushed herself up, spitting out a glob of blood before turning back towards a smirking Seraphol. "You wanna play rough? Okay, I can do that," declared Ceres, holding up her index finger and thumb on both of her hands, forming a rectangle shape. Releasing control art restriction to level 5, declared Ceres in a demonic voice as a black entity formed around her and hundreds of blood-red eyes shot open on the black mass behind her. All of the devils around watched on in interest as Ceres' arms dissolved into the same black mass, and then from the mass behind her two cylindrical objects emerged. "Oh shit," declared Seraphol upon seeing the objects fully emerge from the black and red mass. "It's been ages since I've had these babies out," muttered Ceres, glancing up at her precious twin Harkonnen Mk2, and before Seraphol could even blink, Ceres began unloading round after round towards the water-wielding Satan. Seraphol quickly flew around the bullets being fired her way. Throwing both of her hands out in front of her, an ice-blue ring formed, and just as quickly a dragon made of ice came flying out towards Ceres, who quickly shot the dragon to bits. However, that was Seraphol's plan, as the black-haired woman landed on the ground and ice rings formed around her before they began flying at Ceres, who stood there and simply let the disc slice through her, her body falling apart, Seraphol narrowing her eyes the whole time. As all of the Leviathan's discs were used, Ceres fell to the ground in a bloody heap, her two cannons falling to the ground with a huge thud. Seraphol narrowed her eyes at the woman as the blood that had flowed from Ceres' body quickly rushed back into her, and she reformed, excluding her arms, which remained bloody, morphing into the shape of claws. The two women rushed each other, Ceres jumping into a violent spin, Seraphol holding her wand in hand, the object coated in a sheen of ice as she jumped at the vampire. The two clashed mid-air, Ceres' bloody claws cutting the ice on Seraphol's staff. However, Seraphol spun around, slamming her foot into the Draculina. Grunting at the hit, Ceres lunged forwards, fangs out, attempting to bite Seraphol, who spun around, slamming her staff into the blonde woman's face, knocking her backwards. The two women split, both glaring at each other. Ceres' bloody claws snaked out, snatching her twin Harkonnens from the ground before firing at Seraphol, who in the blink of an eye created a sheet of ice to momentarily distract Ceres. Jumping over the ice as it was systematically wiped out by the shots from the Harkonnen, Seraphol sent an icy wind at Ceres, who was quick to dodge the wind only for a hail of ice spikes to be shot towards her. Dropping her cannon, Ceres formed a huge light blue fireball which was quickly thrown towards the incoming ice spikes. The fire flew towards the ice and quickly engulfed the spikes before exploding outwards, obscuring Ceres' vision. The vampire woman was forced to jump into the air, leaving the Harkonnens behind as the ground beneath her froze, ice spreading outwards from Seraphol, who was kneeling at the center of the now icy terrain. Quickly forming another fireball, Ceres lobbed the ball of fire at the still crouching Seraphol, attempting to catch the woman in the fire. However, Seraphol was quick enough to launch into the air as the fire hit the ice and exploded, sending smaller flames and chunks of ice scattering everywhere. Ceres flew up after Seraphol, who stopped mid-air and spun around, slamming her wand into the Draculina's face, sending her rocketing back down into the ice field, smashing into the already formed ice, crushing it. However, before Ceres could even get back up, the ice began reforming around her. "What the hell?" questioned Ceres, trying to get out of the ice. "It's no use, Ceres, that is my Celsius cross trigger. It turns the world around it into ice, and the ice will reform around anything that cracks it. You're stuck," declared Seraphol from above the woman. I give you win, declared Sarah's, getting a nod from Seraphol, who dropped to the ice, slamming her hand on the ice, making the frozen liquid recede back towards her, unfreezing Sarah's Harkonnens and the woman herself. Well done you two, that was quite the spectacle, declared Celtioma as she, Naruto, Sona and Tsubaki flew down to the battlefield. Sarah's blood claws snaked out before taking her Harkonnens from the ground before they were swallowed by the bloody claws, disappearing before Sarah's arms reformed. What was that restriction thing you released? Asked Seraphol, looking to Sarah's. Control art restriction. It restricts my powers to a certain degree. They have been in place since I became a proper vampire, so I didn't go insane and turn on humanity. I can release up to level 4 on my own, but any further I need permission, declared Sarah's. From who? Asked Naruto, genuinely confused. From who? Asked Naruto, genuinely confused. From my master. After the contract is formed. I was going to talk with you about the contract soon, but now is as good a time as any, spoke Sarah's. What does this contract entail? Asked Naruto. Essentially nothing that hasn't already occurred. At this point it is simply me giving you control of my restriction release, declared Sarah's, getting a nod from Naruto. Several hours later. The underworld's night had fallen and Naruto found himself in Sona's room. Sitting on her bed in front of him was a chessboard, and seated opposite him sat Sona, who was smirking at him. Tsubaki and Sarah's both sat on either side of the chessboard, with Seraphol sitting next to Sona. You ready to lose, Naruto-kun? Asked Sona, smirking at Naruto. The black-haired king had been faced Seraphol, Tsubaki, and Sarah's, defeating them all, and was now facing Naruto, who, while not sure, he was confident that he would do reasonably against his friend. You haven't won yet, Sona, declared Naruto with a smirk as he moved his first piece. Sona narrowed her eyes at the moved piece before she moved her own. Naruto then moved his piece almost instantly, confusing Sona. The young woman looked at the board and began to work out her next move. It took her a moment before she figured it out and moved her piece before once more Naruto instantly moved a piece. Are you getting help from your mother? Asked Sona, glaring at Naruto with her arms crossed. I'm not, I swear, said, holding his hands up in a defensive position. Sona narrowed her eyes before looking back at the board and mapping out her possible moves. Naruto just sat back as Sona planned her move. Moving her piece, Sona sat back as Naruto once more instantly moved a piece. Are you just randomly moving pieces? Asked Sona, looking at Naruto. No, said Naruto, simply annoying the black-haired woman. This is how the game continued, Sona taking her time to plan out a move, then Naruto moving a seemingly random piece instantly. The game went on for ages, drawing to what everyone hoped was a close, with Naruto having his king, 1 bishop, 3 pawns and a rook. Sona on the other hand had her king, queen, a knight and a pair of pawns. Check, said Sona smugly as she moved her queen to just the right position to force Naruto to move his king. Naruto again instantly moved his king, annoying Sona at how quickly he was moving his pieces. She once more observed all possible moves and saw Naruto trying to set a trap for her king, so she moved it only for Naruto to instantly move a piece. Check and mate, said Naruto smugly as he put his piece back on the board. You? What, how, questioned Sona, disbelieving as she looked at the board. He did it, said Tsubaki, shocked. He actually beat Sona? Questioned Seraphol, looking at the board before she nodded to herself, seeing that Sona's king was indeed in check and had nowhere to go without still being in check. I can't believe it, you actually beat me. No one besides Tusan and Kaa-chan have beat me before, said Sona, looking at Naruto, who shrugged. My strategies are unpredictable and hard to get a grasp on, declared Naruto with a smirk. Well, I know when I am beaten, said Sona, holding out her hand, which Naruto took with his own, and the two shook hands. Alright you lot, bedtime, said Celtioma, walking into the room. AWWWWWW, came the synchronized whine of the 3 young devils, getting a smile from Celtioma and a giggle from Sarah's and Seraphol. Don't whine, you need sleep to grow up big and strong like me, declared Seraphol, childishly flexing her muscles. Come Naruto, I'll show you to your room, spoke Celtioma, getting a nod from the blonde as he stood from Sona's bed. See you in the morning, declared Naruto, waving to Sona, Tsubaki and Seraphol, who all waved back as Naruto followed Celtioma, with Sarah's quickly standing from the bed before stepping up behind Naruto. As Sarah stepped onto Naruto's shadow, she sunk into the darkened area behind her master, inhabiting his shadow. Next morning. Naruto's eyes fluttered open as they were assaulted by morning light flooding his temporary room through the window. Naruto went to move his arm to block the sun, only to realize that neither of his upper arms would move. Glancing to his left, Naruto jumped a bit, but thankfully not enough to wake his sleeping companion. Looking to his right, Naruto once more jumped a bit upon seeing a second sleeping companion, neither of whom were next to him the previous night when he fell asleep. Comfy Naruto-sama? Asked a teasing voice from the end of the bed. Naruto glanced up at Sarah's before glaring at her and falling back onto the bed, which apparently was enough to wake both of his sleeping companions. Morning Naruto-kun, muttered Sona yawning as she sat up on his left side. Morning Sona-chan, spoke Naruto. Good morning Naruto-kun, Sona-sama, said Tsubaki drowsily reaching out to the bedside table to grab her glasses. And to you Tsubaki-chan, yawned Naruto. Morning Tsubaki, groaned Sona as she stretched before grabbing her glasses from the bedside table. Why are you two in my bed? Asked Naruto looking at the two nervously. What's the point of a sleepover if we don't stay in the same room and stay up for hours? Questioned Sona. Oh okay, spoke Naruto still not sure what to think of the situation. Well we were going to stay up but you were already asleep by the time we got here, said Tsubaki. And we were about to go but you started thrashing around in your sleep so we tried to calm you down, declared Sona making Naruto look down. Good morning, came the childish tones of Seraphol as she burst into the room drawing all four occupants' attention to her. Seraphol opened her eyes to see the confused looks of Sona, Naruto, Tsubaki and Sarah's. Come on you lot, time to get up, Naruto you need to eat I'm taking you back to the Gremmaries once you're ready, declared the girl getting a nod from Naruto. Several hours later Naruto with Sarah's in his shadow and Seraphol beside him walked through the gates of Gremmarie Castle. Walking up the path the three arrived at the entrance to the actual castle to see Surzex standing on the path. Good morning Naruto-kun, spoke Surzex. Morning, said Naruto with a grin. Did you have fun staying with Sona? Questioned Surzex. Yeah it was really fun we had some spars yesterday, and we played chess last night, declared Naruto with a grin and a nod. Well that's good, head on inside Tusan asked me to tell you he needs to see you as soon as possible, said Surzex getting a nod from Naruto who quickly ran past the red-haired man. Surzex watched the boy run inside with a smile, before turning back to Seraphol who had a look of confusion mixed with confusion on her face as she watched Naruto leave. Problem? Questioned the Lucifer. The spars yesterday I could feel it and so could Kaa-chan we both think Naruto has a sacred gear, declared Seraphol. Yes, we have sensed it too we haven't told Naruto because we have no idea how he has one and if it is in fact a true sacred gear or just something similar, spoke Surzex, Seraphol nodded. With Naruto Naruto stood outside Zeoticus' office nervously, the young blonde redhead was unsure why Zeoticus could need to see him. Cautiously knocking on the door Naruto was met with a calm voice. Come in, came Zeoticus' voice from the other side. Surzex said you needed to see me, spoke Naruto poking his head into the room. Naruto yes come in, spoke Zeoticus. Sarah's you might want to join us too this pertains to the both of you, spoke Zeoticus. Sarah's quickly rose out of Naruto's shadow before taking a seat as did Naruto. As I'm sure both of you know most devils have familiars it's come to the point in recent years of an unofficial initiation, if one wants to be considered a devil worth anything they need a familiar, spoke Zeoticus getting a nod from the two in front of him. Yes although it seems stupid to me for it to be so important to have a creature at your beck and call for whatever you need of it, declared Naruto perturbed by the idea of having a familiar be such an important part of being a devil. Yes well be that as it may it is still considered a requirement and at this point neither of you have your own familiar, and as there is a full moon tonight I have contacted the familiar master and he has agreed to assist you in possibly finding a familiar tonight, spoke Zeoticus getting surprised looks from Naruto and Sarah's. Okay sounds good. Is that all you needed to see us for? Asked Naruto getting a nod from Zeoticus. In that case we will take our leave, said Naruto standing up Sarah's following as the two of them left the room. Later that night Naruto and Sarah stood in Zeoticus' office. Night had fallen over the underworld several hours ago. The two devils had eaten their dinner before heading off to Zeoticus' office for him to send the two of them to the pet forest. Are you two ready? You will be entering possibly a dangerous area, spoke Zeoticus. Naruto looked to Sarah's who simply nodded to her master. Yes Zeoticus-ajisan, declared Naruto getting a nod from the man before a teleportation ring appeared beneath them. The ring quickly rose engulfing the two blonde devils in a glow before they vanished. Pet forest Naruto and Sarah's forms appeared in a glow as a ring formed, the ring dropped to the ground and the glow vanished leaving Naruto and Sarah standing in a clearing within a forest. Before them stood a young-looking man with black hair, brown eyes and a tanned complexion. He wore a light blue pair of jeans, a dark green shirt, a blue jacket with white sleeves, a pair of green fingerless gloves and a red hat. Hey I'm the familiar master you must be Naruto and Sarah's, spoke the man getting a nod from the two devils. Well okay you two got anything in mind for your familiars? Asked the man. No nothing in particular, declared Naruto. Sarah simply shook her head to the familiar master, indicating she too had no particular familiar in mind. "Alright then, let's see if we can find something for you two then," said the man, walking away. Error. "What the hell was that?" questioned Naruto, looking around. "That may have been a hydra, we have a couple of them around, not sure why it roared through," muttered their guide, quickly moving towards the forest, Sarah's and Naruto following just as quickly. The two devils just walked through the forest, looking at all of the creatures running around. "Anything catching your eye?" asked the familiar master, looking back at Naruto and Sarah's. Both shook their heads. "No, noth dash," began Naruto, cut off. "That sounded closer," muttered the familiar master, looking around somewhat frightened. Naruto, however, was looking in the direction the roar originated. "Naruto-sama?" questioned Sarah's in a concerned tone, looking at Naruto. Naruto's wings flared out and he shot up into the air. Before taking off in the direction of the roar, Sarah's quickly followed, her own wings flaring out. "That's the way the roar came from," called the familiar master. "I know, that's why I'm going this way," replied Naruto back to the man before shooting off in the direction of the roar. Naruto flew for 5 minutes, listening as the roars got louder and louder. After 5 minutes of solid flying, Naruto flew over a clearing. Looking down into the clearing, the blonde Azure Phoenix saw a 9-headed creature. The creature had purple diamond-shaped scales. "Well, hello there, you loud asshole," spoke Naruto with a smirk before all 9 heads turned to the blonde devil. All of the creatures' mouths opened up, screeching in Naruto's direction. Naruto winced and covered his ears until the hydra stopped its screeching. "Oh, that's it," declared Naruto, throwing his hand out to the side, and Brynhildr appeared in his hand, before the blonde quickly drew a laster from the sheath on his back. The hydra opened 3 of its jaws and 3 different elements gathered around the open maws. Around the first, orange flames begun to form a ball of fire, around the second what appeared to be a ball of wind formed, and the third a ball of lightning. Naruto, upon seeing the elements gathered, smirked. With the hand holding a laster, Naruto pointed at the flame-producing head, and in an instant the flames turned light blue. Then, with his control of the hydra's flame absolute, Naruto directed the flames from the maw of the creature towards the ball of wind. The 2 elements colliding exploded outwards, causing the hydra to screech. However, 1 elemental ball still remained, and before Naruto could stop it, the creature launched its ball of energy at Naruto, who once again smirked. "Banishing shift," called Naruto, swinging Brynhildr in a downwards arc, creating a green slice in the air which sucked in the ball of lightning. "I will not allow you to harm my master," called Sarah's as she slammed a bloody claw into the back of the large hydra. "Sarah's, back up, this is my battle," ordered Naruto, getting an unsure look from the vampire. But after Naruto dodged as the hydra threw one of its heads forwards in an attempt to swallow Naruto whole, and the blonde to counter with a spray of purple lightning from a laster, Sarah's nodded and flew up and away from her master's fight with the hydra. The hydra, figuring water would beat Naruto's fire, the creature opened a jaw, letting a ball of water form in its mouth. Naruto once more smirked before he willed fire from his wings out, forming a ball in front of him. After a second of letting their respective elements form large balls, both mystical, being launched towards each other, their elemental balls hit about halfway between them. Naruto's fireball engulfing the hydra's water ball, exploding outwards in a large explosion. Naruto once more smirked at the hydra, who snarled and glared at the airborne blonde. The hydra, obviously having had enough of the blonde, opened 5 of its mouths, and another element began to gather at all 5 heads. One appeared to be ice, the second was a green liquid which Naruto could only guess was the poison hydra were so famous for, the third appeared to be a purple cloud the hybrid devil could only guess a gas of some sort. The last 2 were obvious, one was clearly a ball of light, and the last was a ball of shadow, given the creature's own shadow was flying from the ground up towards the mouth, forming the elemental ball. Naruto let a psychotic grin spread out across his face as he held his hands above his head, and a ball of light blue fire formed between his hands above his head. Within seconds the ball of blue flames grew to immense size, the ball being about twice the size of the hydra beneath Naruto. However, the devil wasn't done with his attack. In an instant both of his blades began to spark with a laster's purple lightning. As lightning danced along Naruto's blades, lightning shot down from the sky above the ball of fire, and in the same instant the lightning dancing along Naruto's blades arced from the weapons to the fireball, creating several rings of purple lightning around the ball of blue flames. In the next instant once more Naruto and the hydra launched their attacks at each other. However, this time Naruto's twin elemental attack simply flew those straight through the hydra's multiple attacks and hit the purple-skinned hydra, exploding on the animal, decimating the surrounding clearing. Naruto looked down as the smoke begun to clear, revealing all bar 3 of the creature's heads on the ground. Glaring down at the 3 remaining heads that were looking up at him, the heads dropped into what appeared to be a bow. Naruto floated down to the ground in front of the creature, the 3 heads all looking at him, each of them breathing heavily. "You serve me now," declared Naruto, glaring at the hydra. The three heads all nodded before dropping to the ground. Naruto dismissed Brynhildr and resheathed the laster as Sarah's quickly dropped to the ground and ran over to Naruto. Both of them turned their head when they heard a whistle. "Well, would you look at that, it's been quite a while since I've seen one of these beauties, let alone a devil who can knock one of them out," declared the familiar master appearing at the edge of the clearing. "Well, the Hydra agreed to be my familiar," declared Naruto, making the man look to Naruto and once more whistle. Several days later. Naruto sat in the repaired gazebo in the Gremory Castle gardens with a book in hand and Sarah's in his shadow. Naruto was concentrating so much on his reading he didn't sense someone come up behind him. The blonde hybrid devil turned the page of his book just as he felt a tap on his left shoulder. Looking to his left he saw nothing. Immodestly after he turned his head he felt a tap on his right shoulder. "Rias-chan," declared Naruto, happily looking back to his right seeing his red-haired friend. "Hey Naruto-kun," spoke the red-haired girl walking into the gazebo before she was pulled into a hug courtesy of Naruto. Hugging her friend back, Rias smiled, before she pulled back. "Naruto-kun, is Sarah's around?" asked Rias looking at Naruto. Sarah's chose that moment to rise out of Naruto's shadow, standing side on behind her master. "Always. Do you need something of me, Rias?" asked Sarah's, glancing to the red-haired heiress. "Not really. I have a new servant," spoke Rias, getting a confused look from Sarah's and a quirked eyebrow from Naruto. "Rias-sama, are you sure these people are nice?" questioned a voice from behind Rias at the entrance of the gazebo. "Yes, Gasper, this is my friend Naruto-kun, I told you about him, and this is Sarah's, she is a pure vampire," said Rias, stressing pure, looking back to the young child. The child had platinum blonde hair cut into a short bob cut with several small fringes over their forehead, pinkish eyes and pointed ears. From their looks it was very hard to tell if the child was a boy or girl. Sarah's looked at the child, confused, mostly confused by what Rias had said. Naruto meanwhile had a smile on his face. The blonde red-haired devil walked over to Rias' new servant and bent down to be eye to eye with them. "Hello there, I'm Naruto Gremory Phoenix, nice to meet you," said Naruto, holding out his hand to the young creature. "I am Gasper Vladi," stuttered the small pink-eyed being. "He's a damfer," spoke Rias behind Naruto, making Sarah's eyes go wide before smiling to the young child who was looking away scared. "I'm sorry to interrupt this, but Lord Gremory has asked to see Rias and Naruto," spoke a voice from behind them. Turning to the voice, the two devils and two vampires saw Graphia standing there. "About what, Graphia, asked Rias, looking to the silver-haired woman, confused. "It's not really my place to say," declared Graphia, getting a confused look from both Naruto and Rias. "Sarah's, could you watch Gasper while Naruto-kun and I go see what Tusan wants?" asked Rias, kindly smiling to Naruto's queen, who smiled and nodded. "All right, we'll be back soon," declared Naruto, getting a nod from his queen and Rias' new servant. The two devils quickly turned and followed Graphia, who led them back to the castle and to Zeoticus' office. The journey was quick and silent, which was slightly worrying to the young devils. Upon walking into the office, the two young friends saw that there was not only Zeoticus in the room but Venilana, Rilvine, Ruby, Surzex, Ruvel and Seraphal, who was clutching Ruvel's arm with a smile on her face. It was only due to their position that the two young devils noted the two had near identical rings on their hands, both being silver with a gemstone, blue for Ruvel and red for Seraphal. "You wish to see us, Tusan?" spoke Rias nervously. "No need to be scared, you two, come sit," spoke the red-haired man, gesturing to the two seats opposite him before resting his chin on his hands. "What is it, Gremory-sama?" asked Naruto, looking at the man nervously despite the words of comfort. "I'm sure you two know that because of the most recent three-way war the devil population has dropped massively," spoke the red-haired clan head, getting a nod from the two children in front of them. "It's because of this that many pure-blooded devil families are entering their children into arranged marriages," declared Zeoticus, getting a nod from Naruto and a shudder from Rias. "In fact, we have had contact from many families wanting to enter their children into arranged marriages with you two," spoke Zeoticus, drawing shocked and disgusted looks from Naruto and Rias. "Please tell me you haven't agreed to any," almost begged Naruto. "No, we haven't. However," began Zeoticus, shaking his head before looking at both children with a calculating gaze. "However," questioned Rias nervously. "However, we have one of our own to propose to you too," spoke Rilvine with a smirk on his face, looking at the two devil. "I would never have begun Naruto, however he stopped dead when Zeoticus spoke. "We would like to place you two in a marriage with each other," declared the red-haired man, stopping Naruto's words as his face flushed a light pink as he glanced to Rias, who was not doing any better as her face was about the same shade as her hair. Chapter 8, Return to Konoha. It was a sunny morning within the underworld. Within the walls of Gremory Castle, in one room we find a 12-year-old Naruto Gremory Phoenix asleep in his bed. Naruto's eyes fluttered open as the morning sun flooded his room, shining directly on his face and nowhere else, which he was grateful for. The young devil wouldn't want his sleeping companions to be awoken by the sun. Naruto glanced to his left to see his fiancée of several months, Rias, lying next to him with her arm draped over his chest, her head laying on his shoulder. Naruto planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, trying not to wake her. Beyond Rias, laying on Naruto's left forearm with her fingers intertwined with his own, was Akino. Rias, when she had been engaged to Naruto, had tried to stop her queen from joining Naruto and the red-headed Gremory heiress in bed, but Akino simply ignored Rias and continued to sneak into Naruto's bed, so Rias had reluctantly accepted it. Looking back to his right, Naruto caught sight of head of black hair on his right shoulder, matching Rias' position laying on Naruto's arm, her head on his shoulder and an arm draped across his chest was Sona. Like with Akino, Rias had tried to stop Sona from joining Naruto in bed, but had given up on the idea when she failed to even make Sona hesitate. Once again beyond the Citri heiress lay another black-haired figure who, much like Akino, had interwoven her fingers with Naruto's own. Naruto lightly squeezed Tsubaki's hand with a smile. Rias had just straight up given up on trying to stop girls joining Naruto in bed after Tsubaki, much like Akino and Sona, had simply ignored the red-haired girl. Naruto's head rolled back to the center, only to see a lump in his quilt around his lower chest and hips. Naruto just shook his head, knowing full well that the lump was Kaneko curled up on his stomach in such a position that if she were to lean back she would be straddling his crotch. "Don't say anything," ordered Naruto, not even looking to his own queen who stood just inside the door leaning on the doorframe, her arms crossed with a smirk on her face. "Fine, when your sleeping companions allow you to leave. Gremory-sama wanted to see you," declared the platinum blonde vampire. Naruto nodded as best he could and his queen dropped into the shadows on the floor, leaving Naruto in his bed. "We should probably let you get up then," spoke Rias softly, not moving her head or opening her eyes. "Sorry, did Sarah's or I wake you?" questioned Naruto, glancing to the red head who simply leaned up and kissed him on the lips, nothing more than a peck, before she pulled back. "No silly, I've been awake for about 5 minutes, declared the woman, opening her eyes looking at Naruto with a smile on her face. Both Rias and Naruto looked down when they felt the covers shift as they were drawn up as Kaneko sat up with a yawn. "Morning, Nico-chan," spoke Naruto with a smile. "Morning, Naruto-kun," replied the white-haired girl as she rubbed the sleep out of her eyes with the back of her hand before yawning once more and looking to Naruto with a smile. "Morning, Kaneko," said Rias, looking down at the girl who had removed the covers from all persons within the bed. "Morning, Rias," replied Kaneko, looking to her red-haired king before the white-haired rook lay back down on Naruto's stomach. Naruto glanced to his left when he felt Sona shiver, however before he could attempt to warm her up her violet eyes fluttered open. "Morning," declared the girl sitting up with a stretch. "Morning, Sona-chan," replied Naruto, smiling at her. "Good morning, Sona," spoke Rias, her eyes closed but a smile on her face. "Morning, Sona-sama," said Kaneko, glancing at the girl. "We probably need to wake up our queen, Sona," declared Rias, looking to the girl who had just grabbed her glasses from the bedside table. "What for?" asked the bespectacled girl, looking to the red head. "Tusan needs to speak with Naruto-kun," said Rias lazily. "You don't need to wake them up," Sarah-chan said. "When we're all up, Zyotaka-sama needed to see me," declared Naruto, looking to Rias with a frown. "I know, but if Tusan needs to see you it's more than likely important," replied Rias. "Tsubaki, wake up," spoke Sona, turning to her queen before Naruto could stop her. "Akino, time to wake up," said Rias softly, before gently shaking her own queen. Both black-haired queens groaned as their eyes opened groggily. "What is it, Sona-sama?" questioned Tsubaki, turning to Sona. "What's the deal, Rias?" "I was comfortable," muttered Akino, turning to glare at Rias. "Tusan needs to see Naruto, so we need to let him get up," declared Rias, making both Akino and Tsubaki look at Naruto before sighing and getting up and out of the bed, followed quickly by Rias, Sona, and Kaneko. "See you later, Naruto," declared the clothless Rias before she leaned down and kissed Naruto on the lips, lingering for a moment before she pulled back and turned on her heels, leaving a blushing Naruto as she walked out of the room with the rest of the girls following. Naruto got out of his bed before heading towards his bathroom to shower. About an hour later. Naruto walked towards Zyotaka's office. Watching him from his shadow was Sarah's. The platinum blonde was never far from her master. Naruto, arriving at his destination, knocked on Zyotaka's door. "Enter," called a voice from the other side of the door. "Sarah's-chan told me you wanted to see me," spoke Naruto, stepping into the room. "Ah yes, Naruto-kun, come in," spoke the red-haired man with a smile. Naruto nodded as he stepped forwards and took a seat in front of the man. "Rilvine, Ruby, Venilana and I have been talking, Naruto, and while Ruby and Venilana don't particularly want to let you, we all agree you are strong enough that we can let you go back to the elemental nations. However, Ruby and Venelana both put in the stipulation that Sarah's is to go with you if you do," said Xioticus leaning on his hands. "I wouldn't have gone without her anyway," declared Naruto. "Is that your way of saying you're going?" asked Xioticus with a raised eyebrow. "No, but I am," said Naruto, getting a nod from Xioticus. "Is that all you wish to talk about?" asked Naruto, getting a nod from the red-haired man. "In that case I should probably make sure I have all I need," said Naruto as he stood. "I would tell your friends of your decision first, they will want to see you off," said Xioticus as Naruto turned to leave. "Would you be so kind to have someone inform Ruby Obeken and Rilvinagisan that I'm leaving today?" asked Naruto as he stood at the door, glancing back to Xioticus, who nodded. Naruto smiled to the man before walking out of the room. Naruto quickly moved from Xioticus' office towards one of the many lounge rooms within Gremory Castle, the one where he could sense Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki, Kaneko, Sarorg and Gasper. "Naruto-kun, hey, what did Tusen want?" asked Rias as Naruto walked into the room. "He wanted to tell me that if I want to I can go back to the elemental nations," said Naruto, getting shocked and concerned looks from the devils within the room. Are you going to go?" asked Gasper nervously. "Yes," declared Naruto with a nod. "When do we leave?" asked Rias, looking to Naruto determinedly. "Sorry Rias-chan, there is no we in this, it's me and Sarah-chan going. I'm going back to Konoha, and even if Xiotica Sajisan was okay with you coming with me, I'm not. I trust Konoha less than I trust Razor. You remember what I was like when I first came here. I'm not letting you get put in harm's way while I'm there," declared Naruto, making Rias look down sadly. "Don't worry Rias, I will be back, and you will be able to come with me to the elemental nations at some point, just not now," spoke Naruto, getting a reluctant nod from Rias. "So when do you leave, Naruto?" asked Sarorg, looking at his friend curiously. "As soon as I have everything I need packed, so probably today," said Naruto, getting sad nods from the group of beings in front of him. "Hey, I will come back, I promise, but this is something I need to do," declared Naruto. "There isn't anything we can say to convince you to either stay or let us come with you, is there?" asked Sona, getting a shake of the head from Naruto. "Do you want some help to pack your stuff?" asked Rias. "No thanks Rias-chan, I'll see you lot later," declared Naruto, turning around, leaving the devils along in the room. Several hours later. Naruto walked out of the castle and headed towards the gardens, a bag on his back, and Sarah's behind him with her own bag on her back. Grafia had told the two of them, after they had finished packing, everyone wanted to say goodbye would meet them in the central gazebo of the gardens. Naruto and his platinum blonde queen walked through the gardens, just taking in the scenery. When they reached the gazebo, there were a few more people than either thought would show up. Looking around, Naruto saw Xioticus, Venelana, Surzex, Grafia, Rias, Rilvine, Ruby, Ruvel, Rasnus, Ravel, Lord Citri, Celtioma, Serafal, Sona, Misla, Sarorg, Akino, Tsubaki, Kaneko and Gasper. "Hey everyone," spoke Naruto, drawing everyone's attention his way. "Naruto-ni," called Ravel as she flew at him, tackling him, Naruto barely managing to stay standing as the girl cried against him. "Don't cry Ravel," spoke Naruto, rubbing the girl's back as she hugged him. "She's sad to see you go Naruto, just like the rest of us," spoke Ruvel, stepping up to his cousin with his fiancée hugging his arm. "Yeah Naruto-kun, it's going to be so boring without you here," spoke Serafal, pouting while clutching Ruvel's arm. "It's not like I'm never coming back," declared Naruto. "Yes, but none of us know how long you're going to be gone," spoke Rasnus. "I guess," spoke Naruto. "Well, let's not drag this out," declared Surzex, getting a nod from Naruto, who was still hugging Ravel. The Phoenix heiress let go of her cousin and stepped back to her mother, who pulled the girl into a gentle hug. "You better come back to us," declared Rias, stepping up to Naruto, pulling him into a hug. "I will, I promise you," and Naruto Gremory Phoenix never breaks a promise, replied Naruto, hugging Rias. "Good," muttered Rias as a few tears slid from her eyes. After a moment, Naruto and Rias separated, the redhead leaving Naruto with a peck on the lips before walking over to her brother, sister-in-law and father. "Stay safe Naruto-kun," muttered Sona, stepping up to the blonde, looking down. "I will Sona, don't worry," said Naruto with a smile. Sona stepped forwards, hugging Naruto and planting a light kiss on his cheek before pulling back, blushing, before she quickly ran over to her mother, leaving a blushing Naruto in his place and a fuming Rias in hers. "Please don't stay away too long Naruto-kun," spoke Akino, walking up to Naruto, wrapping her arms around him as she pouted. "I won't," replied Naruto, hugging Akino. "Good," declared Akino, planting a kiss on the corner of his mouth, once again leaving Rias fuming and Naruto blushing. Akino pulled back and sauntered away from Naruto. "Goodbye Naruto-kun," spoke Tsubaki simply as she stepped forwards and hugged him. "Bye Tsubaki-chan," spoke Naruto with a smile. Tsubaki blushed as she leant forwards and pressed her lips to his cheek, nothing more than a peck, but that was enough to get Naruto himself blushing even more and Rias fuming even more. "I'll miss you," said Kaneko, stepping up hugging Naruto. "I'll miss you too, Nico-chan," replied Naruto with a smile before the girl nervously bit her lip before she followed the other girl's leads and planted a kiss on Naruto's cheek before stepping back blushing profusely. Naruto himself wasn't faring any better and again Rias was fuming. "See you round, buddy," spoke Sarorg, stepping up to Naruto, the two high-fiving. "Yeah, no doubt," declared Naruto with a smirk as he threw an arm around Sarorg's neck before the two stepped back from each other. "Gee, goodbye, Naruto," stuttered Gasper, stepping up to the blonde. "See ya, little buddy," spoke Naruto with a smile ruffling the boy's hair. "Bye, Sarah-sensei," said the little vampire turning to Sarah's, who bent down with a smile. "See you later, Gasper," spoke the platinum blonde woman with a smile ruffling the boy's hair. The androgynous boy nodded before stepping back. "Stay safe, you two," ordered Venolana, stepping up and hugging Naruto, getting a nod from both of them as she hugged Naruto. The brown-haired woman pulled back and pulled Sarah's into a hug. "Please stay safe and keep him safe, Sarah's," begged the woman in a hushed tone. "I will," replied Sarah's with a smile. Venolana pulled back from Sarah's and stepped back over to her husband as Ruby stepped up to the two of them. "Don't be strangers, you two," spoke Ruby, hugging both Naruto and Sarah's in quick succession, getting a nod from both. "See you later, you guys," spoke Rasnus as he ruffled Naruto's hair and saluted Sarah's. "See you, Kaus," replied Naruto with a smirk while Sarah's nodded to Man. "Don't be afraid to reach out if you need a hand, Naruto," spoke Ruvel with Seraphol still clutching his arm. Naruto nodded to the man. "Well, I think everything that needs to be said has been said," spoke Surzex, drawing Naruto's attention to him. "Bye, Naruto, Sarah's," spoke the man while Graphia waved at the young blonde and his queen with a smile on her face and a protruding belly. "Bye, you three," said Naruto with a smirk, getting a giggle from Graphia and an eye roll from Surzex. "Well, Sarah's, I think it's about time we made our exit," spoke Naruto, turning to the vampire queen, who nodded. "Well, guys, it's been fun, I'll see you soon hopefully," declared Naruto as a teleportation ring formed under him and Sarah's, and in the blink of an eye the two were gone. #Konoha Forest of Death #. A teleportation ring formed in the middle of a clearing. As the ring formed, a torrent of flame burst forth from the ring. Once the flames died down, Naruto and Sarah's were left in their place. "You might want to disappear, Sarah's, I don't want the village knowing about it all if possible," spoke Naruto. Sarah's nodded to Naruto and stepped onto his shadow before she simply dropped into the darkened area behind her master. Naruto then proceeded to walk out of the clearing he found himself in and towards the edge of the forest. Despite not being in the village for 3 years, nothing much had changed, so Naruto simply followed his memories of the back streets to get to the Hokage Tower without anyone seeing him. Walking into the tower, Naruto slipped past the secretary who disliked him and began walking up the stairs. He had spent some of the time while packing his stuff working out his excuse to Hiruzen as to where he was for the last year. He was going to have to use a little devil magic, but he couldn't reveal the mystic world to Hiruzen, it was too risky. Walking into the office, Naruto saw the old man behind the desk. He wasn't sure how to feel about the man. He had hid his heritage and burden from him, but the man also treated Naruto like family. "Hey Gigi," spoke Naruto. "Na Naruto-kun?" questioned Hiruzen, looking up at the blonde even if he didn't believe it. "Yeah, old man, it's me," said Naruto with a smile. Hiruzen quickly got up and walked over to the boy. However, Naruto saw all he needed to about the man in his eyes when he saw Naruto. They were not eyes of a caring man happy to see his lost family member. Those were eyes of someone looking at a tool. "So you were manipulating me, to you old bastard? Well, I won't let you do that anymore," declared Naruto, mentally glaring at the old man. "Where have you been, Naruto, my boy? No one has seen you for 3 years. We thought you were dead," said Hiruzen. "I was staying in that big fenced-off forest, Gigi," said Naruto. "The Forest of Death?" questioned Hiruzen, with a raised eyebrow. "Yeah, that one," declared Naruto, a grin on his face as he subtly cast a demonic illusion over Hiruzen, making him believe what the blonde said. He knew this would work as the spell wasn't chakra-based, so Hiruzen wouldn't be able to detect it. His parents had both done this in the past. Kushina had told him how to do it. "Oh, I know, I should have sent someone to search there," said Hiruzen. "Well, I'm back now, Gigi," said Naruto with a grin. "Okay, my boy, well, why don't you run along? I have things to do," said Hiruzen, getting a nod from Naruto, who turned and left. Naruto walked down and out of the tower and began to head in the direction of his apartment. However, before he could get too far, he felt someone following him, so instead of heading back to his apartment, Naruto headed towards the training grounds. Getting to a training ground, Naruto walked deep into the training ground, into a forest so deep that the light barely managed to penetrate the canopy. "You can come out now," declared Naruto, not even turning to face his follower. Well, I should have expected nothing less from Minato-sama's child, spoke a voice from behind Naruto. The blonde turned to the voice only to see standing in a tree above him was a man who had short spiky black hair, his irises were blood red with 3 red tomo rotating around the pupil. The man wore standard ANBU armor with a ninjato strapped to his back and a mask attached to his belt. Shursui Uchiha, known as Shursui the Teleporter because of your incredible speed leaving afterimages when you fight, renowned for your skills with a blade and your Sharingan, spoke Naruto getting an interested look from Shursui. I see my reputation precedes me, spoke Shursui. However, none of that interests me. Shursui Uchiha, a middle-class reincarnated devil, skilled with pyrokinesis, and wielder of the sacred gear Ivory, otherwise known as the Blade of Gaia, servant of my father Minato Phoenix, said Naruto with a smirk looking up at Shursui. I see my other reputation precedes me, declared Shursui with a smirk. What can I do for you, Shursui? Asked Naruto, shaking his head with a smile. It's more what I can do for you, said Shursui, getting a quirked brow from Naruto. If you're staying here in the elemental nations for any amount of time, you will want to know how to use chakra to throw off Sensor Ninja, said Shursui. And you offer me training? Questioned Naruto, getting a nod from Shursui. When and where? Asked Naruto. May as well make it here every day from now on 10 in the morning unless I say otherwise, declared Shursui, getting a nod from Naruto. Okay, sounds good, declared Naruto. Shursui nodded before he vanished in a swirl of leaves. Naruto himself then walked back out of the clearing the way he came, moving back to the main streets of Konoha. Once again Naruto headed off towards his apartment, quickly ducking into the back streets as he headed towards the red light district. Luckily none of the villagers spotted him while he ran through the back alleys. Once Naruto reached the red light district, he stepped out of the back alleys as he didn't need to hide from the hookers and thugs of Konoha. They actually treated him like a human as opposed to the rest of the village. Naruto walked towards his apartment block. He knew he probably wasn't going to have a good time as he knew the landlord would be rude to him, but Naruto would simply liberate the deed to the building from the man. He wasn't sure if the landlord would disappear after, but he was contemplating it. "Oh, I brat," yelled a voice from behind Naruto. "Speak of the devil," muttered Naruto, looking back at the landlord walking up to him angrily. You little brat owe me 36 months rent plus a substantial late fee," said the man. Sarah's rose out of Naruto's shadow, shocking the man, but before anything could be said Sarah's was in front of him, pointing at his forehead. Before both Sarah's and the landlord's eyes glowed red as she begun to hypnotize him. "You will no longer bother Naruto for rent," said Sarah's. "I will no longer bother Naruto for rent," said the landlord. "In fact, you wish to sign over ownership of the building to Naruto," said Sarah's. "In fact, I wish to sign over ownership of the building to Naruto," said the landlord before he put down his briefcase and opened it up, pulled out a form and began scribbling on it, before he walked over to Naruto, handing him the pen and form. "All that is needed is your signature here and the deal will be complete, Naruto," said the landlord in a trance-like state. Naruto took the form and signed where he said. "Sarah's-chan disappear him," declared Naruto, walking into the large apartment complex. Before walking up to his apartment, walking into his old home, Naruto felt his stomach grumble. The blonde looked at his fridge. "You know, I don't think I'm that brave," muttered Naruto, seeing an old instant ramen container out of the corner of his eye. Looking over at the cup, he swore it moved. Stepping out of the room, he was half tempted to burn the room to the ground. Naruto quickly moved back to the ground floor where he found Sarah's walking into ground floor. "Let's go, Sarah's, I'm hungry and I wouldn't trust the food in my apartment as far as you could throw it," said Naruto. "Okay, so where are we going?" asked Sarah's. "A forest I know just outside village. I don't have any elemental nations money so I can't buy anything, so we have to go hunting," said Naruto, getting a nod from his queen, and once more the two took off towards the back alleys. "You could just go to our house. The whole house has stasis runes on it, so any food in there, it should still be good," declared Kushina from within Naruto's mind. "That sounds good, Sarah's-chan. Change of plans, we're heading to my parents' house," declared Naruto as the two devils changed paths. #later that night. The blonde Gremory Phoenix walked towards the main part of the village. Walking down the streets of the village, Naruto ignored the glares being sent his way in favor of walking to his destination. The Tianai department was not a place many people would willingly go to, let alone a child, but Naruto walked up to the building that looked like any other in the area, the screams of those within silenced by seals and devil runes. Just as Naruto was about to walk in, the doors of the building opened. "Enkone," said Naruto with a huge smile, seeing the purple-haired woman he had come to see. "En Naru-chan?" questioned the woman, seeing the blonde she hadn't seen in over 3 years. "Ne-chan," called Naruto, running over to the woman, hugging her. Despite her shock, Enko seized the boy in a hug. "Naruto, what? Who? When? What?" questioned Enko, confused. "Ne-chan, I don't really want to talk about this more than once. I know you probably have questions for me, but could we talk about this with Yugao ne, Hayate ni, and Kurenai ne? Questioned Naruto. Enko narrowed her eyes at the young blonde. It's a long story, I swear I will answer any questions, I just don't want to be explaining over and over again, said Naruto. You're lucky Naruto, I was just headed out to meet them now, said Enko holding out her hand to the young blonde who happily took the woman's hand before the two of them walked away from the TNI building, heading to the red light district. Hashtag 10 minutes later hashtag. Naruto walked with Enko into a bar, Naruto walking behind Enko somewhat as the two walked towards the back of the bar. Enko walked towards her and her friend's usual table. She was walking a little faster than normal, but she wanted answers from Naruto. Hey Enko-chan, called a voice, snapping Enko out of her pseudo-trance to see Kurenai smiling at her. Enko grinned at her friends. Hey guys, looky who I found, said Enko with a grin, stepping aside, revealing behind Enko was Naruto. And Naruto? Questioned Kurenai looking at the boy. Hey, said Naruto nervously. Naruto, squealed Kurenai jumping out her seat, hugging Naruto tightly. Here I thought Enko was Kaa-chan's rook, spoke Naruto as he was squeezed exceedingly tight by Kurenai, who the second she heard his comment she stopped dead in her tracks, as did the other three people. Sarah's, would you please join us, spoke Naruto, making the four people around him look at him confused until his platinum blonde vampiric queen rise out of his shadow standing behind him. I assume you want to know where I have been for the couple of years. I have been learning about my heritage, said Naruto, shocking the four people. Naruto then sat down in the booth next to Yugao, Sarah sitting next to him, the rest of the group shuffling around to accommodate Naruto and his queen. How did you get to the underworld? Questioned Hayate, forgetting to fake cough while he spoke. Lord Phoenix and Lord Gremory felt me use my demonic power instinctively and they took me back to the underworld with them, spoke Naruto looking at Hayate, who nodded. You used your demonic power instinctively? Questioned Yugao. A group of blanked masked ANBU attacked me with some fire jutsu which I took control of with my pyrokinesis, said Naruto, getting a confused and somewhat annoyed look from Yugao. I take it Sarah-san there is one of your peerage? Questioned Kurenai. Yes, I met her in London. Meet Sarah's Victoria, my vampiric queen, said Naruto. Wait, Sarah's Victoria as in Sarah's Victoria revived as a vampire by Alucard? Questioned Yugao looking at Sarah's. How do you know my former master? Questioned Sarah's. He was both of Kushina-sama's bishops, declared Hayate. I told him so many times not to call me that, spoke Kushina from Naruto's mind. How did you know I was your mother's rook? Asked Enko looking at Naruto confused. Hayate, Yugao and Kurenai looked at each other before then looking at Naruto. My mother is alive, she told me, said Naruto. That's not funny Naruto, said Kurenai, narrowing her eyes at Naruto, who looked at her unwavering. She is alive, not in the same form as you knew. She is the QB, said Naruto, getting raised eyebrows from the four people in front of him. When she had the QB sealed in her she began to merge with it. When the QB was sealed into me, Kaa-chan and Tusan sealed parts of their own souls in me as well. Kaa-chan's soul latched onto the QB and she fought with it for control of its body and she won, said Naruto, making the four of them look at him unbelievingly. Sochi, I have an idea but you're going to have to trust me, spoke Kushina from within Naruto's mind. As much as I want to believe you Naruto, it sounds so unbelievable, said Yugao with a sad smile looking at the blonde. The blonde himself closed his eyes with a sigh, making them look at him. However, what no one expected was for his eyes to snap open, his normal blue eyes replaced with blood-red ones, and before anyone could anything Naruto's hands came together in a hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, called Naruto in a distinctly feminine voice, and a plume of red smoke appeared beside the table. Oh, that's better, spoke the same feminine voice from before. Kekushina-sama? Questioned the four reincarnated devils at the table. I told you all not to call me that, spoke Kushina, narrowing her eyes at the four devils. Sorry, spoke the ninja in unison. It's fine you lot, just remember don't call me Sama, declared Kushina, getting a nod from the four ninja. You gonna scoot over so I can sit, or do I just stand for the night? Asked Kushina with a grin before the sitting group of ninja moved around making room for Kushina. Just as she sat down, an ANBU appeared next to their table. Oni ni, spoke Naruto, happily seeing the masked ninja. Hello Alucard, said Kushina, not even looking at the ninja. It has been a while Kushina-sama, said the masked man, reaching up to his mask, pulling it off, revealing his pale face, blood-red eyes and long black hair. Alucard, nice to see you again, said Sarah's, looking at her former master. As it is to see you Sarah's, spoke Alucard with a smile looking at his former servant. I see you have once more followed in my path and been reborn as a devil Sarah's, said Alucard with a smirk, sensing the power within Sarah's. She is a mutation queen, my mutation queen, said Naruto, smirking as he saw the surprised look on Alucard's face as well as the looks on everyone else's faces minus Sarah's and Kushina. You may grow stronger than me yet, Sarah's, said Alucard with a smirk, before looking to Kushina. Before anything else I must ask how you are alive, mistress, questioned Alucard looking confusedly at Kushina. Long story short, I am the QB, said Kushina getting a nod from Alucard. Hang on, how did you find us here, questioned Sarah's looking at her former master. I felt a small yokai pulse and I felt it best to investigate because it was either Naruto or a Rouge yokai, said Alucard. Chapter 9, Return to Konoha 2. Naruto with Sarah's in his shadow and Kushina back in the seal walked away from the bar in the red light. It was the dead of night as Naruto wandered the streets, despite that Naruto could feel many eyes on him. Sarah, scare those fools away, ordered Naruto mentally to his vampiric queen, who watched as a mob of 20 or so civilians formed behind Naruto. All the vampire did was let her glowing red eyes shine through Naruto's shadow and the entire mob flinched before about half of them ran away in fear, the others getting angry. Pussies, thought Naruto as he felt half the mob scatter. Naruto continued walking with the mob following, stealthily, behind him. Naruto walked into a nearby alleyway planning to wipe the remaining people out, however upon stepping into the alley Naruto narrowed his eyes. Hey, are you okay? Asked Naruto, jogging over to a girl who lay on the ground looking half-starved and only just clinging to consciousness. Nowhere to run now, demon, called one of the villagers as they entered the alley. Sarah's, get her out of here, ordered Naruto in an emotionless tone as he stood up. Yes, Naruto-sama, spoke Sarah's as she rose out of his shadow before picking up the girl and flaring out her wings and taking off into the night sky. Time to die, declared one of the villagers looking to Naruto with a smirk. I don't think so, spoke Naruto, throwing his hand out to the side, a ball of blue flame forming over his palm. Get him, ordered the apparent leader of the mob holding a pitchfork as he ran forwards, only for him to take a single step forwards before he was incinerated in a tower of blue flames that grew and engulfed two more villagers before bathing half of the village in a blue glow. Before any of the civilians could even blink, Naruto had Brynhildr in his hand and was charging at the group of 7 remaining villagers. Naruto blocked a strike from a pipe-wielding fat civilian before the blonde's flame-coated hand was shoved into the man's chest, Naruto ripping out the man's still beating heart, crushing it with a sick grin on his face as the 6 villagers all looked on in horror. Banishing shift, called Naruto, swinging his weapon forwards in an arc, slicing a green scar into the air, sucking in the 2 closest attempted murderers before sealing itself shut. The remaining 4 villagers realized they had no chance and turned to run away. Naruto held his blood-soaked free hand in a claw-like fashion as purple sparks danced off his fingers. Throwing his hand forwards, the lightning jumped from his hand and shot towards all 4 of the villagers. However, Lady Luck appeared to be against Naruto as only 2 of the villagers were hit by the purple lightning. Naruto glared at the 2 remaining villagers and was about to give chase when 2 semi-loud sounds rung out throughout the dead streets of Konoha. Bang! Bang! Naruto's head snapped to the origin of the 2 sounds as the 2 villagers fell to the ground, blood pouring out of their heads. Thanks, Alucard, spoke Naruto, seeing the man holding a handgun pointing in the direction of the 2 dead villagers. Alucard nodded to Naruto before he faded into the shadows, leaving Naruto alone in the alley. Naruto formed a teleportation circle beneath his feet, the magical circle quickly rising up to engulf him just before Hiruzen and several ANBU dropped into the bloody alleyway. #with Naruto #. Naruto appeared in front of his home just as Sarah's landed in front of him with the girl in her arms. Now that he had time to look at her, Naruto would describe the girl as cute. She had medium-length blonde hair, blue eyes, at least that's what they appeared to be in the alleyway. She wore a cream-yellow blazer over a white dress shirt with a black tie, a blue skirt, but she wore no shoes or socks. Take her inside to a guest room, ordered Naruto, getting a nod from his queen as she moved through the gates. Naruto lingering outside for a moment, looking back at the village before following his queen inside, the gates closing behind him. #next morning #. Naruto groaned as his eyes fluttered open, light flooding his room, his parents' old room, waking him up. Naruto looked to his left and then to his right before sighing almost disappointedly. Something the matter, Naruto-sama? Asked Sarah's, making Naruto jump. Oh, Sarah's, I didn't see you there, spoke Naruto before looking away from the woman. It's nothing, muttered Naruto, answering the woman's question. It doesn't sound like nothing, replied Sarah's, moving over to Naruto, taking a seat beside him. I've spent so much time waking up with Rias, Akino, Sona, Tsubaki and even Kaneko beside me, I've forgotten what it's like to wake up alone, sighed Naruto, looking down. If you're missing waking up with someone, I'll sleep beside you, said Sarah's, looking at Naruto with a smile. You would? You don't have to if you don't want to, Sarah's, spoke Naruto, looking to Sarah's shocked before looking away nervously. I don't mind if it will make my cute little master happy, declared Sarah's, pulling Naruto into a hug, rubbing her cheek to his. Hey quit it, laughed Naruto as Sarah's began to tickle him lightly. I'll go get started on breakfast, said Sarah standing up from Naruto's bed. Alright, make enough for our guest, ordered Naruto, getting a nod from the vampire as she left his room while the blonde himself got up and headed towards the bathroom to shower. About half an hour later. Naruto, clad in the outfit that had been made for him while staying in Phoenix Castle, stood in the doorway of the guest room that housed girl from the previous night. The blonde girl appeared to be resting peacefully. Naruto would leave her to rest with a plate of food and a note there if she hadn't awoken by the time he left to go see Shisui. A cough drew Naruto's attention back to the girl, who sat up with a cough before looking around in fear. Hey, it's okay, you're safe, spoke Naruto, steadily trying to calm the girl down. She looked at him. Here, have a drink, said Naruto, handing the girl a glass of water which she quickly drank. So can you tell me your name, asked Naruto. Luffy Pendragon, muttered the girl weakly. Well, Luffy-chan, breakfast will be ready shortly, so until then relax, spoke Naruto calmly. Actually, Naruto-sama, breakfast is ready now, declared a voice from behind Naruto, making both Naruto and Luffy turn to her. Thank you, Sarah's, said Naruto. Well, Luffy, it appears breakfast is ready. Can you walk? Questioned Naruto, looking to the young girl, who nodded. Luffy shuffled herself to the edge of the bed she was in before pulling the covers back and stepping out, only to immediately crumple to the ground. Luffy, called Naruto, catching her before she hit the ground. I'm sorry, Naruto-sama, it appears I can't walk, spoke the girl sheepishly. It's okay, just don't push yourself, said Naruto, picking the girl up in a bridal carry. Luffy blushed at the position but said nothing as Naruto carried her. 20 minutes later. Naruto sat opposite Luffy. Both of them had finished their breakfast and Sarah's was now clearing away the dishes. Thank you for the food, Sarah-sama, Naruto-sama, said Luffy, bowing as best she could in her seat. No problem, Luffy, spoke Sarah's with a smile to the young blonde girl. Naruto just nodded to the girl. Now that you have eaten, there is something I would like to discuss, declared Naruto, making Luffy look to him. Yes, Naruto-sama, asked the girl, looking to Naruto. What is someone like yourself doing here in all alone? Questioned Naruto with a quirked brow. Someone like me? Queried Luffy, not sure to his meaning. Well, you are human, but you're not a human of the elemental nation, so what are you doing in this dimensional plane? Asked Naruto, making Luffy's eyes shoot wide. How do you know about the dimensional planes? Questioned Luffy, looking at Naruto shocked. Answer my question and I shall answer yours, declared Naruto. I am a member of the House of Pendragon. I have been taught magic by the Golden Dawn, but my brother, who is without a doubt the family member I care most for, I had heard left the House of Pendragon, so I left the Golden Dawn to look for him. Unfortunately, I haven't had to take care of myself to such a degree before, which is why I ended up begging for food. I had heard a rumor my brother had come here, and that's why I'm here looking for information about him, but the teleportation spell took a lot out of me, so needed food, and that was about a week ago. I think I haven't been able to keep track of time so well, trying to make sure I didn't end up raped by some of the lovely people in this village, explained Luffy, sarcastically calling the people of Konoha lovely. I'm a devil. I was born here, but learned about the mystical world 3 years ago when I was taken to the underworld and learned about my heritage, said Naruto, getting a nod from Luffy followed by a confused look. You were born here? Why would even a devil want to live here of all dimensional planes? Questioned Luffy. Well, it's a long story, muttered Naruto, scratching his neck. We have as long as you wish to speak, Naruto-sama, spoke the magician. Well, my parents were entered into an arranged marriage and neither of them partially liked the idea of the marriage, so they both came here independently trying to escape the engagement. Both of them ended up here in this village, falling in love with who they thought were mortals of this dimension, only for it to be their betrothed. When they discovered this, they accepted the engagement, but having both made so many friends in this dimension, they didn't want to leave, so they decided to live here permanently, even going so far as to sacrifice their lives for the safety of this village 12 years ago, said Naruto. Wait, how old are you? Questioned Luffy, looking at the blonde in front of her, confused. I'm 12, declared Naruto, getting a confused look from Luffy. You're 12 and your parents died 12 years ago, spoke Luffy. When I was taken to the underworld, I met with my extended family, who explained part of the story to me, and then I met my mother, who with my father sealed a yukai into me on the night I was born. However, the sealing technique cost my father his life while my mother was dying from having the yukai extracted from her. They, however, sealed fragments of their souls into me, and when my mother had the yukai sealed into her and had begun to merge with it, so when her soul was sealed into me, it latched onto the yukai, causing the two to fight for supremacy of the yokai's body, my mother winning, said Naruto, getting a nod from Luffy. Anyway, you said you came here looking for your brother. Have you made any headway? Questioned Naruto, looking at the girl curiously. No, unfortunately, I don't know if he has even been here, muttered Luffy, looking down. Well, you're welcome to stay here as long as you are in Konoha, said Naruto with a smile. Thank you, Naruto-sama, replied Luffy. Well, if you're willing to help me, I don't know this place that well, so would you be able to help me, muttered Luffy, looking down, embarrassed about asking Naruto to help her. Sure, I have a couple of ideas where we can begin, said Naruto with a grin. Luffy moved to get out of her chair only to fall as she tried to stand up properly. Naruto caught her before she could hit the ground. Hey, slow down, is it that important that we start now? You can rest, spoke Naruto as he looked her in the eyes. Sorry, I don't want to wait on this, my brother could leave if he's here while I'm resting, spoke the girl. Naruto nodded and turned around and picked up the girl piggyback style. What are you doing, Naruto-sama? Questioned Luffy, her head resting on the boy's shoulder. You can't walk, I'll carry you, declared Naruto, walking towards the door. Sarah's, I need you to go to the training ground and apologize to Shisui, telling him I won't be there today, called Naruto. Okay, Naruto-sama, replied Sarah's as Naruto and Luffy stepped out of the house. Naruto and Luffy walked out of the compound, and as the gates closed behind them, the compound shimmered before vanishing. How did you do that? Asked Luffy. The compound is protected by runes so that only people who know where it is can get to it, declared Naruto as he moved through the trees back towards the village. Naruto and Luffy walked back towards the village center, Luffy looking on confused as Naruto walked stealthily around the village back alleys. Why are you hiding, Naruto? Asked Luffy in a hushed tone. The village hates me. The Yukai that I told you was sealed in me caused a lot of damage to the village. All of the adults of the village know that the Yukai is sealed in me and would use any excuse to attack me, either thinking that by hurting me they hurt the Kyuubi or that I am the Kyuubi itself, whispered Naruto as he moved towards the front gates. Luckily, Naruto and Luffy managed to get to the front gates without trouble. Walking up to the gate, Naruto saw just the two knuckleheads he wanted to see sitting in the both arms crossed and sleeping. Kotetsu, Izumo, wake up, said Naruto walking up to the booth. We're awake, spoke a startled Kotetsu as he and Izumo both sat up in an instant. Both men looked lazily around until their eyes settled on Naruto. And Naruto, is that you? Questioned Izumo in shock at seeing the boy. Hey guys, long time, said Naruto with a grin. Naruto buddy, where have you been? Questioned Kotetsu looking unbelievingly at the boy. I have been in the forest of death, said Naruto with a sad smile. What the hell, man? Next time tell us before you take off like that. We missed you, you little knucklehead, muttered Izumo, reaching over and ruffling Naruto's hair. It was at that moment both men noticed the person on Naruto's back. Who's your friend, Naruto? Questioned Kotetsu looking at the girl on the blonde's back. Hello, I am Luffy Pendragon, said the girl with a smile. Nice to meet you, Luffy-san, spoke Kotetsu with a smile. What can we do for the two of you? Questioned Izumo looking at Naruto and his passenger. Well, Luffy here has been looking for her brother who ran away from home, and she had heard rumors that he might be here in Konoha, said Naruto. Alright, let's see if we can find him in the log, we just need a name, spoke Kotetsu. Arthur Pendragon, declared Luffy, getting a nod from Kotetsu as he began to look through the books for the name. Flipping through the pages, Kotetsu looked up and down the pages of the book, shaking his head, flicking the pages as he got closer and closer to the back of the books. Several minutes after he began, Kotetsu looked up with a sad look on his face. Sorry, no Arthur Pendragon in here, not even an Arthur. Sorry, Luffy-chan, said Kotetsu with an apologetic look. I thank you for looking for me, declared Luffy with a sad smile. Sorry we couldn't be more helpful, but we'll keep an eye out for him and we'll let you know if he checks into the village, said Izumo with a smile, getting a grateful smile from the girl. Thanks guys, muttered Naruto before turning around and began walking away from the gates. Naruto, walking away from the gates, quickly made his way to a back alley where he moved out of the open end of the alleyway before he quickly formed a magical circle below his feet which rose up, engulfing Naruto and Luffy. #unknown alleyway. Naruto and Luffy appeared in another alleyway which looked a lot less clean than the previous one, but this alleyway Naruto simply walked out onto the street and calmly walked down the road, confusing Luffy, who quickly looked around to see people giving her and Naruto strange looks. Naruto, people are staring, muttered Luffy, concerned. They're just trying to work out who their new Amato, little sister, is and who hurt her, said Naruto, confusing Luffy, who looked around confused before what he meant clicked in her mind. Wait, me? Questioned Luffy, confused. Yep, said Naruto with a smile. Why would anyone care who hurt me and why would I be their Amato? Questioned Luffy. This Luffy is Konoha's red light district, the only place in the village I am considered by a majority of the population to be human, and almost everyone here sees me as their Ototo, and if you're with me then you're family to the people here. Everyone in this district looks out for everyone else. This district is not a random assortment of people, this district is one giant family, declared Naruto. Oh okay, muttered Luffy, looking down, feeling bad for Naruto that the rest of the village apparently viewed him as less than human. However, her attention was drawn towards a large building in front of them. It was a bar. Walking straight in, Luffy was somewhat scared when everyone turned to her and Naruto. "Nice of you to show yourself, Naruto," declared a sarcastic feminine voice from behind the bar. "Sorry, Nasan, things happened and I spent the last couple of years outside of Konoha," declared Naruto as he walked up to the bar. "I will let you off this time, mister, but next time I want advance notice. Half the thugs were ready to start knocking down doors looking for you," said the woman. "I'm sorry, everyone," said Naruto looking down. "Hey, it's okay, Naruto, but next time advance notice," declared another voice within the room. Naruto nodded. "Anyway, Naruto, who's the girl?" asked the woman from behind the bar. Naruto moved over to the bar before one of the scantily clad women at the bar took Luffy from Naruto's back and sat her on her lap while the scantily clad woman next to her picked up Naruto, putting him in her lap. "This is Luffy," declared Naruto, motioning to the girl who waved nervously to the woman behind the bar. "She's not from here and her brother left their home and she's looking for him. She heard rumors he might be here in Konoha. We've already checked with Kotetsu and Izumo but they haven't seen him," spoke Naruto. "And his name is?" questioned the lady behind the bar. "Arthur Pendragon," nervously spoke Luffy. "Can't say the name rings a bell, but what's he look like? Maybe I've seen him," suggested the woman. "Well, he's blonde with a short ponytail and spiky hair, purple eyes, and glasses," spoke Luffy, trying to recall details of her brother's appearance. Being at least 3 months since she had seen him, he could have changed in the time she hadn't seen him. "Unfortunately, sweetie, I can't say I have seen him, sorry," spoke the woman behind the bar with an apologetic look. "Thanks anyway," muttered Luffy looking down sadly. Half an hour later. Naruto walked out of the bar with Luffy on his back as he walked. Despite it being a dead end, Naruto tried to help Luffy stay positive. "Don't worry, Luffy-chan, I'm sure we'll find him," said Naruto with a smile at the girl. "Thank you, Naruto, but for now I just want to rest for a while," declared Luffy. Naruto nodded and began walking towards his parents' home. Before the two of them could get far, Sarah's dropped down in front of them. "Shisue-san said that it was fine asking you not to make a habit of not going and to meet him tomorrow, same place, same time," declared Sarah's, getting a nod from Naruto before she dropped into his shadow. With that, Naruto continued on his way. Walking out of the red light district, Naruto once more moved to the back alleys. Walking for 5 minutes, Naruto came to the market district and was about to form a teleportation circle to the other side of the village when something caught his senses. "Sarah's, please take Luffy home," muttered Naruto as he crouched down in his alleyway. "What is it, Naruto-sama?" asked Sarah's, looking to Naruto as she rose out of his shadow. "From the feel of it, I might not be the only pure devil in Konoha," spoke Naruto looking out into the market. "But why does it feel like they're half pure-blooded and half reincarnated?" thought Naruto to himself, trying to make sense of what he was feeling. Sarah's took the sleeping blonde girl from Naruto's back before vanishing in a teleportation circle. Naruto jumped to a nearby roof, trying to get a look at who he was sensing. Quickly moving from roof to roof, Naruto made his way towards the source. As he got closer, yet another power began to extrude from whatever Naruto was following. "Werewolf 2, what the hell is this?" questioned Naruto as he jumped one last roof before peering down into an open street. "It's one of Minato's rooks and your half-sister," declared Kushina from within Naruto's mind upon seeing who Naruto was sensing. "Wait, I have a half-sister?" questioned Naruto to his mother as he followed the two ladies. "Yes, you do. When Minato and I were dating, we had an open relationship," spoke Kushina, confusing Naruto, who continued to tail his father's rook and his half-sister. "Open relationship?" thought Naruto, wanting clarification. "Yes, Minato and I, well, we both were in a relationship with each other, but we slept with other people who knew about us being together and weren't looking for actual relationships with us, just looking for itches to be scratched, so to speak. Minato slept with her, I slept with Alucard and Mikoto, my best friend," replied Kushina. "You can come out now," called a womanly voice from below Naruto, who had been completely lost in his conversation that he had followed the two women out of the market district. Naruto jumped from the roof, landing 10 feet in front of the two women. "Naruto?" questioned the older of the two. "That's me," replied Naruto. "Why were you following us?" questioned the younger of the two women, narrowing her eyes at the young blonde. "Is it so rude of me to want to meet my half-sister?" questioned Naruto, drawing a confused look from the younger of the two women, and a shocked look from the older one. "How did you know about that?" asked the older woman, shocked, making the younger woman look to her mother in shock. "What the hell is he saying, Kaa-chan?" asked the young woman. "To answer your question, Tsum-san, my mother told me about you and my father," said Naruto, making Tsum look at him confused. "Kaa-chan, what is he talking about?" questioned the girl, looking to Tsum. "Hana-chan, this boy is your half-brother. You and Kiba have different fathers. Your father is this boy's father," said Tsum, looking to her daughter, who looked from her mother to Naruto, shocked. "Biba Tusan," began Hana. He never knew. As far as he knew you were his daughter. I never told him, spoke Tsum, cutting off her daughter. Then who was my real father? Asked Hannah. Minato Namikaze, declared Tsum, making Hannah's eyes go wide. The yellow flash was my father, questioned Hannah, dropping to the ground in shock. Ah, so you haven't told her what she is then, Tsum-san, spoke Naruto, making the woman wince and Hannah's head snap up to him, shocked. How do you know about that? Snarled Hannah. Oh, which bit do you know about? Asked Naruto, confusing Hannah. She knows about being a werewolf. That's kind of hard to hide from her, spoke Tsum, drawing confused looks from both Hannah and Naruto. Why? Asked Naruto. I was infected with lycanthropy when I was pregnant with her, so she was partially born with it. She can't control her transformations on full moons, declared Tsum, looking to her daughter with a sad look. Is there something else I am, Kaa-chan? Questioned Hannah, looking to her mother, scared. Yes, Hannah, you're you are dash, spoke Tsum, trying to work out an easy way to break the news to her daughter. You're a devil, Hanane, declared Naruto, making both Hannah and Tsum look to Naruto. A D-devil? Asked Hannah. Yes, partially a reincarnated one and partially a full-blooded one, declared Naruto, stepping forwards to the shell-shocked woman. What? Questioned Hannah. Our father was a pure-blooded devil, and your mother was a member of his peerage, spoke Naruto. His what? Asked Hannah. Naruto, stop, she has no idea what you're saying, Tsum begged, looking at her confused daughter. I want you to explain to her everything tonight, and I do mean everything, Tsum, ordered Naruto, making the woman look at him shocked, and was about to tell Naruto not to tell her what to do when he spoke again and all words died in the woman's throat. Hannah will need to understand everything tomorrow when we talk about me helping her control her lycanthropy, declared Naruto. What? Questioned Hannah, looking at Naruto shocked, not even sure she heard him right. I have an idea how to help you control your lycanthropy, but I want you to understand what you are agreeing to if you say yes, stated Naruto. Where will I find you tomorrow? Asked Hannah. I'll find you, don't worry, spoke Naruto before a teleportation circle appeared beneath his feet, which quickly rose up, engulfing the young blonde in a plume of blue flames. Several hours later. Naruto sat in his parents' lounge room reading one of several large books Venelana had given him to read. The sun had long since set. Luffy had been sleeping since Naruto had returned. Sarah's had left the house when the sun had gone down. Naruto knew what she was going to do, and really he didn't try to stop her from going out and finding some of the harsher of his attackers to either scare them or kill them. Naruto, while reading, was thinking about his half-sister and her lycanthropy. He did have an idea on how to help her, but he wasn't sure about it. His mind flickered from his half-sister to his mother and father's peerages. He would need to find a way to subtly ask them where their loyalty lay without outright telling them he planned to defect from the village. Naruto's thought process was interrupted by the sound of a door opening. Naruto turned around to see Luffy in a clean set of clothes looking at him. Luffy-chan, is something wrong? Questioned Naruto, watching as the blonde girl walked forwards and sat down on the sofa opposite Naruto with a look of contemplation on her face. Naruto-sama, I want to thank you for everything you've done for me today. You didn't have to feed me or give me a place to stay in this village, nor did you have to help me with my search for my brother, spoke Luffy. Are you leaving? Questioned Naruto, getting a shake of the head from the girl. No, not yet. My brother may yet be in this village, but I do want to thank you properly, so if there is anything I can provide you with I will be happy to do so, said Luffy. I didn't do what I did today for a thanks, Luffy-chan, it was because it was what was right, said Naruto with a smile. Still, is there nothing you want that I may be able to provide? Questioned the girl. Naruto looked conflicted about what he was about to say. There is something, please Naruto-sama, tell me. I feel bad, making you miss your training with your sensei, declared Luffy. Naruto held up a finger indicating for her to wait. Naruto walked away into a hallway, returning a moment later with nothing appearing to be different. There is one thing, however, I do not expect you to say yes, nor do you have to. I respect your decision whatever it may be, and you are welcome to stay here either way. I will not try to force this upon you, nor if you say yes will I prevent you from your search, said Naruto, making Luffy raise an eyebrow at her fellow blonde, before he reached forwards and put an object on the table between them. Is that a? Questioned Luffy, words failing her. An evil piece? Yes, spoke Naruto, leaning back as the girl looked at the blood-red bishop piece. Chapter 10, Return to Konoha 3. Luffy looked at the blood-red bishop piece on the table between her and Naruto. She looked at him. Like I said, I'm not going to force this upon you, declared Naruto. Luffy picked up the piece and held it in her hand, looking at it. I need some time to think about this, muttered Luffy, looking up at Naruto, putting the bishop back on the table. Take as long as you need, Luffy-chan, this is a huge decision and I don't want you to end up regretting this, spoke Naruto. Luffy nodded before standing up and walking towards the room she had been given for her stay. Good night, Naruto-sama, said Luffy as she moved towards the hall. Hey, called Naruto, making Luffy turn to him before he tossed his bishop to her. Hold on to it until you've made a decision, said Naruto, getting a nod from Luffy, who turned and walked down into the hall. Sleep well, Luffy-chan, spoke Naruto with a smile as he watched the girl leave the room. Naruto sat back down on his couch and continued to read his book. He had lots to think about. Next day. Naruto groaned as light flooded into his room. However, unlike the day before, Naruto woke up with an arm draped over his chest. Looking over at the sleeping face of Sarah's, Naruto felt content with the woman sleeping beside him. Naruto looked over to the clock sitting on the bedside table showing 6 o'clock. Naruto smiled and lay back. Is this a better experience, Naruto-sama? Asked Sarah's, not even opening her eyes. Sarah's, I didn't wake you, did I? Questioned Naruto, looking at the woman. No, I have been awake for about 10 minutes, spoke Sarah's. Thank you for sleeping with me, Sarah's, said Naruto with a smile. Sarah's opened her eyes and smiled back at Naruto. No problem, Naruto-sama, said Sarah's, hugging Naruto tightly. He just smiled, enjoying the contact. She was surprisingly warm for an undead woman. Naruto let his eyes once more drift shut. He still had plenty of time before he needed to get up anyway. I take it from the lack of a bishop on your board, Luffy is your bishop, spoke Sarah's, looking at Naruto. Not yet. She asked me if there was anything she could do for the help in looking for her brother. I gave her the bishop. She is taking some time to think over if she wishes to be my bishop, said Naruto, his eyes not even opening as he spoke. That's rather noble of you. From what I understand, most devils don't give their servants a chance to say no, said Sarah's, pushing herself up, her hand supporting her head as she looked at her master. I'd rather not do that. It would more than likely put loyalty into question. I'd rather have an incomplete peerage that are all loyal to me than a full peerage of devils who hate me, declared Naruto, looking at Sarah's, who nodded in understanding. You have my loyalty, and no matter what happens you always will, Naruto-sama, declared Sarah's with a smile. But what if I were to do something evil? Asked Naruto, questioning Sarah's blind loyalty. Naruto, I have seen your everything. I know you just as well as you do. You would never do something evil, at least not without some justification. It's just not who you are, declared Sarah's, looking down at Naruto. Everything? Questioned Naruto, looking away from his queen's intense gaze with a sad, almost ashamed look in his eyes. Yes, Naruto-sama, everything, and don't worry, you'll never be alone again, I promise, spoke Sarah's, pulling Naruto into a hug, knowing exactly the memory he was thinking of. The young blonde didn't need to be reminded of his attempted suicide. Thank you, Sarah's, muttered Naruto, covering his eyes with his hand as he relaxed into his undead queen's warm embrace. The two of them stayed like that for about 5 minutes before Naruto's hand dropped from his face with a sigh. Would you like me to make you breakfast, Naruto-sama? Asked Sarah's, looking down at Naruto. Yes, thank you, Sarah's, spoke Naruto with a soft sigh. Alright, I'll be back soon, said Sarah's, getting up and walking out of the room, leaving Naruto to sigh once more before he got up and headed into his bathroom. Several hours later. Naruto, with Sarah's in his shadow, walked into the training ground. Shisui had told him to come to several days prior, only to see no one there. With that being the case, Naruto walked to the center of the training area before he began to kick up the dirt, making a shape in the soil. Naruto-sama, 3 presences incoming, declared Sarah's, alerting Naruto to the possible danger. Naruto continued to make the shape in the ground as he heard 3 thuds behind him. Glancing back, Naruto got a look at the 3. Good morning, Shisui-sensei, Kakashi-san, Gai-san, muttered Naruto, continuing making the shape. Morning, Naruto, nice to see you actually came today, replied Shisui, making Naruto glance back at the man. I had other business to attend to, declared Naruto, finishing up his shape before turning back to the 3. You don't seem surprised to see us, Naruto, spoke Kakashi with an eye smile. You were my father's second knight and Gai was 3 of my father's pawns. Why should I be surprised? Shisui brought you here, questioned Naruto, examining his fingernails. Not catching the somewhat shocked looks from the 2 jonin. Well, would you care to get started with training for today? Asked Shisui. One moment, said Naruto, turning around, a ball of blue flames forming in his hand. Kneeling down, Naruto slammed the flames into the shape he drew in the dirt, which was in actual fact a devil rune. As the flames touched the rune, a small bubble formed before shooting out from the rune and surrounding the immediate area in a clear barrier. Okay, ready now, declared Naruto, turning back to Shisui, Kakashi, and Gai. What's the barrier do? Asked Gai with a quirked brow. Hides what's going on from any prying eyes, declared Naruto before turning his head to his shadow. That means you can come out, said Naruto, getting confused looks from the members of his father's peerage, that is, until Sarah's rose out of Naruto's shadow, shocking the 3 shinobi. Sarah simply nodded to her master before moving over to the shade of a tree as Naruto turned back to the 3 shinobi. Alright, Naruto, well, here's the deal. I've asked Gai and Kakashi to help as well, because we are all ninja and still need to be doing missions, declared Shisui, getting a nod from Naruto. Guy will help mostly with physical training and taijutsu, although he may be able to help with ninjutsu but not jinjutsu. Kakashi will be training you in ninjutsu, mostly, helping if you need it with jinjutsu, which I'll be teaching you, and I'll also be teaching you chakra control, spoke Shisui. Alright then, let's get started, said Naruto with a grin. Okay, to start you need to unlock your chakra, spoke Guy. Sit down, Naruto, in a meditative position, ordered Shisui. Naruto dropped to the ground sitting in a meditative state. Now close your eyes and empty your mind, said Shisui. Once more Naruto did as instructed. With your mind clear, I want you to reach down into your stomach. You're looking for a warm feeling, said Shisui, looking down at his sitting pupil. Naruto once more did as instructed, searching deep within his navel. Naruto searched for the warm feeling. It's okay if you don't find it, Naruto, came Kakashi's voice almost in a disembodied tone as Naruto searched for the warm feeling. Naruto began Kakashi, interrupted by the blonde. I have it, declared Naruto, making Shisui raise a brow. Not that Naruto saw it. Okay, Naruto, I want you to try and gently pull on that feeling. Let the warmth flow through you. Pull that feeling out, spoke Guy. Naruto nodded slightly as he began to pull on the feeling, letting it flow through his body. Shisui, who was watching with his Sharingan active, he watched on as Naruto's chakra spread throughout his body. However, before Shisui, Guy, or Kakashi could say anything to Naruto, they had to jump back and close their eyes as Naruto exploded with chakra. The three shinobi looked at Naruto, worried. However, to their shock and surprise, Naruto still sat in his meditative position, alight with chakra. Naruto had so much chakra it was creating a visible flame on him. Alright, Naruto, you've done it, said Shisui. Naruto opened his eyes, which were now aglow with chakra. The blue sheen of chakra around Naruto dissipated and the glow around Naruto's eyes dropped, and he smiled at Shisui, who grinned at his student. Good job, Naruto. Most people don't get it their first times, declared Kakashi, making Naruto's eyes go wide before he smiled. Upside, you unlocked your chakra on your first go. Downside, you have more chakra than the three of us do. Upside to that, you can throw jutsu around like nobody's business. Downside to so much chakra, very little control, if any at all, declared Shisui, making Naruto happy and sad. I think the best thing to do is to first teach you control. However, because of your gigantic reserves, you may need a little help. So first I want to teach you the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. With this jutsu you'll be able to clone yourself, and these clones send any information learned back to you when they dispel, declared Shisui, making Naruto's eyes widen. However, don't think this is an easy jutsu. It's very chakra intensive and the clones dispel really easily, said Kakashi. I'm ready to learn, sensei, declared Naruto, getting a nod from the three nin. Okay, I want you to put your fingers like this, said Shisui, holding his hands up with his index and middle fingers in a cross pattern. Naruto nodded and imitated Shisui. Okay, with your hands like that, I want you to push as much of the warm feeling to your hands, and when you feel you have enough, I want you to try and push it out of your hands and call Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, said Shisui, calling the name of the jutsu before a cloud of smoke appeared next to Shisui. The smoke quickly vanished, revealing a second Shisui. Naruto went wide-eyed. Alright, Naruto, your turn, declared Shisui. Naruto nodded and put his hands into the hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, called Naruto before huge cloud of smoke covered the entire clearing. Once the smoke cleared, revealing 100 clones in the clearing. However, before Shisui could say anything to Naruto, the clones started to vanish, and within seconds there was no clones in the clearing and Naruto stood on wobbly feet. Master, called Sarah's, blurring forwards, catching Naruto as he fell backwards. I'm good, Sarah's, muttered Naruto, shaking his head as he stood back up. You created too many clones with not enough chakra. Try thinking about 50 clones and try again, Naruto, spoke Shisui, getting a nod from the blonde, who stepped forwards from Sarah's, who looked at him worriedly. You don't need to push yourself so hard, Naru-chan, said Kushina worriedly from within Naruto's mind. If I don't push myself, how can I improve? Questioned Naruto, silencing his mother, who was still worried but would be able to help if worst came to worst. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, called Naruto, forcing his chakra into his hands. Once more smoke appeared in the clearing. This time when it cleared, it revealed 50 Narutos. Shisui raised a brow, looking at the clones, almost expecting them to pop, but to his surprise they were stable. Walking up to the nearest clone, Shisui poked it to check the stability of the clones. Hey, said the clone indignantly. Just checking stability, said Shisui, looking at the clone, who narrowed his eyes. Alright, now I want all of you to watch closely, as this is what you'll be doing next, declared Shisui, making all of the Narutos look at him as he nodded to Kakashi, who walked over to a nearby tree and began walking up the trunk, shocking all of the Narutos. To do this you need to push chakra into your feet and walk up the tree. Too much chakra and you'll be blasted off the tree, too little and you won't stick. You might want to start with a run-up, said Kakashi, getting a nod from Naruto and his clones. Now each of you pick a tree and get started, ordered Shisui. Naruto and his clones saluted the man before getting to work. Alright, you two can leave if need be, I can handle teaching this to Naruto, said Shisui to Guy and Kakashi. Yeah, alright, give us a yell if you need us, spoke Kakashi as he turned and left Guy following his rival. Naruto and his clones all began trying to complete the exercise, running at the tree and trying to run up the tree's surface. Naruto himself was blasted off the tree after making it about 3 steps up. Flipping, Naruto managed to land on his feet. That was reasonable for a first attempt, declared Shisui with a grin. Naruto turned to Shisui. Sensei, is there any advantage in having me actually do the exercise when my clones are working on it? Asked Naruto looking at Shisui. Why, desperate to get onto some other training? Questioned the black-haired Nin. Not really, it's just I do have one other thing I need to do today, which hopefully shouldn't take too long and would like to get to it, spoke Naruto. Go on, kid, if I need you I'll let you know by clone, declared Shisui with a wave of his hand. Thanks, Shisui, spoke Naruto, running to the edge of the clearing. Sarah's quickly getting up from her position before taking off after Naruto and dropping into his shadow just as he left the barrier. I need to get some chakra paper for when he gets back, muttered Shisui before he formed his own clone, who quickly ran off in the direction of the village. He seems a little paranoid, muttered Shisui himself, jumping up into a tree watching the clones as they worked. #with Naruto #. Naruto walked down the main streets. It was day, so he had little chance of being attacked, only glared at, but that was nothing. The blonde devil stretched out his senses looking for the rather unique energy signature of his half-sister. Since when do you have a half-sister? Questioned Sarah's, hearing Naruto's thoughts. Given she's older than me always, but I met her for the first time yesterday, replied Naruto, feeling out for the signature. Is she that pure devil you were sensing then? Questioned Sarah's. Yes, although she is part reincarnated devil, part pure devil, a kunoichi and a werewolf, declared Naruto, shocking Sarah's into silence as Naruto continued to look for her. Gotcha, thought Naruto as he found Hana, the blonde, turning and heading in the direction of his elder half-sister. Interesting, thought Naruto as he felt the 3 signatures with his sibling. Moving quickly so they wouldn't leave what he assumed was a shop, Naruto quickly moved to the back alleys to get to his destination quicker. After about 5 minutes of walking, Naruto came to a small cafe within which was the origin of Hana's energy signature. Walking into the shop, a bell rang, alerting the man behind the counter to his arrival. Morning, Squirt, whatcha after? Asked the man, looking to Naruto. Cough cough cough, devil spawn cough cough, came the voice of a nearby customer as Naruto looked at the menu. 1 second, kid, spoke the man behind the counter before stepping out from behind the counter and walking over to the man. Naruto looked on, having made his choice. Would you care to repeat that? Questioned the man from behind the counter, looking down at the customer, who shrunk under the man's fierce gaze before shaking his head. That's what I thought, now get out, ordered the man. The customer quickly nodded, rushing out of his seat and out of the store. Sorry about the kid, so what'll you have? Questioned the counter worker, walking back towards the counter. I'll have a couple Hanami Dango please, said Naruto, getting a nod from the man, quickly packaging some. Hey Naruto, called a voice from his left. Hey Enkone, nice to see you again, spoke Naruto with a grin to the woman seated at a table with Kurenai, Yugao and Hana. Here you go, kid, that's 500, spoke the man behind the counter, placing a small container on the bench. Naruto quickly pulled out his wallet before handing the man his money and taking the container of Dango. The young blonde devil quickly stepped over to the table where members of his mother's peerage sat with his half-sister, who looked nervous. May I sit? Asked Naruto, smiling to the 4 women. Hey, the more the merrier, said Yugao with a smile as the 4 women shifted in the booth, giving Naruto enough room to take a seat. The booth was quiet for a moment. Something wrong, Hana-chan? You look nervous, questioned Kurenai, spotting the nervous look on her friend's face. She's nervous because I'm here, and that means I'm going to bring up what she is, said Naruto, testing to see how much the 3 devil kunoichi knew, while also causing Hana to glance at him with a slight glare. Oh, about her lycanthropy, questioned Anko, looking to Naruto with a look that said she knew that Hana was a devil but didn't want to say it. Yes and no, spoke Naruto. Naruto, growled Hana. Hana, they're devils too, and they know you are, said Naruto calmly, shocking all 4 of those present, Anko, Kurenai and Yugao, because Hana knew about her being a devil, Hana knowing the other 3 were also devils. Naruto sat there letting the 4 get over the shock as he ate his dango. Why, you 3 are, since when? Questioned Hana, looking to her 3 friends. When I made Chunin, Kushina-sensei made me one of her knights, spoke Yugao lowly. Same for me, but Kushina-sensei made me 4 of her pawns, said Kurenai quietly. Kushina-sensei offered to me when I made Chunin, but I didn't agree until after Orochimaru team abandoned me, growled Anko in a hushed tone. What about you, Hana? Since when do you know about? Well, you know, asked Yugao, looking to her friend. Yesterday, he followed me and Kaa-chan yesterday afternoon, and Kaa-chan explained a lot to me last night, declared Hana. Why were you following Hana and Tsume? Asked Kurenai looking to Naruto. Because I felt a partial pure devil and wanted to know who it was. It turns out it was my half-sister, said Naruto simply, making Yugao, Anko and Kurenai look at him wide-eyed. What? Screamed Anko in shock. Hana and I are half-siblings, spoke Naruto with a shrug. The three reincarnated devils just sighed. So you said yesterday you could help me with my lycanthropy, spoke Hana looking to Naruto who nodded. How? Asked Hana. I want to clarify that this will not cure you. Being born with it and a devil pretty much ruled out that option for you. This will hopefully help you control your transformations completely, declared Naruto. Okay, just get to the point please, begged Hana looking to Naruto desperately. Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out an object placing it on the table, revealing a chess piece, a blood-red rook piece. An evil piece? Questioned Kurenai looking at the rook piece confused. How will that help? Asked Anko. Tsume said to me yesterday that she was infected with lycanthropy while she was pregnant with Hana, hence how Hana is a werewolf in the first place. However, lycanthropy's infection works in stages, and Hana's appears to be stuck in one of the early stages, most likely because she wasn't even fully formed at the time. So if I'm right by converting her, it will force a change in her DNA, making her a purer devil than she is now, and at the same time should hopefully trigger the semi-dormant lycanthropy, allowing the stages to progress and get to the point where Hanane can fully control her transformations, spoke Naruto getting confused and intrigued looks from the four women in front of him. I, spoke Hana looking at Naruto not sure how to feel. If you chose to accept Hanane, I will not treat you as a servant. I don't want my peerage to be like that, and even if it was you or my sister, I will not treat family like I own them, declared Naruto, making Hana look to him. I'll do it, spoke Hana in an almost defeated tone looking down to the evil piece. No need to be down, Nei-chan, said Naruto with a comforting smile making her look to him. Can we just get this over with? Asked Hana. As you wish, we need a private place, it's best no one else sees this, spoke Naruto getting a nod from Hana who stood up as did Naruto who quickly grabbed his blood-red rook. I'll see you three later, declared Hana. Anko stood letting the werewolf out of the booth, Naruto following. By Hana-chan, Naruto-kun, spoke Yugao with a smile. Anko and Kurenai just waving to the two. Naruto waved back to the members of his mother's peerage as he and Hana left the building. The Inuzuka compound is close by, we could do this there, said Hana getting a nod from Naruto. The two devils quickly headed towards the Inuzuka compound, Hana leading and Naruto following diligently. It took all of 5 minutes for Naruto and Hana to make it to the Inuzuka compound. Quickly walking in, they headed up to the clan head house, Hana opening the door leading her half-brother inside. Kaa-chan, I'm home, called Hana. Welcome home, pup, and welcome to our home, Naruto, spoke the woman sticking her head out of the kitchen to look at the two half-siblings. So Naruto, have you done what you could to help my pup? Asked Tsume. Not yet, that's actually why we're here, said Naruto getting a confused look from Tsume until Naruto pulled his rook out of his pocket. How is that supposed to help? Questioned Tsume. I believe Hana's lycanthropy is frozen in one of the early stages, forcing her DNA to change. With this will hopefully reawaken the dormant disease, declared Naruto. Tsume didn't look all that happy. Tsume, she is my sister, I will not treat her like a servant, I promise both of you that, said Naruto getting a nod from Tsume, and another nod from Hana. Well, should probably go and handle that, spoke Tsume getting a nod from Hana and Naruto. Oh, and Naruto, would you mind staying a while after you're done? Questioned Tsume getting another nod from Naruto before he turned back to Hana who sighed and led him upstairs. Leading Naruto to a room, Hana opened the door and was immediately tackled by 3 white and gray blurs. Hey boys, spoke Hana with a grin, kneeling down and patting the 3 dogs who were cuddling up to her. However, one took notice of Naruto and cautiously moved over to him. Hey there, said Naruto calmly holding his hand out to the dog bending down. The dog sniffed Naruto's hand before barking happily and jumping on Naruto, licking his face. Hey, haha, calm do haha wn, giggled Naruto as he was licked. He likes you, spoke Hana with a smile looking at Naruto and her nin-ken. No hahaha really, he lihaha kes me, said Naruto sarcastically through the giggles, almost glaring at Hana who giggled her own giggle before turning to her other dogs. Well, go on boys, show your uncle some love, spoke Hana with a smirk before the 2 remaining dogs looked at Naruto before following their brother's lead and jumping on Naruto, licking him, making Naruto laugh even more. Hana ha stop them plhahahais, begged Naruto looking to the woman. Oh alright, come on boys, off you get, spoke Hana pulling the 3 dogs back, giving Naruto enough time to get up. It's nice to see you smiling again, Nei-chan, said Naruto with a small smile to the brown-haired Inuzuka heiress. Come Toto, let's get this over with, spoke Hana with a small smile leading Naruto into her room. So Hana, I need you to lay down somewhere, spoke Naruto, getting a nod from the brown-eyed girl who chose to lay down on her bed, the three Ninken looking on confused. This may feel a little strange, spoke Naruto, trying to calm the woman down. Hana nodded, biting her lip as Naruto put the rook down on her chest before climbing up and standing next to her on the bed. I commandeth thee as Naruto Gremory Phoenix. Mine command, Hana Inuzuka Phoenix, is that thou shall be my sister and we shall treat each other as family. I seal this contract. Be reborn, declared Naruto. A magical ring formed beneath Hana as the blood-red rook piece began to sink into her chest. After a moment the rook was gone, making Hana's body glow brightly for a moment. As the glow died down, Hana sat up. A pair of half-bat-like wings and half-blue flame wings flared out of her back, shocking the woman. Naruto nodded to Hana and got off her bed and headed towards the door. Where do you think you're going? Asked Hana, making Naruto look back at her. Downstairs, replied Naruto, confused. Hana then held her arms out. Our contract is to treat each other like family, declared Hana, looking at Naruto with an expectant look, her arms still held out wide. Naruto still looked at the woman, confused, making her sigh, stand up, rolling her eyes before walking over to Naruto. Hana wrapped her arms around Naruto. Thank you for helping me, Ototo, said Hana with a smile as she rested her chin on his shoulder. Oh, no problem, Nachan, spoke Naruto, returning the hug with a smile. Let me know if you need me, Ototo, declared Hana, pulling back. Naruto nodded as he turned around and left the girls' room, heading back downstairs. Naruto headed back downstairs where he found Tsume in the kitchen boiling a kettle of water. Cup of tea? Questioned Tsume without even turning around. Sure, spoke Naruto, somewhat confused. Please sit, said Tsume, turning back to Naruto with a smile. Naruto shrugged and pulled one of the chairs out from the table and took a seat. The two sat in silence for a moment as the kettle boiled. You wanted to speak with me, prompted Naruto, looking to Tsume, nodding as she turned to face him. Yes, I do, however, began Tsume, interrupted by the doorbell. Ah, that will be them now, declared Tsume, leaving, walking towards the doors. Naruto sat at the table and waited. He vaguely listened as Tsume talked to the people. A moment later Tsume returned with three men, Naruto instantly recognized as members of his father's peerage. So to what do I owe the pleasure, Inoichi-san, Shikaku-san, Choza-san? Questioned Naruto. Tsume informed us that you know of your heritage, spoke Inoichi, looking to Naruto, who nodded, leaning back in his chair. Minato, explain to us, in the unlikely circumstances that a king dies, their peerage, unless they are of high class in the underworld, the peerage members can either pledge themselves to their king's next of kin or they can transfer to another devil's peerage, declared Choza. Yes, spoke Naruto with a quirked brow. Tsume, Choza, Inoichi, Shikaku all knelt in front of Naruto. We pledge our loyalty to you, Naruto-sama, declared the four devils in unison. Naruto nodded to the four of them. I thank you for your loyalty, but you are part of my father's peerage. I would prefer to keep it that way, declared Naruto. I don't speak for all of us, but, even with that, I would pledge my loyalty to you, Naruto, declared Shikaku, getting nods from the other three devils. Very well, you four. But I must ask one question of you. Your loyalty to me, how far would that take you? Questioned Naruto, drawing a confused look from the four devils. How far are you willing to go? Fight my fights no matter the enemy, kill at my command no matter the target, even turn against your home? Questioned Naruto. The four devil ninja looked from Naruto to each other and back to Naruto before looking down. Yes, muttered Tsume, drawing the attention of the other four beings to her. So long as my family is spared, I will follow you to hell and back, declared Tsume, looking to Naruto with a determined look in her eye. Naruto turned to the other three devils before him. I'm with Tsume so long as my family is spared. You have my loyalty, declared Inoichi. Naruto nodded his thanks before turning to Choza and Shikaku. The lazy Nara looked at the ground, before looking at Naruto and nodding. You have my loyalty, declared Choza. I thank you for, spoke Naruto with a nod before he went rigid. Naruto, what's wrong? Asked Tsume. Sorry, I have to go, declared Naruto as a teleportation circle appeared beneath his feet, which quickly rose up, engulfing the blonde. #apartment complex #. Naruto once more appeared in his apartment's bedroom. Walking out of the room, Naruto moved to the door. As he reached the door, there was a knock. Opening the door, he came face to face with a purple-haired cat masked Anbu. Just you, Yugao? Questioned Naruto. Even if it is while on duty, I am Nico, okay? Questioned Yugao from behind her mask, getting a nod from Naruto. But yes, it is just me, said the woman. Well, for future reference for you and the rest of Kaa-chan's peerage, I am staying in her old house, said Naruto, getting a nod from Yugao. I'll be sure to let them know, but as for why I am here, Hokage-sama wishes to speak with you, spoke Yugao. What does that bastard want with me? Questioned Naruto, narrowing his eyes, making Yugao do a double take. What happened between the two of you? You loved him like a grandfather, questioned Yugao. I am a tool to him, said Naruto, making Yugao narrow her eyes. From what I gather it's about the academy, said Yugao, getting a nod from Naruto, who closed the door and begun to walk down the stairs. He was still wanting to be a ninja, but Konoha was defiantly not the village he wanted to fight for. The blonde had time to think. As he walked to the Hokage's office, he could quite easily tell Hiruzen to get fucked and be done with everything, but that would shatter the facade he had slowly been building and he would need to move up his plans. However, he didn't even have an idea which village he would defect to, so as much as Naruto didn't like it, he would have to bide his time and go to Konoha Academy, or at least a clone would, while he trained himself or with his peerage. Hey Gigi, said Naruto, walking into Hiruzen's office. Naruto internally gauging at having to call the man something positive to keep up appearances. Naruto-kun, just in time. I was going through the academy entrance forms and remembered you have turned 12 and you have been telling me for years you're going to take my hat, said Hiruzen with a smile. Where are the forms, Gigi? Questioned Naruto excitedly while inwardly rolling his eyes. Shisui was a better trainer than any of the academy instructors. He didn't even need to have attended the academy for even a day to know that. Naruto knew that generally only Chunin were assigned to be academy instructors, maybe the occasional Jonin, but they never were anything special. Right here Naruto-kun, I need these back by tomorrow. Ask Tuchi-san to help you if you run into trouble on something and I'll sign them for you, said Hiruzen, getting a nod from Naruto before the elderly man handed Naruto a couple of pages which he took. Is that all, Gigi? Asked Naruto, looking at the Kage, who nodded to Naruto. I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto-kun, enjoy your day, said Hiruzen, getting back to his work. Chapter 11, Return to Konoha 4. Naruto ran at a tree before running up it with chakra directed to his feet. Running up the tree after making it about 10 meters, the bark under his foot exploded, pushing him backwards off the tree. Using the momentum, Naruto flipped backwards before landing on the ground, glaring at the tree, while all around him clones were doing the same exercise. Too much chakra, spoke a voice from behind the blonde. Naruto jumped up, spinning in air, 2 balls of blue fire forming above his hands as he faced the unknown voice. Calm down, Naruto, spoke the voice of Shisui as Naruto glared at the man who stood next to the owner of the unknown voice. Itachi, questioned Kushina from inside Naruto's mind. Who is this sensei and why is here? Asked Naruto, his eyes narrowing on Shisui. You know him, Kaa-chan? Questioned Naruto mentally. Naruto, this is Itachi Uchiha, my friend. He found a clone of mine wandering the streets and was curious as to what I was doing, and when he found out I was teaching someone, was curious who it was, spoke Shisui, glancing at Itachi, who nodded to Naruto. He's Mikoto's oldest son. I taught him a few things when he was young and was almost like an aunt to him, declared Kushina. Naruto looked at Itachi for a moment before the blonde redhead's eyes narrowed slightly. Weasel-san, questioned Naruto, tilting his head unsure if he was right, but the momentary widening of Itachi's eyes told the young blonde he had hit the nail on the head. I'm surprised you recognize me after all this time and out of uniform, declared Itachi with the ghost of a smile on his lips. I never forget my friends, spoke Naruto, a smirk on his face as his 2 fireballs vanished as he stood there relaxed. The 3 stood there in silence for several moments. Well, I guess we should get back into training. Hey Naruto, spoke Shisui, breaking the silence, getting a nod from Naruto. Here, I need you to channel a bit of chakra to this, said Shisui, handing Naruto a piece of paper. Naruto took the paper, looking at it with a quirked eyebrow. Really, Shisui, don't you think it's a bit soon to be starting him on training with elements? Questioned Itachi. He's no younger than you were when Kushina started teaching you about elemental manipulation, spoke Shisui, getting a shrug from Itachi. Naruto then pumped a bit of chakra into the paper. As he did, the paper begun to burn a light blue flame. Just before about half of the paper was consumed, it split down the center and the unburnt side crinkled, curling around on itself. Well, look at that, 3 elements, declared Shisui with a grin, getting a quirked brow from Naruto. That paper was chakra paper, Naruto. It's made from trees grown on chakra and shows a person's elemental affinity. Yours burnt, which indicates fire, split indicating wind, and crinkled indicating a lightning affinity, said Itachi, getting a nod from Naruto. So Naruto, you think you can make some more clones, or do you need to pull some off the tree walking? Asked Shisui. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, called Naruto. A plume of smoke surrounded him, which when it cleared revealed an additional 10 clones. Alright, you tree walking go, declared Shisui, pointing to one of the clone, getting a nod from the clone, who quickly moved off to begin the training. What about us, Shisui-sensei? Asked one of the remaining clones. Shisui glanced back at the clones before in a plume of smoke 3 more Shisui appeared. Split into groups of 3 and then each of you follow one of my clones, declared Shisui, getting a nod from the clones. And me? Asked the original Naruto, looking at Shisui. Well, given you'll no doubt be starting at the academy soon, I thought it might be a good idea to introduce you to someone your own age who might be in the same class as you, said Shisui turning to Itachi. What you mean Sasuke? Asked Itachi getting a nod from Shisui. And Mikoto, I think she would like Naruto here, spoke Shisui. Well, Tusan is out for a while today, that should be okay, said Itachi nervously, before nodding. Sure, why not, said Naruto with a shrug. With that said, the three left the training grounds, Itachi and Shisui leading Naruto through the village towards the Uchiha compound. Naruto glanced around at the villagers as he walked through the village. While there were glares directed at him, some people were glaring at Itachi and Shisui when they walked past. That's strange, thought Naruto to himself as he walked. Not really, the Uchiha were the only ones historically capable of controlling the Kyuubi. Most likely some people think that the attack was the work of an Uchiha, which it was, but not one of the village, replied Kushina, making Naruto momentarily narrow his eyes. It took all of 5 minutes for the three people to reach the Uchiha compound. However, when they entered, Naruto started glancing around nervously. Don't worry Naruto, no one here will hurt you with us here, spoke Shisui with a reassuring smile towards the blonde. I know that, but that doesn't mean I trust them at all, muttered Naruto, his eyes flickering from person to person, making sure none of them were going to make a move against him. The three of them walked up to the main street of the compound towards a large house. Itachi opened the door, stepping inside. Kaa-chan, Sasuke, I'm back and we have visitors, called Itachi as the three entered the house. Oh Itachi, welcome home. Oh hello Shisui-kun, spoke a woman as she walked out of a room and saw the three people in the doorway. Naruto-sama, she has an illusion cast over her form, telepathically spoke Sarah's to her master from his shadow. I can tell Sarah's, my question is why, replied Naruto, trying to work out what she could be hiding. And who is your friend? I don't believe I've had the pleasure, said the woman stepping forwards. She has a genjutsu over herself to cover the bruises, declared Kushina in Naruto's mind. Hello, I'm Naruto, nice to meet you Mikoto-san, spoke Naruto stepping forwards with a smile. Bruises? Questioned Sarah's in a confused tone. Naruto here is as of today my student, isn't that right Naruto, spoke Shisui getting a nod and a grin from Naruto. She is married to an abusive husband, they were engaged at a young age, I tried to help her, I tried to stop him, but she asked me not to interfere. She was already pregnant with Itachi and didn't want him to be without a father, and as much as I didn't want to, I left it alone, doing what I could, offering her a place to stay if she needed it, offering her a shoulder to cry on, being there if she needed to talk with someone, and even eventually offering her physical comfort, hence why we started sleeping together, spoke Kushina in annoyance. She had tried everything to help Mikoto, even going so far as to pull Minato in on the issue, but his hands were also tied. Even as Hokage, there was only so much he could do without evidence, which Mikoto refused to supply them with. Sasuke, come down here, we have visitors, yelled Mikoto. I won't ask this of you often Naruto, but please help Mikoto, don't dismiss her like any of the other villagers, be nice to her, treat her like you would me, Venelana or Ruby, begged Kushina. I'll try my best Kaa-chan, replied Naruto before he saw a boy that looked somewhat like Mikoto and Itachi appear at the end of the hallway. Nisan, called the boy before running and hugging Itachi. Hey there Sasuke, spoke Itachi with a smile, hugging the younger child. Completely ignore me, why don't you Sasuke, humph, spoke Shisui, trying and failing to suppress a grin. Don't be such a baby Shisui, he hasn't seen me in a couple of weeks, you would have been here every day, declared Itachi with a smile, before frowning, glancing at his mother. Not that she noticed, Naruto however did, before glancing at Shisui, who was clenching his fist. Sasuke-chan, this is Naruto, he is Shisui's student, spoke Mikoto, introducing her youngest son to Naruto. Hey, I'm Sasuke, spoke Sasuke, holding his hand out to Naruto. Naruto, replied the blonde with a grin, shaking Sasuke's hand. Let's go to the sitting room, shall we, suggested Mikoto, leading the group away from the doorway into a room with several couches and other cushioned chairs. However, the first thing Naruto noticed was a large picture on the wall. The picture had Mikoto, Itachi, Sasuke, and another man in it. Mikoto stood in the middle of the picture with a hand on a smiling Sasuke's shoulder. On the right of the two was an almost sour-looking Itachi. Finally, to the left of Mikoto and Sasuke was a bored-looking man. What a lovely picture, said Naruto, trying to contain his anger. Yes, it is a nice picture, isn't it? Such a shame Fugaku is out. I'm sure he'd like to meet you Naruto, spoke Mikoto again. If it weren't for the training he had in the underworld, Naruto would have never noticed the small amount of hate when she mentioned Fugaku. Anyway, I will get us some tea, said Mikoto with a smile, walking out of the room. I'll help you, said Naruto, standing up to follow her. I couldn't ask you to do that, please, you're my guest, spoke Mikoto. I insist, declared Naruto, walking over to her, getting a sigh from Mikoto. Okay, come on then Naruto, said Mikoto, walking out of the room, Naruto following behind her. The two quickly walked into the kitchen where they began to prepare the tea. So what did you want to talk to me about Naruto, questioned Mikoto. You knew? I should have known you're a fully trained kunoichi after all, muttered Naruto before shaking his head and looking up at her. I know who you are, Mikoto, who you were to my mother and who she was to you, said Naruto, making Mikoto's eyes shoot wide open. How? Questioned the woman. You are better off not knowing, said Naruto, getting an unsure look from Mikoto. I'm telling you this so I can tell you if you need to get away from Fugaku for a night. My door, my parents' old home, is open, or you need someone to listen to you, I will. You need a shoulder to cry on, I will be there for you, said Naruto. Why you know about Fugaku to how? Questioned Mikoto, looking at Naruto terrified. I'll just say that I have been on the wrong side of his sadism and we will leave it at that, spoke Naruto, wincing at the memories, getting a nod from Mikoto. Thank you, Naruto-kun, but I will ask of you please don't tell Itachi or Sasuke about Fugaku, spoke Mikoto. I won't tell Sasuke, but I have a feeling Itachi already knows, and if I'm right so does Shisui, declared Naruto, making Mikoto look at him in shock. But I promise on my mother's grave not to tell Sasuke about his monster of a father, declared Naruto, getting a grateful nod from Mikoto. With their various pieces said, the two quickly went about finishing their task of gathering the tea before returning to the sitting room. Several hours later. Well, it's getting late, I should probably head home, spoke Naruto, getting a nod from the Uchiha matriarch and her two sons. I should probably head off too, spoke Shisui, standing up with a stretch. Well, thank you for stopping by, you two, and feel free to stop by again, Naruto, spoke Mikoto, getting a nod from the blonde. With that said, Shisui and Naruto headed to the door. As they stepped out into the streets, Naruto closed his eyes before sighing. I know what that was really about, Shisui, declared Naruto, glancing back at the man. But unfortunately, I can't do it, spoke Naruto, looking ahead of him. What? Why not? Questioned Shisui. She doesn't want her children to be without a father, making her a part of my peerage won't change that. I've done what I can and offered her a place away from Fugaku if she needs it, and when she is there I will try to convince her to leave Fugaku, but I can't save her from herself, spoke Naruto, hanging his head. Well, I thank you for at least offering her a place to stay away from that bastard, declared Shisui. Naruto nodded before flaring out his flaming wings and shooting off into the darkening sky. The blonde red-haired devil flew from the Uchiha clan compound towards his home, simply letting the cooling night air wash over his face, calming him slightly as he flew through the air. With the blonde flying, it took all of 5 minutes for him to reach his home. Dropping to the ground, Naruto landed in front of the gates with Sarah's quickly rising out of his shadow. Naruto went to open the gate only to drop to the ground, clutching his head, screaming in pain. Naruto-sama, yelled Sarah's, rushing to her master's side. Naruto's hands became engulfed in flames as he clutched his head, quickly making pain fade before he collapsed into Sarah's arms. Thank you, Sarah's, muttered Naruto, wincing in pain as he tried to stand. What happened, Naruto-sama? Questioned the blonde vampire. Influx of memories from my clones, muttered Naruto, wobbling on his feet as he pushed the gate open and went inside Sarah's, following her master closely in case he fell over again. Naruto pushed open the front door and walked inside. As the blonde walked into the lounge room, he fell into one of the chairs. Are you okay, Naruto-sama? Questioned a new voice from beside the blonde. I'm okay, Luffy-chan, spoke Naruto, glancing at the woman who nodded and left Naruto to his business. Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a small pile of folded-up paper. What's that, Naruto-sama? Asked Sarah's. Academy entrance forms, Hiruzen expects them tomorrow, muttered Naruto, grabbing a pen from the coffee table. And you're actually filling them out? Questioned Sarah's. He sees me as his weapon, he won't let me not be a ninja, besides I need to keep up my facade until I know where I'm going to go after I defect, spoke Naruto. If you're going to defect to another village, I would suggest you steer clear of Suna and Iwa, as Suna is allied with us and Iwa hated your father, said a voice from behind them. Alucard, not that I don't enjoy your company, but why are you here? Asked Naruto, wincing as he turned to face the man. I finished my ANBU shift and Yugao told me you were staying here. I came to make sure you are comfortable, said Alucard, getting a nod from Naruto. Thank you, we're fine, declared Naruto. But given you are here, you could probably give me some information of the elemental nations at large, seeing as you've ruled out Iwa and Suna. Anything else you can tell me? Questioned Naruto. Well, the tensions between Konoha and Kumo have been rising since they attempted to abduct one of the Hyuga when they signed the peace treaty, so they might be a good option if for nothing else as a fuck you to Sarutobi. Then I hear the Mizukage is going nuts in Kiri, so I'm not sure about that, said Alucard. Any minor villages that I need to be aware of? Asked Naruto. Well, from what I've heard, Odo is more of a bunch of laboratories than a village, so that might be one to steer clear of. Aim's been locked off since the last war, so we got nothing on them, probably safer to avoid them, as well as last was heard of them they were in war too. Nothing else really springs to mind, spoke Alucard. Next morning. Naruto lay in bed, Sarah's next to him, her arm draped over his chest, his arm wrapped around her, sun pouring through the window. Glancing over at the clock, Naruto noted it was 8 o'clock, so he would have to contemplate getting up to get ready for training. His thought process was interrupted however when he heard a knock at the door. "Shall I get the door, Naruto-sama?" muttered Sarah's, looking at her blonde master. "No, given who it is they will want to talk with me, so I got it," said Naruto, sitting up, before climbing out of bed and finding a pair of pants on the floor before quickly pulling them on. "Knock knock knock." I'm coming, keep your pants on," yelled Naruto as he walked quickly to the door, opening it. "And Naruto," spoke Kurenai, shocked. "Morning, you lot, what can I do for you?" asked Naruto, looking at his mother's peerage minus Alucard. "It's better we talk inside if that's all right," spoke Yugao nervously. Naruto nodded before stepping aside, letting the 4 reincarnated devils into his home. "Would you care for some tea?" asked Sarah's, walking into the room with a yawn and a stretch, wearing very little in terms of clothing, having thrown on a t-shirt after Naruto got up before following her master. "We didn't interrupt you too, did we?" questioned Yugao, noting both Naruto and Sarah's lack of clothing. "No, we were just lazing in bed," spoke Naruto with a stretch as he took a seat. "Tea?" questioned Sarah's once more. "Yes, Sarah-san, that would be lovely," spoke Anko with a grin. "So what can I do for you for this morning?" questioned Naruto, looking at the 4 devils with a raised eyebrow. "I spoke to Alucard last night," declared Yugao, and with that Naruto instantly knew what his mother's peerage wanted to see him for. "Yes," said Naruto calmly. "He told me and I told them that you plan to defect from Konoha," spoke Yugao, motioning to her fellow peerage members. "Yes," declared Naruto calmly, once more looking at the 4 reincarnated devils as if daring them to defy him. "Where do you plan to go?" asked Anko. "Huh?" questioned Naruto, looking at them confused. "Where do you plan to go after you defect? We promised your mother we would protect you and we have as best we could, but the Hokage blocked us from the easier measures like adopting you," said Anko. "I'm not sure yet. Suna and Iwa are out of the question, but Kiri, Kumo, and all of the minor villages are still on the table, and Sarutobi blocking you from adopting me would be because I'm not the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, I am Konoha's weapon," spoke Naruto, rolling his eyes. "What?" questioned Hayate, Kurenai and Anko, looking at Naruto confused. "Sarutobi, he sees me as a weapon. He hides it well, but I'm not human, I am his weapon," spoke Naruto, making Hayate, Anko and Kurenai go wide-eyed before narrowing their eyes. It was at that moment Sarah's walked out with the pot of tea. "When you have made your decision on where and when, let us know," said Kurenai, getting a nod from Naruto. "With the way the village treats you and that, why are you even still here?" asked Anko, looking at Naruto. "I'm only still here because I have yet to decide where I will defect to, and I want to make sure there is no one in Konoha worth my time in my peerage before I leave, which should only take a month at worst," declared Naruto, getting a nod from the reincarnated devils. Several hours later. Naruto and Sarah stood within the ruined-off training ground, Naruto having roughly 40 clones within the clearing. 10 on each of the elemental manipulation. Shisui started them on the day before, with 10 trying to burn a leaf, another 10 trying to slice a leaf in half, and the last 10 trying to crinkle a leaf. The last 10 of Naruto's clones, the devils set to work on the tree walking. Naruto had already sent a clone off with the forms to Sarutobi, while Naruto himself stood in the clearing opposite Sarah's. "Are you sure about this, Naruto-sama?" questioned Sarah's, looking at Naruto. "Yes, Sarah's, I am," declared Naruto. "All right then," spoke Sarah's, her arms dissolving into blood like claws as she lunged forwards at Naruto. Naruto threw his right hand out to the side, summoning Brynhilder, while his left hand quickly reached over his shoulder, pulling a laster out of the sheath on his back, Naruto bringing both blades up just in time to block a strike from Sarah's, the vampire queen, pushing down on Naruto's blades with all of her vampiric strength. Naruto, using her strength against her, let his footing slip, sliding through Sarah's legs, pushing off the ground and flaring his wings out and flying up, putting some distance between himself and Sarah's, who turned back to her blonde master, her blood-red eyes narrowing at the blonde as blue flames and purple lightning started to dance off Brynhilder and Alaster respectively. Naruto swung Alaster out wide, sending a wave of purple lightning at Sarah's, who blurred out of the way. "Too slow," declared Sarah's from above Naruto, her own wings flared out as she spun vertically, delivering an axe kick to Naruto's head, sending the blonde rocketing down to the ground, slamming into the ground, creating a small crater as he bounced off the ground from the extreme force. Naruto coughed up a glob of blood as he pushed himself to his feet, shooting forwards just in time to avoid another strike from his queen. Sarah's formed 2 balls of blue fire in her hands as she floated about a foot off the ground, glaring down Naruto as he flew away from her, throwing the flames forwards. "Banishing shift," called Naruto, spinning mid-air, slicing into the air with Brynhilder, before continuing his spin and flying away from Sarah's as her 2 fireballs vanished with the slice in the air. Sarah's narrowed her eyes before flying after her master. Naruto, sensing his queen following behind him, quickly pulled up and flew out of the trees he had found himself under. Sarah's quirked an eyebrow watching Naruto's actions but followed him anyway. As she burst through the top of the tree canopy, a spear of fire flew at her. Moving out of the way just in time for the spear to pass harmlessly past her, she glanced back at Naruto, who was smirking. Sarah's quickly once more dodged as the spear came flying back towards her. When Sarah's turned back to Naruto, she saw he was once more gone. Looking around, she couldn't find him. It was only her vampiric instincts that saved her from being impaled by Naruto's lightning-coated sentient blade. Glaring at Naruto as he flew away from her once more, Sarah's threw her blood limbs forwards trying to catch Naruto's foot. Naruto, upon sensing the incoming strike, let his wings dissipate and began free falling towards the ground. Just before he hit the ground, Naruto's wings formed and he landed feet first before kicking off the ground backwards to avoid an axe kick from his queen, Sarah's foot shattering the ground where it hit, creating large chunks of debris which flew up into the air. Spinning around with Sarah slammed her foot into a large chunk of earth, sending it rocketing towards Naruto. The blonde red-haired high-class devil sliced clean through the earth with a laster, the two chunks of earth rocketing past him, only to get slugged in the face, dropping both his swords, and launched into a tree, snapping it in two before slamming into a second one courtesy of his vampiric queen. Naruto fell to the ground face first just after the tree hit the ground. Before he could even push himself to his knees, a foot was planted on his back. "I believe that's that, Naruto-sama," spoke Sarah's calmly, a bloody claw at Naruto's neck. "Yep, you win," wheezed Naruto, spitting out a couple of globs of blood, taking a deep breath as his lungs healed. Sarah's removed her foot from Naruto's back before reaching down, her arms reforming as she held her hand out to Naruto, pulling him up. "That was an impressive display, you two," declared a voice from behind them. "Thank you, Kakashi," said Naruto as the blonde moved over to his weapon, picking it up and replacing it in the sheath on his back. Naruto then turned to see the three members of his father's peerage that agreed to teach him. "Okay, so yesterday was to let me know that all of you were willing to teach me. Today you're all here because?" questioned Naruto, looking at the three men confused. "I spoke with Shikaku last night," said Kakashi. "Yes," spoke Naruto, taking a deep breath. "We pledge our loyalty to you, Naruto-sama," declared the three devils in unison, kneeling to Naruto. "Since Kakashi spoke to Shikaku, I assume you know what I told him after he did the same?" asked Naruto. "That we are a part of your father's peerage and you wish to keep it that way," spoke Guy, getting a nod from Naruto. "We still pledge our loyalty to you, Naruto-sama," declared Kakashi. "I suppose Shikaku also told you what I said when he did that too?" questioned Naruto. "You questioned how far that loyalty would take them," spoke Shisui, getting a nod from Naruto. "Minato-sama was like a father to me, his peerage, he and Kushina were like a family to me. I am more than happy to follow you wherever you lead, Naruto-sama, even if it down the path of destruction," spoke Kakashi, getting a nod from Naruto. "Minato-sama may not have been my Jonin-sensei like Kakashi, but he was one of the few people who had faith in me, which gave me faith in myself, and much like Kakashi, Minato-sama's peerage has been like a family to me. I will follow you into the maws of death, Naruto-sama," declared Guy. "Minato-sama always treated the Uchiha fairly despite our less than respectful reputation, and was even willing to sacrifice his own life for us, even giving me new life as a devil after I died for no other reason than respect for my father's last wish to him. It would be an insult to your father and my own if I weren't to follow you," said Shisui, looking at the ground. "Stand, my friends," ordered Naruto, making the three look to each other and then to Naruto before nervously standing up. "I make this promise to you in my father's name. I shall never make you question pledging your loyalty to me," spoke Naruto with no small amount of conviction in his voice, getting a nod from the three members of his father's peerage. "We will do our best to never make you question our loyalty to you, Naruto-sama," declared Kakashi, getting a nod from Naruto. Several hours later. "I've almost got it, I swear," muttered Naruto, glaring at the tree in front of him, having just blasted off of it. "It was looking pretty good, Naruto. I think by this time tomorrow you should have it down," muttered Shisui, looking up at the sky. "Well, it's about time I head off. You good today, Naruto?" asked Shisui, looking at his student, who nodded as Shisui stood up. "All right, I'll see you two tomorrow," said Shisui, vanishing in a swirl of leaves. "All right, you lot disperse, but two at a time please," ordered Naruto, turning to his clones, getting a nod from the tired group of clones who all sat underneath different trees. The first two dispelled and Naruto winced, before bringing his flaming hand up to his forehead, gently healing his head with his healing flames. After a few moments and after most of his clones had dispelled, Naruto walked over to Sarah's. "It's time for us to go to Sarah's," declared Naruto, turning and walking out of the clearing. As Sarah's once more following her usual pattern, she got up and sunk into his shadow. Naruto once more walked through the village getting glares from all of the villagers again ignoring the villagers. Naruto moved through the crowds of villagers and into the alleyways not wanting to deal with the villagers and their glares. Moving towards his home through the alleyways was a breeze and the lack of villagers and their glares was a rather nice bonus. Making his way into his house, Naruto was quite thankful to be home. And after walking in he made a beeline for the kitchen so he could make himself something to eat. He had just finished a full day of training and he was hungry. As Naruto stepped into his kitchen, Sarah rose out of his shadow and began making her way to the library to find something to read for a while. Naruto, called a voice from somewhere in the house. In the kitchen, Luffy-chan, called Naruto, making himself a simple sandwich. Naruto then heard shuffling. Not bothering to turn around, he assumed that it was Luffy. Naruto, once you are done, can I speak with you? Asked Luffy. Sure, just give me a few moments, said Naruto, quickly finishing his sandwich. Taking the food, Naruto moved into the lounge room where he found Luffy sitting on one of the couches with the bishop piece sitting on the coffee table between the couches. I take it this is about the offer I made? Questioned Naruto, quickly taking a bite out of his sandwich. I've made my decision, said Luffy. Chapter 12, Return to Konoha V. I've made my decision, said Luffy. Oh, and? Questioned Naruto, looking at her with a raised eyebrow. I'll do it. I'll be reborn as a member of your peerage. You saved me when I was starving and helped me searching for my brother, and you have said you won't stop me from trying to find him. I'll become your servant, said Luffy. Alright, but I will correct you on one thing. While technically my servant, I don't plan to treat you as a glorified maid. I do not hold myself above my peerage, said Naruto, smiling at the girl before taking the bishop from her as she smiled and nodded to her soon-to-be king. Come, let's get this sorted, said Naruto, giving Luffy the come here gesture. The girl nodded and followed her soon-to-be king. The two walked to Naruto's room. Lay down, this shouldn't take more than a minute, said Naruto, pointing to his bed, getting a nod from the girl as she quickly lay down on the rather comfy bed. So, I did learn a little about the evil pieces when I was with the Golden Dawn, but what's the difference between the pieces? Questioned Luffy. Well, pawns are basic pieces, nothing too special about them. Rooks give the devil a large boost in strength, but it costs them speed. The knights gains a speed boost, but at the cost of their magical prowess. The bishop spoke Naruto, interrupted by Luffy. Let me guess, better magic, worse strength? Questioned the girl, getting a nod from Naruto. Correct, and finally the queen gains the boosts of all three with none of the drawbacks, said Naruto, getting a nod from the girl. Now I'm about to begin the process, so please don't interrupt, said Naruto, getting a nod from his soon-to-be bishop as he placed the bishop piece on the girl's chest. I commendeth thee as Naruto Phoenix Gremory. Mine command, Luffy Pendragon, is that thou shall serve me as a magician to the best of your abilities. I seal this contract. Be reborn, declared Naruto. Luffy was shocked as a magical ring formed beneath her as the blood-red bishop piece on her chest began to sink into her chest. After a moment the piece was gone, making Luffy's body glow brightly for a moment before the glow died down as Luffy sat up. A pair of half bat-like wings and half blue flame wings flared out of her back. And like that, you are now my bishop, said Naruto with a smile. I don't feel all that different, but I do feel I have larger magical reserves, spoke Luffy, getting a nod from Naruto. Do you know fire magic? Asked Naruto, getting a quirked brow and a slow nod from the blonde bishop. Well, I think you'll find that your flames might be a little different now, declared Naruto, smirking as he walked out of the room, leaving Luffy with a confused look on her face. Naruto meanwhile was out in the lounge room once more. The blonde red-haired king just short of fell into one of the chairs, letting his head loll backwards. Naruto jumped in a small amount of shock when he heard a knock at the door. Stretching out his senses, the blonde calmed down significantly, sensing who it was. It's unlocked, Nachan, called Naruto towards the front door. His yell was quickly followed by the sound of the door opening, before quickly closing again as Hana made her way into the house. Nice place you have here, Ototo, spoke Hana as she stepped into the lounge room. Yeah, Kaa-chan and Tusans, old place, quite nice if a little outdated, spoke Naruto before shaking his head and turning to his half-sister. Please take a seat. What's up? Asked Naruto, motioning to the seat opposite himself, which Hana quickly stepped over to before flopping down onto it. Nothing serious, Kaa-chan just suggested given tonight is a full moon, it might be a good idea for me to be with you, in case I go out of control again, spoke the girl, getting a nod from Naruto. Naruto-sama, what ditto, hello, I don't believe we've had the pleasure, spoke Luffy, walking out of the hallway looking at Naruto, however stopping what she was saying upon seeing Hana. Hanane, this is Luffy Pendragon, my bishop. Luffy, this is my werewolf half-sister Hana Inuzuka, my rook, spoke Naruto, introducing the two women. Nice to meet you, Pendragon-san, spoke Hana with a smile, holding her hand out for a handshake. The pleasure is mine, Inuzuka-sama, and please Luffy is fine, replied Luffy with a smile, shaking Hana's hand. In that case Hana is fine, declared Hana with a grin, getting a nod from the blonde bishop. Anyway, you were saying Luffy? Questioned Naruto with a quirked eyebrow. Right, I was asking, what you meant about my flame magic, asked Luffy. Well, Sarah's when I made her my queen got my blue flames a mutation on the normal Phoenix pyrokinesis gene, creating blue flames that are not only hotter than normal flames, but are immune to other pyrokinetics trying to take control, are actually enhanced by water and have healing capabilities, spoke Naruto, getting shocked looks from both Luffy and Hana. Healing capabilities? From fire? Really? Questioned Hana, looking at Naruto unbelievingly. Naruto quirked his brow, looking at his half-sister. Naruto then reached into his pouch and pulled out a kunai, confusing both Hana and Luffy before he held up his free hand with the back of his hand towards the two women, and before either women could stop him, Naruto slammed the kunai into his own hand, piercing the skin, punching through the bone and piercing the other layer of skin with the tip poking out of the palm of Naruto's hand, not even flinching at the pain. Naruto, what the hell are you doing? Questioned Hana, moving to heal Naruto's hand, only for Naruto to release his kunai and hold up his uninjured hand in a stop motion, stopping the werewolf. Naruto winced slightly as he pulled out the bloody kunai, letting the blood pour down his arm. The high-class devil put the bloody kunai down and then held up his free and unbloodied hand before the air around the hand burst into blue flames. Naruto then brought his flaming hand to his bloodied hand, palm to palm, and to Hana and Luffy's shock, the open wound on Naruto's hand begun to stitch itself shut, and not seared shut, the skin actually began reforming, and from the crunching sounds the bones snapped back in place. After little more than seconds, all that remained of the open wound was the trail of blood running down Naruto's arm, and the shocked and horrified looks on Hana and Luffy's faces. Not that I believe you're lying, Naruto-sama, but couldn't that be your natural phoenix regeneration? Asked Luffy, looking at Naruto confused, only for that to turn to horror as Naruto once more quirked a brow before picking up the same bloody kunai, and again before either woman could stop him he slammed the kunai through his hand, before ripping it out. No phoenix regeneration, the wound bursts into flame before resealing itself, declared Naruto as the kunai wound did just that, the wound bursting into flames. After a few seconds the flames died down and revealed Naruto's hand perfectly healed. Before anyone else could speak they were interrupted by the sound of a door opening. Turning to the door they all found Sarah standing in the open door with a book under her arm, looking at the three devils confused. What? Asked the blonde vampire, looking at the three devils. Nothing, Sarah's-chan, spoke Naruto, turning back to the other two girls. Hana, however, was looking from Sarah's to Naruto and back at Sarah's, confused. Naruto blinked before realizing. Right, you haven't met Sarah's-chan yet, muttered Naruto, looking at Hana, who quickly shook her head. Hanane, this is Sarah's Victoria, my queen, and she is a vampire, spoke Naruto, introducing his sister to his queen. Nice to meet you, Sarah-san, said Hana, standing up holding her hand out to Sarah's. And you, Hana-san, declared Sarah's, grasping the woman's hand and calmly shaking. Any other members of your peerage running around somewhere, Ototo? Asked Hana, jokingly looking at Naruto. No one else, spoke Naruto with a shrug. So not to be rude, Hana-san, why are you here? Asked Sarah's, looking to Hana. Kaa-chan says I should be here with Naruto in case I lose control of my transformation, said Hana with a nervous look. What do you mean lose control? Questioned Luffy, looking at Hana confused. I've never been able to control my transformations on full moons and never been able to control myself when transformed, declared Hana, looking down. Don't worry, Nei-chan, if making you my rook didn't help then I swear I will find a way to let you control your transformations, declared Naruto, smiling to Hana, who looked terrified, before she stood up and ran towards the back of the house, Naruto, Luffy and Sarah's all following after her as she fell to her knees just before the back door. Nei-chan spoke Naruto. Get back, screamed Hana, looking back at the three devils holding her hand out to them as she began coughing. I'm turning, coughed Hana, and she pushed herself to her feet and stumbled towards the door. Sarah's, get her outside, ordered Naruto, getting a nod from Sarah's before the vampire rushed forwards, picking up the convulsing Hana and rushing outside, Naruto and Luffy following. As Naruto got outside he saw Hana in the middle of the backyard on the ground on her back, convulsing. Sarah's on the other side of the yard looking back to Naruto for orders. The blonde red-haired king motioned for her to wait. All three devils stood watching as Hana's let out a beastly roar, as her back arched and she began clawing at her chest. Hana flipped over, landing on her stomach. The beastly woman pushed herself to her hands and knees as her body began to deconstruct itself and then began reforming into the woman-beast hybrid. Hana dragged her hands along the ground as they morphed into claws kicking up dust. Naruto and Luffy took an involuntary step back as yet another beastly roar was unleashed from within the cloud of dust. Naruto stepped forwards as the dust began to settle. Nei-chan? Asked Naruto, stepping closer to the dust cloud. Hanane? Questioned Naruto as the dust cleared, revealing a bipedal brown wolf-like humanoid. The wolf had a narrow muzzle with dozens of dagger-sharp teeth, golden eyes with slit-like pupils. The clothes Hana had been wearing had grown in size to accommodate the new form but remained the same otherwise. "Hana?" asked Naruto, looking at his half-sister concerned. "Oh Kami, damn it," groaned the wolf woman as she fell to the ground, her claw-like hands catching her as she fell, only for her to suddenly clutch her head in pain from speaking the name of a holy being. "You in control, Hanane?" questioned Naruto, stepping up to the woman. "As disorientating as it is," muttered Hana, looking at Naruto with her golden eyes. "What do you mean disorientating? Shouldn't you be used to this?" asked Luffy with a confused look. "This is the first time in 6 years I've been in control of myself in this form," spoke Hana. 6 years? Questioned Naruto, looking at the brown humanoid wolf. "When I was Genin I was in deep trouble and called upon my lycanthropy myself, and in doing so I was in control. I've always seen my lycanthropy as a curse, so I've only ever used it myself in the most desperate situations," spoke Hana. "That's a perfectly reasonable way to view it, Hanane, and it seems my plan is working given you are in control of yourself but not fully in control of your transformations," declared Naruto, getting a nod from the girl herself. Several days later. Naruto walked by himself towards the training grounds he used with his sensei. Sarah's was with his clone going to the academy for his first day. Naruto himself would be training while his clone was pretending to care about Konoha in the academy, with Sarah's there to protect him from being destroyed. Naruto wasn't training with Guy, Kakashi, or Shisui as they all had missions, so he was just perfecting the skills they had been teaching him. The devil walked into the training ground. Moving deep into the training ground, Naruto stopped dead in the middle of a clearing. "I know you're there," spoke the blonde red-haired devil, not even looking around. "I guess I need to work on my chakra suppression," muttered a voice stepping out from the bushes behind Naruto. Naruto turned to face the man. He had a Konoha headband wrapped around his forehead, silver hair tied into a short ponytail, glasses holding a calculating glance behind them. The boy, maybe twice his age, wore a dark purple shirt with a high collar, a white undershirt, and dark purple pants with a white cloth waistband. Adorning his hands were dark purple fingerless gloves with armored plates on the back of the hand. "Who are you and what do you want?" questioned Naruto, getting ready to defend himself. "Who I am is nothing to worry about. After today you'll never remember me anyway," said the Nin, letting a blue glow engulf his hands. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Now come quietly and this will be quick," said the silver-haired man. However, before he could so much as take a step, 2 balls of blue fire flew at him. "So hard way it is," spoke the ninja, lunging at Naruto. The blonde flared out his wings and shot up into the air to avoid the lunge from the silver-haired man. Naruto formed a pair of blue fireballs and threw them at the man again, who jumped out of the way as they fireballs flew at him. "Katan Gokaku no Jutsu, fire-style fireball jutsu," called Naruto, launching a fireball at the silver-haired Nin, who again jumped out of the way. "Suitun Daibakufu no Jutsu, water-style giant vortex jutsu," called the Nin, launching a huge wave of water at Naruto, who just smirked and threw a fireball at the water, making the silver-haired Nin, still breathing out the water, roll his eyes. However, Naruto's fireball hit the water, and much like the first time blue fire met water, the ball of water in an instant exploded into flames, giving Naruto's attack no time to get away and launched back into a tree. Naruto looked down at the man, narrowing his eyes as the body in front of him burst into smoke. "Damn it," growled Naruto, expanding his senses to locate the ninja. Just in time to avoid the strike, Naruto turned around and slammed his foot into the bespectacled Nin's gut, throwing him back into the ground below them. Naruto pulled out a kunai, coating the weapon in blue flames, before dropping onto the Nin's back, stabbing him in the neck, only for again the Nin to vanish in a plume of smoke, only for a log to replace him as the log was pierced by Naruto's flaming kunai. Looking around, Naruto once more tried to locate the ninja. However, just as Naruto went to move, something hit him in the back of the neck and he fell forwards unconscious. #Naruto's mind. Naruto woke up laying in front of Kushina. "Sochi, are you okay?" questioned Kushina, looking at Naruto worriedly. "Yeah, I'm good, Kaa-chan," said Naruto, standing up, shaking his head as he wobbled forwards, Kushina catching him just before he fell. "Thanks, Kaa-chan," muttered Naruto, shaking his head, trying to snap out of his dizziness. "While not under the best circumstances, it's a good thing you're here, Naru-chan. I think there is something else sealed in you," said Kushina, making Naruto look up at her. "This is as good a time as any to look for it. Your body needs some time to regain consciousness," said Kushina. "Alright, so where are we going?" questioned Naruto, looking at his mother, who in human form slipped through the bars of the Kyuubi's cage. "Follow me," said Kushina, walking into the dark halls of Naruto's mind, the boy himself following her. They were going into darker and darker parts of his mind. After a few moments of walking, they came to a chained-up section of wall. Kushina gestured to the door, making Naruto look at her. "What you think? Because of the chains there's something locked there?" questioned Naruto. No, the chains are there to block memories. I can feel another soul's presence behind the door, said Kushina. And you can't unlock the chains? Questioned Naruto. No, out of the cage I have no power at all and I wouldn't be able to do so anyway. These chains are from a mental seal and only you or a Yamanaka could unlock them, said Kushina. Naruto nodded and walked forwards, touching his hand to the door. The chains locking the door disintegrated and the wooden door slowly opened with a creak. "Auuuuuuggggggh," screamed Naruto, dropping to his knees as memories flooded his mind, memories of a man named Orochimaru, another named Danzo, and finally memories of the Nin who attacked him named Kabuto. All three of them had been experimenting on him as a young child before he was taken by the heroes, and then a blank-masked orange-haired man using a jutsu to seal his memories of the events. Sochi, called Kushina, looking at Naruto, hugging him, trying to somehow ease his pain. I'm fine, Kaa-chan, just lots of memories, said Naruto before a particular memory came to the forefront of his mind. Kaa-chan, said Naruto seriously. Yes, Sochi? Questioned Kushina. I think I know what the other thing is, said Naruto. Oh, what? Questioned Kushina, looking at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. A sacred gear, a Longinus, spoke Naruto, making Kushina's eyes go wide. No, it can't be, you're a pure devil. Sacred gears only occur in humans, said Kushina. I think I had one artificially fused with me, declared Naruto before a roar was heard from down the hall. What was that? Questioned Kushina. A dragon, said Naruto, walking through the door and down the hall. Kushina quickly followed after her son, wanting to keep him safe. As they walked down the halls they eventually came to a cave. A great roar was heard all around Naruto's mind as Naruto stepped into the large room inside his mind with Kushina beside him, the two of them looking up into the air as a black shape dropped from the sky, landing on front of the two devils. Roarr. The shape, as it turned out, was a dragon. Hello there, dragon, I am Naruto Azure Phoenix. May I know your name? Questioned Naruto. I am Akatora, the dragon of calamity, spoke the dragon calmly, looking down at the devils. I see the calamity control the 14th Longinus forgotten to the pages of time, said Naruto. You child know your history. Yes, I am the 14th Longinus, the third dragon emperor, and you child have been chosen to hold my power, spoke the dragon. That's not entirely true, Akatora-sama. I was experimented on by 3 people who somehow managed to extract your power from another and put it into me, said Naruto respectfully. #outside#. Kabuto walked with Naruto tied up and chakra sealed and the boy's unconscious form hanging over his shoulder. He was going to deliver the boy to his master Orochimaru, who had asked this of him, as both knew Naruto's body was invaluable to their experiments. The boy had been a little bit of a pain to catch. Those blue flames were a pain in the ass, but hopefully once Orochimaru had his hands on the boy he could find out what gave him the flames. Kabuto was drawn from his musings when Naruto began to wake. What the hell, he shouldn't be awake for a week, thought Kabuto looking at Naruto. Naruto then settled down, making Kabuto relax, thinking Naruto was just moving in his unconscious state. After a moment, however, Naruto kicked Kabuto in the chest as he jumped off his shoulder, landing 20 feet away from Kabuto. What the hell? Questioned Kabuto, moving to attack Naruto, thinking the blonde was unable to defend himself. However, as Kabuto drew close, a ball of blue fire was thrown at him, making him jump back. Hello Kabuto, sorry I didn't recognize you before, said Naruto, narrowing his eyes at the silver-haired teen, who was now worried as Naruto shouldn't have been able to use any jutsu with those chakra sealing tags on him, and yet he was now free of the ropes that had previously bound him, and a ball of blue fire floated above his left hand. Unfortunately for you, no one can know what I am, said Naruto. Calamity control, spoke Naruto as a black piece of chest armor formed around him, around his chest, shoulders and stomach, with silver pearls embedded in the pauldrons and stomach. Kabuto's eyes went wide as he saw Naruto's transformation. However, before the silver-haired Nin could move, Naruto's ball of blue fire flew at him, making him jump up. Hailstorm, spoke Naruto, making Kabuto's eyes widen as an orb of frozen water formed atop Naruto's hand before it shot forwards at Kabuto, breaking apart as it did, piercing the man's body many times. Kabuto's eyes went wide as he fell down, his chest having more holes than Swiss cheese. Goodbye Kabuto, spoke Naruto, forming another ball of blue fire which was thrown at Kabuto, who couldn't even scream as his body was engulfed in blue flames and incinerated. Naruto turned as the flames raged behind him, just in time to see Sarah's drop in front of him. Naruto-sama, are you okay? What happened? Spoke Sarah's. A ghost of my past. Sarah's nothing more, said Naruto. I'm sorry Naruto-sama, I should have been here began Sarah's. Don't Sarah's, I told you to watch my clone, and besides I need to be able to defend myself, declared Naruto, interrupting Sarah's, making her look at him, smiling softly at her. Sarah stood up and nodded to Naruto before Sarah stepped forwards and pulled Naruto into a hug. I was so worried Naruto, said the woman. It's okay Sarah's, said Naruto with a smile hugging the woman. What time is it? Asked Naruto looking around seeing the sky becoming pink. It's late afternoon why? Questioned Sarah's. Naruto shook his head. Never mind, let's just head back to the village, spoke Naruto getting a nod from Sarah's. Several hours later. Naruto was sitting at his table eating his dinner, Sarah's was in the lounge reading a book, Luffy was also reading in the lounge however she was reading a scroll on summoner magic that she had found in the house when suddenly they all heard a knock at the door. Naruto who was the closest got up and walked to the door opening it he came face to face with. Mikoto? Questioned Naruto looking at the woman. Naruto-kun you said I could come here if I needed a night away from Fugaku, spoke Mikoto nervously rubbing her arm. Of course Mikoto come in, said Naruto stepping aside ushering the woman inside. So sorry for just showing up like that, said Mikoto looking back to Naruto who held up his hand. It's fine Mikoto I said you could stay here, said Naruto with a smile as the two walked through the halls. I didn't realize there were other people here Naruto-kun, spoke Mikoto spotting Sarah's walking into the hall. Oh Mikoto this is my friend and bodyguard Sarah's, yes she's been staying since I have, spoke Naruto with a grin. Hello Mikoto-san it's nice to meet you, spoke Sarah stepping up to Mikoto holding out her hand. And you Sarah-san, replied Mikoto with a stressed smile shaking Sarah's hand. So what brings you here Mikoto are you alright, asked Sarah's. Yeah I'm fine, said Mikoto only to get a doubtful look from Sarah's only for a new voice to speak up. Who was that at the, oh hello, said Luffy stepping out of the lounge room stopping mid-sentence when she saw Mikoto. Hello there I don't believe we've met I'm Mikoto Uchiha, said Mikoto leaning down to be eye to eye with the girl. Nice to meet you Mikoto-sama my name is Luffy Pendragon, said the girl with a smile. Aren't you a well-behaved girl what are you doing here? Kushina didn't have a second child. Are you Sarah's daughter? Asked Mikoto sending a look back to Sarah's. No she's a friend of mine who needed a place to stay while her parents went to the capital, said Naruto with a smile making Mikoto look back at him with a nod. Sarah's will show you where you'll be staying tonight, said Naruto getting a nod from Mikoto who followed Sarah's as she led them out of the room. Luffy, said Naruto drawing the girl's attention to him. She is in the dark about devils please try to keep it that way, said Naruto getting a nod from the blonde girl. Why is she here though? Questioned Luffy. The same reason she is in the dark about devils, she has an abusive husband, she was one of my mother's closest friends I met her the other day and Kaa-chan asked me to treat her like she was my mother, said Naruto getting a nod from Luffy. And she may end up showing up a lot from now on, said Naruto. Okay fair enough, said Luffy going back to her reading. Naruto quickly walked towards where Mikoto was. Walking into the room he stood leaning in the doorway. Sarah's would you leave us for a moment, questioned Naruto getting a nod from his queen who moved out of the room leaving Mikoto and Naruto alone. So you want to tell me what Fugaku did? Asked Naruto looking at Mikoto. Nothing Naruto I just needed a night away from him, said Mikoto with a smile. Aha so that's why you have another genjutsu on you this one covering your eye, questioned Naruto making Mikoto look away from him covering her eye. Show me, said Naruto. Mikoto sighed and let the genjutsu on her face fall revealing her left eye was bruised all around it. What was that for? Questioned Naruto through clenched teeth. Sasuke talked about you at dinner, and mentioned that Itachi had introduced you to us, he was angry that I didn't tell him about it and even more so that I didn't object to Itachi bringing you to our house, spoke Mikoto. Naruto sighed as he walked over to her. Hold still, said Naruto as his right hand began to glow with blue flames. Mikoto looked at Naruto fearfully, he gently held Mikoto's face and held his flaming hand near her bruised eye, which with the power of Naruto's flame magic as quickly healed. How did you do that? Asked Mikoto confused. It's better off you don't know, declared Naruto, making Mikoto look at him confused. Sorry Mikoto I really can't say, spoke Naruto turning to leave only for Mikoto's voice to stop him. And Naruto-kun, nervously muttered Mikoto. Naruto turned back to her with a corked brow. Yeah Mikoto-chan? Questioned Naruto looking back to the woman who was nervously rubbing her left arm with her right hand. I know it might be a bit much, but could I ask for you to sleep with me tonight? Asked a nervous Mikoto. Naruto corked a brow. When you say sleep with you? Spoke Naruto trailing off his question asked. I mean would you sleep beside me it's been years since I've had slept in a comforting embrace, I understand if spoke Mikoto. Naruto interrupting her. Of course Mikoto, spoke Naruto making Mikoto look at him. I said I knew who my mother was to you, I also said my door would be open if you need somewhere to stay the night away from Fugaku and I said if you needed a shoulder to cry on I would be here for you, spoke Naruto resting his hand on Mikoto's shoulder, tears forming in the ebony-haired woman's eyes at Naruto's words. Mikoto couldn't hold herself back she lunged forwards hugging Naruto crying her eyes out on his shoulder. Naruto let the woman do as she pleased, simply wrapping his own arms around the woman in an act to comfort her. After about 5 minutes of crying, Mikoto let Naruto go so she could go about making herself at home in his guest room. Naruto stepped out into the hallway, taking a deep breath, closing his eyes, before his eyes snapped open and they were no longer their original greeny blue and ocean blue respectively. Naruto's eyes were now red, blood red, the same color the rage behind those eyes was now calling for. "I'm going to kill that man," snarled Naruto, glaring at the wall. "It's bad then?" asked a voice from beside him. "She's about as bad as I was after a few months in the underworld. Fugaku is treating her like shit, she doesn't deserve that," declared Naruto, turning to Sarah's. "What about what she wants? She doesn't want her children to be without a father?" questioned Sarah's. "Unfortunately you have a point. If it came out I killed him she would come after me. I need to bide my time and strike at the perfect moment," declared Naruto. Chapter 13, Return to Konoha 6. Naruto's eyes fluttered open as they were assaulted by early morning sunlight. Luckily for his sleeping companion, she was facing him so the sun was not shining in her eyes. Naruto gently caressed Mikoto's face, brushing some stray hairs behind the woman's ears. The Uchiha woman shivered as the early morning air rushed over her bare skin, so Naruto pulled the woman close using his devil magic to heat her up. After a few moments Mikoto shifted, rolled a bit, before her eyes fluttered open. "Morning Naruto-kun," spoke Mikoto, sitting up with a smile. "Good morning Mikoto-chan," spoke Naruto as Mikoto stretched her more than ample cleavage, jiggling as she did, drawing Naruto's attention to her chest. "My eyes are up here Naruto-kun," declared Mikoto with a smile pointing to her face. Naruto blushed in embarrassment before turning away from Mikoto, making the ebony-haired woman giggle at him. "Thank you Naruto-kun for sleeping with me said Mikoto, drawing Naruto's attention back to her. Naruto nodded with a smile. "No problem Mikoto-chan," spoke Naruto with a smile. Mikoto smiled weakly before glancing at the clock. "Damn it, I need to get home," spoke Mikoto, moving to stand, only for Naruto to push her back onto the bed. "No, you stay put," ordered Naruto, holding the woman by the shoulders. "I'm not letting you walk right back into that bastard's abuse," declared Naruto. "Naruto, I've already told you I won't let my children be without their father," spoke Mikoto. "I know that, but I'm not letting you go back right now only to get beaten. You are staying here until Fugaku has at least left the house," declared Naruto, glaring at the Uchiha woman, who shriveled under the intense gaze of the blonde. "Okay," muttered Mikoto, weakly looking away from Naruto. Naruto's eyes went wide as he looked at the woman. "I'm sorry Mikoto-chan, I didn't mean to snap, I just don't want you to get hurt," spoke Naruto hurriedly. Mikoto smiled and turned back to him, hugging him tightly. "I know and I thank you for it Naruto-kun," declared Mikoto. Naruto wrapped his arms around the woman. "You stay here, I'll go get you some breakfast," said Naruto, letting go of the woman, who smiled and nodded as he left the room, leaving her alone. Naruto quickly walked out to the kitchen to find Sarah's cooking food, most likely for him and or Mikoto, as the vampire didn't actually eat food herself. "How is she?" asked Sarah's, not even turning to her master. "Not good," muttered Naruto, looking away from Sarah's and back towards where Mikoto was. "Any chance she'll leave him?" questioned Sarah's, glancing back to Naruto. "Nothing I say will get through to her. Itachi might be able to sway her a bit, but she seems adamant about it," said Naruto, glaring at the floor. "Should I try and convince her?" asked Sarah's, giving convince air quotes. "Sochi Sarah's wouldn't be able to do it. I already tried that with Alucard and he couldn't change her mind," declared Kushina from within Naruto's mind. "You catch that Sarah's?" asked Naruto, looking to the blonde vampire, getting a regretful nod from the woman. "You could send me to kill that fool master," declared Alastor from within Naruto's mind. "No Alastor, that would only be slightly more effective than killing Fugaku myself. The only way it wouldn't eventually be linked back to me, at least by Mikoto, would be if you could kill him before he could do anything and let no one else see you," declared Naruto. "I hate this, I can't let her continue to be that bastard's punching bag, but I can't do anything without it linking back to me," growled Naruto, clenching his fist. "We will work something out," declared Sarah's, getting a determined nod from her king. Several hours later. Naruto stood in the training ground he had essentially claimed as his own. Around him hundreds of clones were working on various activities. A few of the clones were working on tree walking, some were working on the various elemental manipulation trainings, a dozen or so were working on hand sign speed, and the rest were working on mastering the Katan Gokaku no Jutsu, fire-style fireball jutsu, to the point that minimum hand signs were needed. Naruto himself stood with Alastor strapped to his back, his eyes closed and his hands in front of him. After a moment Naruto's hands began to spark and arc with purple lightning. Naruto opened his eyes to see the results of his work. "Finally got that down," muttered Naruto as the lightning vanished from his hands before Naruto turned around as another person landed in the clearing. What can I do for you, Itachi? Asked Naruto, looking at the Uchiha. Thank you, spoke the man, drawing a questioning look from Naruto. My parents got into a serious argument last night, and Kaa-san left for the night. I had a clone tail her to make sure she was safe, and I saw her go to you, and she came back this morning safe and sound after Fugaku had left, so thank you, declared Itachi. I'm just doing what I can to help her. She doesn't deserve what she's getting from Fugaku, declared Naruto. I agree, but she seems adamant about staying with that man. I can only guess why, spoke Itachi. For you and your brother, said Naruto, getting a quirked brow from Itachi. She doesn't want you or your brother to go through life without a father. She sacrifices herself for you and Sasuke, explained Naruto, making Itachi's eyes go wide. She won't listen to me when I tell her to leave him. She didn't listen to her best friend, my mother. You might be able to get thought to her, as you are one of the two people she's doing this for, but I don't know, spoke Naruto, making Itachi close his eyes in thought before nodding. I'm not sure how receptive she will be to me, but it's worth a shot, declared Itachi, getting a nod from Naruto. Ah, Naruto-kun, it's good to see you're keeping up with your training. Oh, hello Itachi-kun, spoke Guy, walking into the training ground. Morning, Guy-san, responded Itachi. Hey Guy-sensei, said Naruto. Well, I best be off. Thank you again, Naruto, spoke Itachi, getting a nod from Naruto before the Uchiha burst into a murder of crows. So Guy, what are we working on today? Asked Naruto, getting a grin from the man. #hours later. Naruto stood in the middle of the training ground, panting, hunched over as his body healed from the beating Guy had put him through. Guy's training was intense, particularly because Guy knew Naruto could take it. The man had shown a sadistic side not many had ever seen. Guy had Naruto running laps of the training ground, carrying boulders on his back, weights on his hands and feet, throwing kunai at Naruto, and the blonde wasn't allowed to use his wings to quickly avoid the projectiles. Well done, Naruto, you didn't get hit all that much, declared Guy. Thanks, said Naruto, glaring at Guy, who grinned at the blonde. Well, I must be off, spoke Guy, turning around. Guy, called Naruto, making the man turn back to him. Gather my father's peerage, I need to talk with you all at home tonight, ordered Naruto, making Guy raise an eyebrow before nodding and bowing to the young man. As you wish, Naruto-sama, declared Guy before leaving the training ground. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. His eyes snapped open a moment later with a determined look. Naruto walked out of the training ground. He had 2 places he had to go before heading home. Naruto walked down the streets of the village, not really caring whether people were glaring at him or not. Naruto strolled through the village, not so much as twitching at the less than pathetic amount of ki being sent his way. Walking out of the civilian-populated areas of the village, Naruto entered the red light district. Sauntering the streets, Naruto waved to the hookers and thugs that waved to him as he went past. The Devil King wandered towards the most popular bar in the area. Hey Gaki, called the bartender as Naruto entered the building. Hey Raruto, keeping busy? Asked Naruto, making the bartender shrug as Naruto headed towards the back of the bar, some of the men ruffling his blonde and red hair as he walked past, while some of the women pulled the boy into hugs as he walked by. After a few minutes, Naruto arrived at the rear of the building and walked over to the table where part of his mother's peerage sat. Hey Naru-chan, what's happening? Asked Anko as Naruto approached the purple-haired woman who sat with Kurenai, Hey-8, Yugao and Alucard. I need to see you lot at home tonight, spoke Naruto, getting quirked brows and confused looks from the group. What for? Asked Alucard. Not something that can be spoke out loud even here, declared Naruto, getting nods from the group. I'll see you guys later then, spoke Naruto, getting a nod from each of the 5 devils in front of him. With that, Naruto turned on his heels and walked out of the bar. Naruto returned to the streets of Konoha, heading back into the market district. As the blonde wandered through the streets, he became aware as he got further and further from the red light district, the streets got less and less occupied, and at the same time he felt more and more presences appearing behind him. Ignoring the approaching mob, Naruto headed towards his destination, the Inuzuka compound. However, just before he could leave the market district, a hand reached out to grab him by the shoulder. However, before the hand could even touch Naruto, he swung around, summoning Brynhildr and slicing clean through the man's hand. Ahhhhhhug, spoke the man, cut off when Naruto used his blade to slice through the man's neck, decapitating him. The head slid from its position, revealing a crowd of maybe 20 villagers standing there looking horrified at Naruto as he turned back and began walking away from the mob. Clean these pests up for me, Saras, ordered Naruto. The blonde vampire rose out of Naruto's shadow with a sinister grin on her face. With pleasure, Naruto-sama, declared Saras as Naruto walked away. Naruto smirked as he heard the screams from behind him as he walked away, dismissing the hero sword, as he headed towards the clan districts. Within several minutes, Naruto reached the Inuzuka compound. Walking straight into the compound, Naruto walked up the main street towards the clan head's home. Walking up to the door, Naruto was about to knock on the door when the door opened and Guy stepped out. "Oh Naruto, what are you doing here?" asked Guy. "I need to see Hana," spoke Naruto. "Come on in, pup," called Tsum. Naruto nodded and stepped around Guy and stepped inside. "What's up, Ototo?" asked Hana as Naruto stepped into the room. "I need you tonight as well, this concerns you too," spoke Naruto, getting a confused look from Hana and Tsum. "What is tonight about, Naruto?" asked Tsum. "Location," declared Naruto. A flaming circle appeared beneath his feet before rising up, engulfing him. #Naruto's home. An hour later. Naruto stood with Sarah's and Luffy either side of him. In front of him lay a map of the elemental nations. Naruto formed a cross-hand sign and flooded his jutsu with Kushina's Uwaki and created a clone of Kushina next to him. "So what's this about, Naruto-sama?" asked Alucard, stepping through the wall. "Wait till everyone is here, then we can begin," declared Naruto, getting a nod from the vampire. A few minutes went by and the devils of Kushina's and Minato's peerages walked into the room. Within 10 minutes everyone who Naruto had asked to be there was. "All right, Ototo, what's this about?" asked Hana, looking at Naruto. "You have all either sworn your loyalty to me, or are loyal to my mother, who has agreed to follow me with whatever it is due, and as many of you know, Konoha has been less than accepting of me over the years simply because I hold the QB. After spending time in the underworld, I decided that I want my revenge. I want to watch Konoha burn," spoke Naruto, getting nods from many of the assembled devils, seeing the logic in it. "I returned here to Konoha to convince those I held precious to me to leave with me when I leave Konoha, and most of those people are within this room. Now, while I would like to see Konoha burn as soon as possible, I am not stupid. Even with this number of us we would stand no chance, and I refuse to involve the devils in the coming conflict, which is why I plan to defect from Konoha, and I have asked you all here tonight so we can decide where to defect to," spoke Naruto, getting a nod from the devils. "Alucard has pointed out to me both Suna and Iwa are bad ideas as they are allied with Konoha or loathe my father respectively. Are there any other places that should be eliminated or comments on what has been said so far?" asked Naruto. "Well, if all of us are defecting, it would probably be a good idea to split into smaller groups, while there is safety in numbers but to many and that safety is gone," declared Shikaku. "I have thought of that, and my plan was for each peerage to go on their own and meet up in our final destination," said Naruto, getting a nod from Shikaku. "Given you Konoha's Jinchuriki is defecting, we should probably avoid the smaller villages. Even if Konoha is weakened from the last war and the Kyuubi attack the village, will be more than happy to attack a small village to get you back and mind wipe you," spoke Inoichi, getting a nod from Naruto, crossing the smaller villages off the map. "Wait, Taki has a Jinchuriki themselves. Not even Konoha would be willing to risk fighting a village with 2 even untrained Jinchuriki with none of their own," declared Tsum, stopping Naruto as he went to cross off Taki. Naruto shrugged before crossing off the rest. "I have an idea for when to leave," spoke Shisui, drawing Naruto's attention to him. "The Uchiha are in the process of attempting a coup d'etat. Itachi and I are double agents for both sides. Hiruzen is attempting to bring about a peaceful solution, but Fugaku is the leader of the coup and he won't back down ever. Danzo is trying to convince me and Itachi to kill off the clan before they attempt the coup and most likely bring about the 4th Shinobi War," declared Shisui. "So we could use the confusion of the clan slaughter to slip away," said Naruto, catching on to Shisui's idea, getting a nod from the man. "I could also use that massacre to save Mikoto," thought Naruto to himself. "As I mentioned last time, Kiri is in the middle of a civil war, which while a turn-off could also serve as an advantage should we come in and help one side win. We should be accepted more readily than if we were to go to a different village," spoke Alucard. Naruto looked to the vampire with an impressed look before nodding. "That makes sense, and that's not a bad idea," spoke Naruto. "So from what's been said, we've got a choice between Taki, Kumo and Kiri," spoke Kushina, looking at the map with many crosses through nations. "From memory, although Taki has their own Jinchuriki, they never treat them any better than you have been treated, Naruto," spoke Kakashi. "All right, Taki's out, Kumo and Kiri," spoke Naruto. "What are the sides of the civil war in Kiri?" asked Kushina. "The Mizukage declared Kekii Genkai abominations, and as you could assume, the Kekii Genkai wielders and even some of those without them didn't take to kindly to this," spoke Shisui, getting a nod from Naruto. "Well, Alucard brings up a good point. Anywhere we go will be distrustful of us, however if we were to help one of the sides and win they will be more accepting to us," declared Naruto. "So from the sound of that we're headed to Kiri," spoke Guy, getting a nod from Naruto. "We will defect to Kiri and help the Kekii Genkai holders against the Mizukage," declared Naruto, getting nods from everyone. Several days later. Naruto stood in the clearing, Sarah standing behind him, hundreds of clones running around doing various training exercises, as he looked at Shisui walking out onto the lake in the middle of the clearing. So the idea of the water walking is similar to tree walking, but it's not a solid surface, so you have to constantly adjust the amount of chakra in your feet, spoke Shisui from atop the water looking at Naruto, who nodded. I would suggest you strip to boxers so you don't get your clothes wet, suggested Shisui, getting a nod from Naruto, who quickly stripped, before moving his hands into the Kage Bunshin sign before he formed another 20 clones who were equally dressed. Remember, once you clones make some headway, dispel so the rest of you gain the experience, said Shisui, getting a nod from the horde of Narutos who quickly begun to try and walk out onto the water. Shisui himself moved back over to the shoreline, walking over to a tree that he sat down under and watched as Naruto slowly begun trying to walk on water. Naruto and his clones to begin with only managed to get maybe 2 steps before they fell in. Keep going, Naruto, called Shisui from his position under a tree. Several hours later. I swear I'm getting close, muttered Naruto as he pulled himself out of the water and trudged over to Shisui and Sarah's. I'm sure you'll have it down soon, Naruto, declared Shisui, getting a grateful nod from Naruto. Well, Naruto, I'm off for now, so I'll see you soon, spoke Shisui, getting a nod from Naruto as the Uchiha vanished. Naruto stood up, walking over to his clothes, flaring his flame magic to dry himself, before putting his clothes back on. Alright, Sarah's, let's go, spoke Naruto after putting his clothes on. Okay, Naruto-sama, replied Sarah's as she stepped forward, stepping into his shadow as the blonde walked out of the training ground, the two leaving the training ground, walking into the village proper. However, as Naruto walked, he could feel several presence watching him. Deciding to get whoever was watching him to show themselves, Naruto slipped into an alleyway. Naruto sighed as he walked to the dead end of the alleyway. Nowhere to run now, demon, said a voice from behind Naruto. The blonde turned and saw 4 men standing at the open end of the alleyway. All 4 of them were Uchiha, as he could see all 4 had their Sharingan active. Well then, come at me, taunted Naruto, standing there, his arms out. The taunt hit home and 2 of the Uchiha ran forwards at Naruto while the other 2 flashed through hand signs. Die, you bastard, roared one of the running Uchiha, a kunai in hand. Naruto threw his arm out to the side, summoning Brynhildr. However, before the 2 kunai-wielding Uchiha could stab their weapons into Naruto, 2 arms stretched out of Naruto's shadows, snatching the Uchiha's hands inches before their kunai would have plunged into Naruto's chest. Katan Gokakyu no Jutsu, called the 2 other Uchiha, launching 2 fireballs towards Naruto, each of them wearing a sinister smirk. The 2 Uchiha in Sarah's grip vanished and were replaced with a log each. Naruto rolled his eyes at the twin fireballs coming towards him, holding out his free hand towards the fireball before the flames changed from the orange, red and yellow flames to Naruto's own light blue flames, shocking the Uchiha. Now let me show you what a real fire is, spoke Naruto, grinning a less than sane grin, as he floated in the sky above the Uchiha, his wings flared out behind him. Naruto pushed his hand forwards, pushing his captured fireball back at the 4 Uchiha, who quickly jumped out of the way of the flames. Naruto pointed his hand at one of the Uchiha who had turned around and was running away. Before he could even get away, the air around him vibrated before bursting into light blue flames, and before anything else he was engulfed in flames. Naruto then flew at the other Uchiha who were backing away slightly from Naruto. Vanishing shift, called Naruto, slicing into the air right in front of one of the men, and before he could do anything he was sucked into the slice in the air, being killed. Naruto spun to the other 2 Uchiha with a psychopathic smirk on his face, Naruto's free hand beginning to spark and arc with purple lightning. "A monster," stuttered one of the 2 remaining Uchiha as he tripped and fell backwards. "Why yes I am," smirked Naruto, throwing his hand forwards, the purple lightning arcing from his hand to the last Uchiha's body, making the man spasm before dropping to the ground dead. "I'm going to kill you, you bastard," screamed the final Uchiha, running at Naruto with a kunai in hand. Naruto just smirked as the man got close. The blonde devil grabbed the Uchiha's wrist, forcing his hand down, making the man drop his kunai as he yelped in pain. Naruto, just because he could, then slammed his heel into the Uchiha's foot, breaking the man's toes. "OW, son of a bitch," snarled the man. "Oh, you are so lucky she is asleep," muttered Naruto, slamming his forehead into the man's nose, breaking it. Before the man could yell out in pain, Naruto brought his knee up, slamming it into the man's balls. The Uchiha let out a howl of pain. Naruto, to silence the man, quickly reached up, grabbing the man by either side of his face, and with a violent twist, a sickening crack and crunch sound was heard, and the last of the Uchiha fell to the ground dead. "That was rather brutal, Naruto-sama," spoke Sarah's, looking at Naruto. "We need to clean this mess up," declared Naruto. Several minutes later. Naruto and Sarah's walked through the door of their house. Moving to the lounge, they found Luffy reading a scroll, lazing on the couch. "Anything important happen while I was gone?" asked Naruto, looking at Luffy, who looked up from her scroll, shaking her head at him. She was about to speak when someone knocked at the door. Naruto left the room and headed to the door. Mikoto? Questioned Naruto looking at the woman on the other side of the door. Come in, said Naruto stepping aside letting the woman in. I'm not staying the night Naruto, I have come to warn you that Fugaku has assigned 4 Uchiha to attack you at some point this week, said Mikoto. Do these 4 Uchiha mean anything to you Mikoto-san? Asked Sarah's. None of them are my close family or friends if that's what you're asking, spoke Mikoto. Naruto nodded at the woman's comments. Is there any particular reason he's sending his kinsman after me? Asked Naruto looking at Mikoto. Fugaku, well, he and the Uchiha are planning a coup, and he wants you either under his control or out of the picture, spoke Mikoto nervously. Thank you for warning me Mikoto, said Naruto with a smile. You don't seem surprised Naruto, questioned Mikoto looking at Naruto confused. I already knew, spoke Naruto making Mikoto's eyes go wide. You knew? How? Asked Mikoto. It's safer if you don't know, said Naruto. No, tell me, I know you think you're protecting me you and your mother both, but you're only protecting yourselves, tell me now, snapped Mikoto glaring at Naruto. Kaa-chan, questioned Naruto unsure of what to do. She's been in the dark long past her time tell her, everything, spoke Kushina, Naruto nodded. Alright Mikoto you want to know how I know, the coup Shisui told me about and I'm sure it's not that difficult to imagine how I know about the Uchiha attacking me, declared Naruto. Why would Shisui tell you about the Uchiha coup, questioned Mikoto. Because Mikoto, I'm defecting from Konoha and taking him along with Luffy, Sarah's and 11 others when I defect, Shisui is working with the village and while Hiruzen is aiming for a peaceful solution we all know with your pig head of a husband leading the coup that will never happen so the elders will order a slaughter of your clan, and Shisui told me about the coup suggesting we use the coup as cover for our defection, declared Naruto looking at Mikoto who looked shocked and confused. Why would Shisui defect with you? Asked Mikoto. Shisui swore absolute loyalty to my father, beyond absolute loyalty, and that loyalty carries over to me, spoke Naruto. What do you mean beyond absolute loyalty? Questioned Mikoto. My parents neither of them were human both of them were devils, and devils have the ability to turn others into devils and form peerages. These peerages are structured after the pieces in chess, thus there are 8 pawns, 2 rooks, 2 knights, 2 bishops, a queen and the devil in charge is a king. Shisui is one of my father's knights and when a king dies their peerage either transfers to another peerage or they swear loyalty to their original king's next of kin aka me, declared Naruto. Right devils, you know how insane this sounds Naruto? Questioned Mikoto. Naruto stood there for a moment before he flared out his devil wings behind him shocking Mikoto. It will take a little more than that to convince me Naruto, declared Mikoto. Naruto quirked a brow before he held out his hand palm facing upwards before a ball of blue flames burst into life, the sudden appearance making Mikoto jump. Look at this with your Sharingan, spoke Naruto making Mikoto look at him questioningly, but deciding what's the harm? Mikoto activated her Sharingan only to see no chakra in the flames. Why are you defecting in the first place? Asked Mikoto deciding to believe him for now. Mikoto-chan this whole village treats me like Fugaku treats you, declared Naruto reaching for his shirt lifting the cloth above his head taking it off showing Mikoto his scared form. This is all from this village, and this isn't even half of it, my skin used to be covered in scars, one of the ones there was put there by your beloved husband, spat Naruto with venom in his tone. When you said you've been on the wrong side of Fugaku's sadistic nature. Spoke Mikoto trailing off. Yes and I have a permanent reminder of that right here, snarled Naruto pointing to the most loathsome of his scars, the worst of his scars, the devil spawn scar. Wait if all of this is true, why didn't Kushina try to turn me into a devil, asked Mikoto. Because you were engaged to Fugaku already, and she couldn't risk exposing the mystical world, and you might let it slip at some point to Fugaku, spoke Naruto. Then why are you telling me this all now, asked Mikoto looking at Naruto greatly confused. You told me you wanted to know the truth, I decided you've been in the dark way too long, you deserve to know at least this much, spoke Naruto. Wait a second is that the reason Kushina wanted me to leave Fugaku all those years ago so she could make me a member of her peerage, asked Mikoto. Kaa-chan, questioned Naruto unsure of the answer himself. Partially I was scared for her safety, wanted her to be happy and wanted her as part of my peerage, spoke Kushina. Not entirely she was worried for you Mikoto just like I am, spoke Naruto. Lee Fugaku Itachi knows about him, and is worried about you and what could possibly happen to Sasuke without a father that would be worse than having Fugaku as a role model, questioned Naruto. Mikoto looked down and away from Naruto. If I do leave him I want Sasuke, Itachi and myself to be able to stay here, declared Mikoto. Of course, said Naruto with a nod. And I want them to be told all of this as well, ordered Mikoto. Fine, replied Naruto nodding once more to the Uchiha matriarch. And I want you to make me a part of your peerage, spoke Mikoto. Not that I don't want you to Mikoto, but I haven't told you all about peerages, spoke Naruto. Mikoto gave him the motion to go on. Alright, well, first of all, because you would be made a devil, though this method you would be classed as a low-class devil, the lowest of the low in the underworld and generally looked down upon by the rest of devil kind. You can however advance in rank, even getting to the point where you might be able to lead your own peerage. Then there's the fact that you would technically be my servant, not that I treat my peerage members like that, but I answer to other devils and by extension so do you. And lastly, as a member of my peerage you are sworn to fight my fights, be they a small skirmish with an enemy to all or a deathmatch with you best friend, declared Naruto. I have never cared for my image in the eyes of others, your mother, and you have both earned my loyalty being there for me. Even if you have only been there for me once, I am willing to fight for you as you have for me, declared Mikoto. Alright then, let's make it official, spoke Naruto.